Thanks for being here. This is true crime and celebrity news. If true crime and live court trials and short videos your thing, with some celebrity news thrown in, please consider subscribing to my channel and also don't forget to hit the like button. If you enjoy the content, please check and make sure the notification bell is on. Have a wonderful day and see you in the next live.
Of inference. Indeed, a reasonable jury may very well interpret the brief pause as nothing more than defendant pausing to think while speaking, or defendant generally considering who she might want to tell this information to. And 3, the court is of the opinion that there is nothing in the audio itself that identifies a call as having been made by a defendant while incarcerated, specifically audio identifying it as a jail call and or background noises of other inmates, etc., that would cause prejudice. As to the text messages on Exhibit 126, the court has previously ruled regarding this issue that 1, the state may present evidence that defendant was unexpectedly and suddenly terminated from her position and struggled to secure comparable employment. 2, the state may argue that defendant's financial distress because of losing her job became more acute leading up to Ms. Terry's death. And 3, the state cannot present evidence that defendant committed time fraud or was fired from misconduct because such evidence poses a danger of improper character inferences, wasting time and confusing the issues. The court now applies this ruling, as well as Rule 403, to Exhibit 126 and orders additional redactions to the already redacted exhibits. And those are found as follows. Cole, can you come up here and get these to me? You'll see the redactions that I am asking the parties to make before this exhibit is offered, one to each attorney, or each table. And you'll get a chance to review those. All right, counsel, the jury is here. What else do we need to cover?
With regard to the phone call, we had talked about that there was going to be the addition of a few seconds after, where she also says at the end that I have said that I didn't do anything. And, my objection was to the call in total, and you ruled on that. So did you guys make one with that additional? Okay.
We can.
Can you get that to Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Once you have that, and
we
just so we're all on the same page.
We have timestamps, and I'm sure Justin will look it out. So having not prevailed on the motion, I wanted to make sure we are in agreement to add the additional little section.
Yes, we're in agreement. She thinks she has already done it. She's going to check. We don't expect to get to the witness list comes in through until after lunch. So
okay.
And then, sorry, Your Honor, were you done on that?
Yes.
Those issues. Pacing obviously is something that I think both parties are concerned about at this point. We appreciate the court adding an extra day. I'm wondering if we might be able to take just a little bit briefer breaks on the hour every 2 hours, and then maybe like a 40-minute lunch instead of an hour. We're just trying to make sure that we keep on pace, and obviously don't want to run the risk of the jury having to be here longer, obviously, than the court has promised. So we just wanted the court to consider that.
If it comes down to just minutes, then that's a scheduling problem. It's not a time overall problem. We've got jurors here who have come and are willing to serve and take time out of their day, and to tell them you're going to get a 40-minute lunch now instead of an hour. They're entitled to a break too. They're human. We all are. So we're going to take it. I'm okay to move lunch to an hour instead of an hour and 15. Hopefully that 15 minutes will help. As to breaks, we're going to take regularly scheduled breaks too. I watch the jury closely. I can see how they're responding and paying attention. And sometimes I can tell they need a break sooner rather than later. I am cognizant of the time, but if it's going to come down to 10, 15 minutes here and there, then that's just a scheduling problem.
Okay.
I want to help. but we've got to keep it moving.
Yeah, and we appreciate that. And both parties, we've been working together to streamline things. We've cut down certain things, so we are working diligently. So we appreciate that.
What we are not going to do is wait until Tuesday afternoon to get them this case. It's not going to happen. It's not fair to them. All right.
Along those lines, this might be the time then to bring up the issue that is going to come up. And that is that on the first day of trial, and then again, I think it was on Friday, and I can be corrected by the government on this, but it would be proximate, is the first time that we received specific text clips that the government is proposing to introduce. It appears that, and I will just state, we did not have time during the period of 4 days of trial to review them. When I say review them, I mean look to make sure, compare them to the self-right to make sure that they're in context, that they don't leave any out. It's clear on some that the texts are left out of the middle, because the texts have numbers in the self-right program. Each one has a number, right? So you can go and see whether they're consecutive. Then on Friday, it is now 100, roughly 100 text exhibits that the state is proposing, as I understand, and I don't know if they're going to publish them, because that I think would take the entire thing. But we worked hard. They're from Discovery. They're in Discovery, no question. They're not clipped in Discovery. There's 28,000.
That they were disclosed.
Oh yeah, there's 28,000 disclosed texts. So we did work to at least find representative examples of the text that we could go and compare. And frankly, there are some that we have 403 objections to. There are some that we have checked that we don't think maintain fidelity to context. There's 137 texts between the one of the texts that are in their exhibit and the next one. There's 137 removed. There are subjects in the text that vary from the apparent purpose of the text. So we worked hard. I think we logged at least 10 hours trying to review the 100 and check context to some. And I informed the government that I didn't think it was fair to have to agree to any text other than we were used at the preliminary hearing, which I think are 37. I want to make that record. We did send some examples to the government of our concerns. For instance, there's one that does deal with the financial desperation issue of theirs, because it's in December and it talks about marital problems between the two that turned out not to be problems. I want to make a 403 on that. So we've got some issues coming up with 100 text exhibits that the state wants to utilize. I thought we could bring them up as we talk about time.
In a perfect world, all this should have been handled before trial.
We didn't get
We're talking, if we're going to get into argue all of those, we're talking several hours of trial time.
I can't argue. I sent notice to the state. I cannot effectively check 100 texts in a 2-day weekend against a 28,000 text discovery tranche, and that we're concerned about the ones we could get to, and so we're objecting.
And I know we're trying to think ahead at this point in time. It's not directly before the court right now. Thomas?
Let me add this, and I mean, let me add this. We had talked about agreeing on foundation, and I have. So they don't need to move these texts in independently by laying any foundation. Whatever you ultimately determine is admissible in relation to my concerns, 403, some of the time of providing them and my inability to effectively do the job that I just described. Whatever is admissible, we are agreeable to pre-admission, so we can just move and publish them.
And that's going to require you and the state to have discussions over lunch or after court, things like that too. I mean, a lot of this can be solved by just the two parties talking, but to the extent that it doesn't, and if there's objections to dozens, if not hundreds, it's not going to work. Ms. Thomas, you stood up. I want you to be heard.
Well, Judge, I just wanted to notify the court that we've been working since the preliminary hearing to pull out of that 28,000 trove of text messages the ones that we felt was most relevant to this case. Since then, yesterday, I spent, it only took me 2 hours to go through every last one, to read each of them, and I did cut out quite a few that we won't publish to the jury. But that's all it took me, was a couple of hours. Mr. Williams has had these since he was appointed or, took on the case when Ms. Sundwall was originally charged. I agree, in a perfect world, we could have gotten them to him earlier, but we have been working to cut them down to a state that it was manageable. He has had notice of them. They are described in the police report. I understand his frustration with the amount that he has had them. And had he wanted to challenge any of them, the day of introducing them is not the time to do it.
I'll just make the record now, because we're making it. Described in the police report, there's nearly 200 pages of single-space descriptions in this police report. It applies to, I hope these tabs here suggest that I've done the work to try to do what I can to cross-reference the state. But we didn't get the specific ones to do our job until the day of trial for some and Friday for others.
But there's no dispute that although there were tens of thousands of them, you had access to them.
Absolutely. We had access, however, I will note, not in a searchable format in cell records.
All right.
Those actually are searchable, Judge. That's how we did it.
Yeah, I'm not interested in entertaining a debate on whether they're searchable or not. You guys know how to do your jobs much better than I do.
I hope I made the record I need to make, and then I'm not going to address it anymore unless you have questions from your honor.
Thank you. We ready to begin? What's the plan for today?
We're anticipating this morning an officer from Lone Peak Police Department, Norman Robinson. We would then be calling Special Agent Justin Seitzinger, and then if we are done with him this morning, we would call Melissa Farney, who we sort of anticipating going today and into probably through tomorrow.
Okay. We ready to go?
Yes.
Bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All rise for jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Hopefully you had a good weekend. It was hopefully somewhat restful. We appreciate your efforts being here. We're ready to go. Our first day of this week. Let's get started. Counsel,
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Norman Robinson.
please come forward, sir. We'll get you sworn in.
You just solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Come on up and have a seat.
Yeah, rearrange your podium, Judge.
Yes, please. If you can keep that mic in front of you at all times, it will help us make a good record and we'll all be able to hear it. We appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
Thomas.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Would you tell us your name, please?
It's Officer Norman Robinson,
How do you spell your last name?
ROBINSON.
And it's probably fairly evident to the jury what your occupation is, that I will ask you for the record to tell us that.
I am a police officer for the Lone Peak Police Department. Excuse me.
Okay, how long have you been with Lone Peak?
23 months.
And what is the jurisdiction of Lone Peak Police Department?
Lone Peak Police Department covers Alpine City and Highland cities.
23 months. Were you involved in law enforcement before that?
No, ma'am.
What do you do to become a police officer?
Well, in my case, I sold my company, decided to make a life change to serve my community. Lost 100 pounds, started working out, went to school, went to the academy, 9 months of the academy. And in the academy, we have to pass with 80% or higher. And so I was the real life rookie, so to speak, at 46 years old going through the academy. So
You mentioned the academy. What is the academy?
it's post training. It's academics, it's defensive tactics, it's firearms, it's everything you need to know to qualify to become a police officer.
And is there a certification associated when you complete that?
There is. It's the LEO certification.
LEO meaning law
Law enforcement
enforcement
officer,
officer.
yes, ma'am.
And is that required to be a law officer in
It is.
Utah? Are there any requirements to continue that certification?
Yes, there's 40 hours a year required training through post that you have to do every single year.
And post stands for what? Okay,
Sorry.
police officer standards of training?
Yes, yes.
I know that's needed.
It's a completely different career than what I had before, so
Okay, and so when you first joined a law enforcement agency, which you did just under 2 years ago, is there a period of training that's associated with that?
yes, there's on-the-job training. They do for 12 weeks.
Okay.
It's called FTO training.
And what is associated with that?
It's on-the-job training, so you ride with an officer and you just slowly increase your responsibilities as you become proficient with each call.
Had you completed your on-the-job training at the time of this incident in August 2024?
I did in July,
So just before?
just before.
Okay. And so let's turn to that night. Were you on duty on August 12, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens? What does being on duty entail?
We receive calls from dispatch through our mobile CAD system, and we just answer calls for the general call for whatever needs to rise.
And are you driving around or hanging out at the police station, or what do you do?
Generally, we are driving around patrolling, being visible for our community members to see us out and about.
Do you have a partner with you in the vehicle or not?
No, once you're off FTO, you're on your own.
Okay, so you said you were on duty on August 12th. What first came to your attention that brought you into this case?
It came out as a medical call. We respond usually with medical in case the patients need some restraining or if they have any issues. Oftentimes we respond because we are in smaller vehicles, faster vehicles, and we can get there first, and we're first aid certified to be able to respond and handle acute issues.
Were you designated specifically to respond to this call or was somebody else?
Officer Jorgensen was the initial officer. I went to assist.
So when you receive a dispatch, did they specify a particular officer?
Generally, they'll call a specific officer and assign it to them.
All right, and then why did you assist?
It came out as a medical, and just the call details, it sounded pretty serious. And so we usually just try and get there as quick as we can to help.
What were the call details that sounded serious?
That she was labored breathing, sounded like she was drowning, basically like a full arrest type situation.
All right, so you proceeded to the location. Did you arrive, what order did you arrive in, recall that?
EMS had arrived right before us, and Officer Jorgensen and I pulled up just about the same time. I parked right behind him.
And by EMS, you're talking about emergency medical services?
Yes, ma'am. Paramedics, fire department.
All right, let me show you Exhibit 26. It's already been admitted. Please take a minute for it to warm up, so just give it a second while it blinks on and off. Okay, I think we've got it. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What is that?
It's the home where Kacee was staying on Stevens Lane.
And that is where you responded on August 12, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
What time of day did you respond?
It was in the evening, start probably around 2100 hours.
2100 being 9 p.m. That went away. No, not yet. When you pulled up, you see a sort of a half circle drive in front of the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any vehicles parked on that half circle?
It was dark, and I'm unaware if there were any vehicles parked there. The
Right.
lights were flashing, and so
You don't remember one way or the other right now?
I don't. My focus was getting into the home to help with the patients.
Okay. Where did you and Officer Jorgensen pull up?
There is a field to the east of the home, and we parked right in front of the field.
And to the east would be to the right-hand side of this photograph?
Correct.
And where was the EMS vehicle, the ambulance?
So where we parked is the field, and then the driveway. There's a long driveway that goes on the side of the home. They pulled up just past that driveway, so they could back in an ambulance into that driveway.
All right. So when you arrived, EMS was on the street?
Yes.
All right. Did you see any other vehicles or people coming or going from the house?
I did not. I saw several sets of headlights, but again, it was dark. Lights were flashing, and my focus was to get to the patient now.
Where did you go? You can take it. Thank you.
So along the long driveway is the attached garages, and in the first garage, set of the large doors, just inside the garage is a set of stairs that go directly to the basement.
And is that where you went?
And as I followed a paramedic carrying some supplies, he was carrying some supplies, and I just followed right behind him.
And do you recall where Officer Jorgensen was? Is he ahead of you or behind you or something?
I don't recall at that point.
All right. So you followed EMS into the house. Where did you go?
I continued to follow them through a kitchen area, a small living area. To the left is a hallway. Directly at the end of the hallway was a small bedroom. And
Let me stop you for just a minute. Was this on the main level of the
no,
house?
man, that was down in the basement.
All right. So you went into the basement and then you described a kitchen area, a small family room area, and a hallway.
Correct.
And then what did you see?
I saw 4 to 5 paramedics, EMS, working on Kacee on the bed. It was kind of a small room, so I stood in the doorway, just kind of to be there for a pass off if they needed help with CPR or anything like that.
Okay. What is a pass off?
So as they initiate CPR, it's quite strenuous on the body for people to do, and so we trade off to make sure that the compressions are correct and nobody gets exhausted during that time, so the patient's getting full care.
Okay. Did you need to participate in CPR?
I did not.
Okay. And you mentioned Kacee. Was this somebody you knew at the time?
I did not.
And so that is a name that you came to know later on down the road?
Correct.
Okay. What was her status as far as you could tell when you first looked into the room?
It was pretty grave. She was breathing very, very hard, gurgling. It was, as a new officer, being exposed to that, it was a sight. It was extraordinarily violent breathing, in my opinion.
And did you note or notice anything particular in the room as you were watching the EMTs do what they needed to do?
They were just fervently working on her to the head of the bed there was a lazy boy to the head of the bed where Kacee's head was. I remember one of the EMTs pointing to a syringe on the floor, asking if she was diabetic. I was unaware at that point if she was or not. And he lifted that up, put it on the nightstand so they wouldn't step on it because it's a tiny room and it was quite crowded with 5 to 6 grown men in there. So
Let me show you in exhibit, it's 164. And do you recognize that photograph?
yes, ma'am, that's the syringe the fireman placed on the nightstand there.
Where is the nightstand in conjunction with the bedside, the recliner that you mentioned and the bed?
So you have the recliner is against the corner, in the corner of the wall, the bed is on the wall, and the nightstand is just to the right of the recliner.
Okay.
As you enter the room, it would be on your left side.
Okay, gotcha. All right. And does that accurately reflect what you recall seeing the EMS, where you saw the EMS with the syringe as they were working on the patient?
Yes.
Statements to admit, Exhibit 164.
Mr. Williams?
No objection, we're just looking for the original witness list.
Court receipt.
Was that apologize?
Court receipt states 164 was published.
Yes, please. All right. How long were you there, standing in the doorway before EMS completed what they needed to do?
I went back and forth down the hallway, keeping the hallway clear for them. So if they needed to go in and out for medical supplies, also to ensure some privacy for the patient because they did have to cut her shirt open.
All right. And how long before what did they ultimately do with the patient, with Kacee?
I believe it was 10 to 15 minutes of patient care on scene. They ended up transporting to the hospital.
What did you do after the EMS left with the patient?
Officer Jorgensen and I, he collected a statement and I assisted where he was the initiating officer. I just assisted where he directed me. They started to look for medications, anything that could help the hospital with patient care. So medication bottles, things like that.
What did you observe in the room in that regard?
There was an enormous amount of medication bottles.
Were those collected?
The empty narcotic bottles were collected, I believe.
All right. And did you yourself do any searching of the room at that time?
Her uncle stated that if she had any last will or testament or DNR sort of document, it would be in a blue case in the closet. So I was directed to bring that down and to shuffle through there to see if there was any documents like that.
Did you locate a blue box or case in the closet?
I did. Directly, as you come into the room, directly to the right, there was a closet with some bifold doors, or a door. I located the blue box, pulled it down, set it on the bed, opened it, and started to shuffle through a lot of documents were in there.
Did you find anything that you were interested in as far as you were looking for that night?
I could not locate any specific DNR paperwork. There was a single envelope with a name on it that I thought was interesting or suspicious. So yeah.
Why did you think it was interesting?
I had the task, Officer Jorgensen gave me the task of calling Kacee's sister to find out who was in the residence with her earlier. And that person's name was on the envelope. So.
Okay. And would that person's name be Meggan Sundwall?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with the envelope?
I put it back in the box.
Did you open the envelope?
No, ma'am.
You said you were looking for DNRs or anything of that nature. Did you find any such thing in the box?
No, ma'am.
In your training and experience in law enforcement, have you come across people that had DNRs?
Yes.
And what was your experience with how they are stored or located?
Generally, DNRs are located somewhere very visible for EMS to see, generally on a fridge, magneted to a fridge or on a nightstand near the patient. There was nothing in the room.
All right. Did you happen to notice whether there was a box or basket of snacks in the room?
No, ma'am, I didn't listen. There was a drink on the desk, but as far as a basket of snacks, I'm not aware.
The drink on the desk was at the same table that we just looked at, or is that a different,
No, it's a desk to the far right of the room.
on the opposite wall from where you saw the syringe?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did anybody wait or speak to EMS that you noticed that had been present at the time of this medical emergency?
No, ma'am. I was told by her uncle that there were some people in the room with her while the event was going on. Just through the chaos of the scene, the EMS stated to me that there were two vehicles in front of them when they pulled up. So that was the only people that I knew of that were there that were not present at the time, though.
In your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, is it typical for people to leave the scene when a medical emergency is happening?
No, not at all.
Why is that important?
Well, even just out of morbid curiosity, people tend to flock to emergency vehicles and to watch what's going on. And so I, as a new officer, and just as a layperson, was a little astounded that somebody left the scene while this was all going on.
All right. Is it important to EMS, as far as you're aware, to know what had happened to a patient that brought them there?
Absolutely. EMS needs to know the lead up to the event so they can treat the patient properly.
How long were you at the home before you left?
Approximately an hour.
Okay. And what was happening when you left?
We collected the empty narcotic bottles, prescription bottles, spoke with the uncle, shut the door to the room, and as far as I'm aware, the on-call detective had been notified, and the on-duty sergeant had been notified.
Did you also, you said you collected the narcotic bottles, did you also collect the syringe that you noted?
Correct, yes, we did.
What happens when you collect items?
I just assisted bagging them up. Officer Jorgensen, since he was the initial officer on the scene, he takes them back to the station and then books them into our evidence lockers. From there, it goes to our evidence tech. I'm not sure.
Is anything, when you bag them up, what information is included on the bag as far as where they were located?
So it's where they're located, who's taking responsibility for them, chain of custody, so Officer Jorgensen, and then they get transferred to a more physical or a sealable bag at the department and then entered into a locking locker that once it's locked, we don't have access to it.
Officer, in your training and admittedly fairly limited experience, have you responded to other medical emergencies or situations?
Often,
In those circumstances that you mentioned that you have seen DNRs to be in place, do you verify if they exist or offer care regardless of whether there's one there?
generally that's EMS that takes care of that, but we're on scene to assist them in looking for those documents or participating in patient care while they look for those documents.
And absent an obvious one that you mentioned is typically on a refrigerator, bedside table or something like that, would care be automatically offered or suspended until that's confirmed or denied?
So generally when we arrive on scene, if there are people there, we get directed from them. If they, generally the people that are near the patient will know if they have a DNR, and will direct us straight to the DNR.
Okay, all right. How do you confirm when there's, if there isn't a visible copy of one, what do you do?
If there's not a visible copy, we assume that there's not a DNR and we initiate patient care.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Morning, Officer Jorgensen.
Officer
Robinson. We're going to talk about Jorgensen, sorry. But let's just be clear on some names because when I screw them up, you can correct me. 3 officers from your department ended up there on the scene, essentially working together to do whatever you thought was appropriate on the scene, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Jorgensen was the agent at that time, the case agent,
The
right?
initial officer, yes.
So he's sort of in charge, if you will.
Correct.
And then there was a Osborne, right?
Correct.
And then there was yourself.
Correct.
And you arrived first, even though it was Jorgensen's.
We arrived at the same time.
About at the same time?
I pulled up directly behind him as we.
And at this point, you've been 5 months out of training, right? You've been 5 months out of
FTO?
FTO.
No, I was a month out of FTO.
Oh, 1 month.
Yes.
5 months out as an officer.
Yes.
So you've been,
4 months on as an officer.
you've never responded to seeing anything like this in your police career at that point, right?
Not in my police career. No, sir. I was a CNA when I was younger. Worked in nursing homes, things like that.
I mean, in a law enforcement.
Not a law enforcement.
Because we're going to talk a few things, and I kind of want to actually give you an out right up front. You were new, right? So what I'd actually like to quickly do here is, let me set this up in a bit. You issue body-worn cameras, right?
Correct.
Body-worn cameras in your department are worn on the shoulder, and other than that, obviously, body-worn camera is to pick up whatever you can that you're looking and seeing at as you undertook this nearly an hour activity, correct?
Correct.
There's an absolute requirement of policies and procedures that you initiate your body camera under these circumstances, agreed?
Agreed.
So you did, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you turn off your body camera at the end of this activity. In other words, when you're going to leave the residence, is that when you decided it was,
Yes.
you could turn it off? You were also issued telephones, right?
Correct.
And those are telephones you could take evidence with, correct?
Correct.
For instance, photographs.
Yes.
We're going to get to all that in a minute because I know that you know what's coming. Then even though you followed your body cam policy, created an entire body cam that we could review and see exactly what you did, it got destroyed before this trial, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, and you didn't destroy it, right?
No.
What you did is you logged it, you uploaded it to something because that's what body cam footage is supposed to be done with, right?
Correct.
Now, when you uploaded the body cam video, it sounds like we've uncovered the fact that you uploaded it with the wrong tag. Is that right?
No, sir.
So when you uploaded it in the manner that you would expect to go into evidence to be used for a criminal case, right?
No, sir. At that time, it was a medical call.
Right, so I guess that's my point. When you uploaded this, regardless of whether it was a medical call, you're required to take that evidence. Can we agree body cam evidence is pretty important?
Yes, sir.
And that's why you have policies that require that you take it, you use it, you keep it on, and you preserve it, right?
Right.
And so what did you do to preserve it?
I uploaded it and tagged it as, according to my training, that it was a medical call. The patient was still alive and transported to the hospital. At that point, I had no idea if the investigation was going to go further or not. So.
Okay, that's what I'm getting to, and maybe it's my fault, but you tagged it as medical. And is it your understanding, or was it your understanding at the time, that made any difference in terms of it being preserved as evidence?
There's a specific time frame that our Axon keeps specific tags on record.
What is that?
I'm not sure on their policy as far as the timelines go. Again, I uploaded it and tagged it as to my training. It was a medical call, and that's what I tagged it as.
And you know that your police officer took this case into a police investigation, criminal investigation, within a day after you were at that room, right?
Actually, I believe that was my Friday, so I had 3 days off. I'm not 100% aware of what goes on with the case when it goes to investigations.
At any rate, Jorgensen was there and had a body cam, right?
Correct.
We still have his, right?
Correct.
Osborne was there and he had a body cam, correct?
Correct.
We still have his, right?
Correct.
And I'm not trying to beat you up on it, I'm just trying to help everybody understand and give you an out, actually, that you uploaded it in a way that it could have been preserved, but apparently tagged for something that Perch did at some point. And that's why you haven't been able to review it even yourself, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you did review, I mean, at least we have a couple other officers, and they were around in the same room, house, area, vicinity of you, that you were in, right?
Yes, we were all together.
So at least we have theirs, and in fact, didn't you review Jorgensen's
Yes,
body camera in preparation for today?
I did.
Since you didn't have your own review, try to say.
I also read the report from Detective Farney. She reviewed the body cam, so
Yeah, Barney got to see it before it got destroyed, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and I apologize, Detective Barney got to see it, I'm sorry. Okay, well, what I'd like to do is play a little bit of Jorgensen's. Because, did you know, I mean, were your responsibilities essentially mostly finished in this case after you left the room? Yes or no?
When I left the room, yes.
Then, so you're not aware, you were certainly never asked to take photographs of the scene, the room, and things like that, right?
Officer Jorgensen asked Officer Osborne to do that.
Okay, so that's enough. So Jorgensen did not ask you to take pictures of the scene.
Correct.
We're going to get to in a minute to the pictures. You were asked to take, I think you spoke a little bit about it maybe. Let's go there real quick. You were asked to take pictures of certain evidence, right?
No, I took one picture of the whole scene. It was after I had discovered who was in the room, so I had written it on my notepad, and the envelope I found in the blue box had the same name, so I took a picture of my notes and the envelope.
You only took one picture?
With my
Phone?
issued phone, yes.
I mean, since when did that got destroyed or can't be found either, right?
We were issued new phones. I did an upload of all my old material onto my new phone, and there was a few months of the Google photo drive that did not upload.
So the answer-
I was unaware that it did not upload, so yes.
The answer is yes. The photograph you took is also now not available for us, right?
Correct.
All right. You don't know this, I guess, but the only information we have about what this house looks like in the basement is a drawing that a witness unfortunately had to do on an iPad. I'm going to show some of Jorgensen's camera so the jury can see right down on the camera what the house looks like, what the basement looks like, what the hallway looks like. And I'm going to ask you to confirm that it's what you've seen too for foundation, unless there isn't any objection to playing.
I don't object to that.
Okay. And we're going to do it without the sound. Purpose of playing this is to show what you did and saw, and then we'll talk about what you heard and learned, okay? All right, let's set that up. I'm not seeking to mark this. I'm seeking to use this video as illustrative with this witness.
Can we mark it as illustrative for record purposes?
Which exhibit is it?
E? Got it. Thanks, Joseph.
That would be all.
That's F, thank you.
That's me. Let's get ready for that mistake all the way through. All right, F. Go ahead and play F. It looks like, but we don't have it as a clip. So I will make a record of the count number on the video for the exhibit F record reference. I'm going to play without volume. First of all, let's just start here. Does this, well, move this television. Does this look like Jorgensen heading down the stairs after going through the garage and heading down into the basement area?
Yes, sir.
And so this is the same thing we would have seen if they preserved your body camera.
Correct.
we pause it there? That's Mark, the owner of the house, walking past the front of Jorgensen's camera, right?
No, sir, that's Mark, the uncle of the owner of the house. I believe they're her grandparents.
All right, let's call him Mark the uncle. So that's Mark the uncle that you spoke to and got a lot of information from, right?
Yes,
Because, look, while we're on it, when you spoke to Mark, much of the time Jorgensen and Osborne, you were outside their presence, right?
yes,
Yeah, you were in this area speaking to Mark a lot at this hour, right? In this area that's on the screen, the downstairs den area.
I was back and forth to the room and out to the living room.
But that's the point is that everything Mark told you would have been preserved on a body camera we don't have now, right?
Correct, he was,
Okay, that's all. All right, go ahead. All right, we're walking down. You can see Mark's father there on the left with the red cap, right?
yes,
That's Newell, right?
yes,
Now you found, by the way, a whole bunch of Newell's prescription medication and opioids in that room eventually, right?
correct,
That was EMS. There goes Mark, right?
yes,
Here you are talking to him, right?
yes,
And of course, we don't know what he's telling you, at least not in the form of a recording. Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true. I'll take that back. This is Jorgensen's camera.
correct,
So we do know that this discussion that was happening because it's being caught on Jorgensen's camera, right?
correct,
Now, during this discussion, Mark is giving information about, he's already talked to Kylie, who has stated that she thinks Meggan was involved in poisoning her sister, right?
correct,
And Mark has already said, so we don't know if it's some suicide or assisted suicide or she murdering, and all of these theories and suspicions have been told now are being told to you by Mark, right?
yes,
All right. So I want to be clear that at this point in time, there's reason to believe it's not just medical, there might be police work to do, right?
it's third party, so essentially it's kind of hearsay.
Well, sure, you begin investigations on hearsay all the time, right?
Yes, I mean, detectives,
I'll back off the subject. Here's an EMT talking to you about what's going to have to happen. Mark needs to go move his truck because the ambulance, they're going to take him up that stairs he just pointed at, right?
yes,
You're off the picture. This is Jorgensen talking to Mark, right?
correct,
Remember that that's Mark looking to get a phone number?
yes,
At the time that you were there, a call to Kylie had happened, right?
correct,
So those Kylie's suspicions and Kylie's position was being made and you were privy to it, right?
correct.
By the way, that was that Meggan poisoned my sister, right?
I don't recall if she used those words.
Did you know at this time that you just talked about calling to leave the scene of medical? Did you know that they'd been ordered out and that they were going to call the police if Meggan and her father and her mother didn't go? You didn't know at that time that Kylie had said that to them?
I was not aware they were ordered out of the home.
And when owner of a home orders you out, you have to go, right?
You should,
Because will it be illegal? It'd be trespassing.
yes, you could be trespassed.
And that's more than just a trespassing in the park. That's a Class B misdemeanor trespass, isn't it?
Objection to the legal conclusion.
Is trespassing a crime?
Yes, it can be. Usually it's a warning for stealing the property.
I'm not asking you how you do it. Is trespassing a crime?
Yes,
Here we are now seeing, I'll make a quick record, 3:49 on the body camera time at the bottom left. Maybe I better make this record. I don't want help the jury understand. If we could, up in the upper right, there's a time count too, right? Upper right of the video. You guys have a time counter?
Yes,
And then-
time.
that's right. And then the bottom left is a time counter. It says 4:08 right now, for instance.
that's how long the body cam has been on.
Okay, so one is the measure of the length of the recording, right?
Correct.
And the other is supposed to be the date and time you're there.
Correct.
Now, sometimes those date and times aren't accurate, right?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. All right, here we go, Jorgensen walking back over to, and by the way, that's Newell's wife, Mark's mother, that is standing with Newell there in the red cap, right?
I believe so, yes.
Downstairs. Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
There's a way to use the 10-second forwarding. See, this one goes forward 30 and then back down. Why don't you skip forward 30? Like to get back downstairs. Message show the jury the downstairs portion. You can go another 30 if you want. Keep going 30 until we get Jorgensen back in the house. Arranging right here to have the truck move so the ambulance has someone to back into, right?
No, sir, I believe he was on the phone with the supervisor, sergeant on duty.
There you go. By the way, call the sergeant during all this, right?
Correct.
We're going to get to it, but there was a call to Detective Farn, right?
I'm unaware. I didn't make the call, so I'm unaware who or if she was
So you
called.
weren't in the room. Fair enough. Because I don't know what you did. I don't have your camera. There you are. Right?
Yes, sir. Keep him all the way clear.
This is when interesting situation where you get to see yourself rather than us getting to see what you did. Go another 30 and see if we're going down the hall. Keep doing that, I guess. Another. We might need to use Osborne's. Get back another 10 or so we can see more down the hall, maybe. Sorry, Marissa. All right, let's see what happens here. So we can see what I want to be able to see what this house looks like. Okay, now there's the hall down in the room at the end of which the patient is, right?
Correct.
We know is the deceased. So here's EMTs, 5 of them are in there, right?
I believe so.
That's Osborne on the left.
Yes.
And you guys really didn't go in that room. We can see the syringe there, right? On that
Yes, sir.
table with the light on it.
Yes, sir.
Get a little bit of the room. You guys don't go in there because you don't want to interfere with the EMT work, right?
Correct.
By the way, the EMTs never asked or any question to you about a DNR.
Correct. Generally,
That's all I have is that we're going to move quicker. Back out to the den. All right, let's see if we can forward even dragging, if you'd like, Marissa, to once the EMTs leave. I have my timestamp transcript too. Now they're leaving, that's a box. The EMTs asked you guys to carry some stuff up for them, right?
yes, we generally help them carry.
So you did. Yeah, now you're going in the room, right?
That's Officer Jorgensen. I'm actually, at this point, I was upstairs making sure that walkway was clear for him to carry her out.
I told you were going to need to keep correcting me. There you are.
Yes.
So you're seeing there's the syringe. You're certainly able to view this room, and it looks like this on the camera, right?
Yes.
Same thing we would have seen if we had seen your body camera. There's the closet, by the way. What was in that? Oh, strike that. You mentioned drink. There's one up there by the TV.
Yes, sir.
That's the bag you put in the syringe in, right?
To her phone, I believe.
Oh, that's your phone. You gave that phone back to Mark, right?
I believe Officer Jorgensen did.
There's some clothes. You understood those to be clothes that Kacee Terry had been wearing, right?
Yes, they were cut off her body.
And then it was basically sweats, right?
I believe it was like a tank top.
That green one.
Yes.
But over that, she was wearing sweats. You don't know.
Yeah, I can't recall.
And then, go ahead. Now you said what you ended up finding was a massive amount of prescription pain pills, oxycodone, right?
Officer Jorgensen, Officer Osborne discovered those. Yes.
I mean, the three of you, knew it, right?
Yes, I was.
You were in that room when they were finding them in the drawers, finding them in the closet, finding dozens of pain pill bottles, right?
Correct.
And it became clear in your investigation, the three of you there, they even had Noodle's name on them, right?
Correct.
Many of them for opioids, right?
Correct.
I mean, when you told Mark about all these drug containers that you found in Casee's room, he was surprised, wasn't he? He acted surprised. He can't say whether he's surprised. He acted that.
I recall him saying that she was suffering from some ailments and that she was taking care of mules medications. So,
Taking care of them, all right. Having them in a room and empty bottles. Those bottles were empty, right?
the majority of them were empty.
You remember Osborne saying he thought he had about 1,000 missing oxycodone pills?
Yes.
Osborne's looking in the closet now, right?
Yes.
I don't know exactly when the turquoise box starts. Sorry. You mentioned this turquoise box, right?
In the closet?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to get to that subject because that's what we were talking about. You looked through there, right?
I skimmed through it, yes.
You just skimmed through it in fairness, right? You didn't. You're just arriving. You're told maybe something might be in there of some importance. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So it was. I think you said Jorgensen asked you to do that.
Yes, it was.
We're going to get to seeing you do it. By the way, now you're seeing the pain pill bottles that were pulled from that drawer, right?
It wasn't just pain pills, but yes.
I'm sorry, medication. Fair enough. There were some other kinds of medications.
Yes.
Right? That's Osborne moving a treadmill, so that was blocking access to this particular closet at the time, right?
Correct.
You could not open those closet doors without moving that treadmill device. Agreed?
Osborne could not, yes.
Well, anybody could. They'd have to move it, right?
Yes.
Is Osborne going through the closet, right?
Yes.
Let's do that. You can go back there. Is it still? Okay, here we have you reaching up. In a second, we're going to see more fully, but that's the turquoise box, right?
Yes.
Now you're reaching up, pulling it out. By the way, pulling it out. You're wearing gloves for reasons that include all the fingerprints, right?
Yes.
Certainly, even at that point, and as you sit here now, you realize the smooth surface like a box would be a good place to try to get fingerprints from. Might be.
Well, there were a lot of, like you said, empty narcotics, and so,
All kinds of stuff.
yeah, I don't want to get,
But on that, oh, yeah, now you're talking about the gloves. It was actually Osborne that said, hey, when you picked up that needle, he said, hey, you should go wash your hands.
it was her phone that I grabbed.
Phone.
Yes.
And then you wash your hands, put those gloves on.
Mhm.
Here you are opening it. Pause. This is you looking through the box. Can you go back 10? Did you know, or have you learned, that Meggan Sundwall had been told by Kacee that there were things for her in this box?
Objection, that's hearsay on a whole different level.
I can ask him if he knows. It's not going for the truth of the matter, sir. It's going for the involvement of the officer. Overruled. At this time, you didn't know, but as you're investigating, you're talking, I'm just asking if you learned that there was a claim that there were things for Meggan in the box. Can you just ask that?
There were a lot of excited utterances going on as far as her name and things, but nothing specifically about that box.
I mean, we're going to
It
get
was correlated about Meggan. To me.
I interrupted you, I'm sorry. Okay, let's play it. So, we can see in that box, there's now that's not you looking in there. That manila folder, that's not you looking in it, right?
No, that's Officer Jordan.
As of this day, you don't know what was in that manila folder, right?
Correct.
You're, looks like personally going through some things, looking at things, poking in, you didn't pull, gonna get to the letter. You're pulling out some documents. Now, of course, at this time, I mean, you don't really have any specific consent to search those items, right?
Her Uncle Mark gave us consent to look in the box for a DNR, just for patient care. So
Matter of fact, okay, in fairness, that Uncle Mark had told you could do anything you wanted in the house and look anywhere and search, right?
to me specifically, he said I could look in the box for a DNR.
But you knew that he had given consent to the three of you to do what you needed to do and look where you needed to look. Is that fair? In that house?
To me, specifically with the box. And then I went off of the initial officer, what he directed as well, so.
Yeah. All right, so you've got some manila envelopes, you stick them back in there, going through, looking at papers, so that's obviously Jorgensen standing there recording it, so he's looking at them too. Thumbing through some letters, it appears to, notes, maybe cards, is that what you saw in there?
Yes, there was a lot of miscellaneous papers, so we were looking for a specific medical document.
All right, that's all you were looking for?
Yes.
All right. There's a folder with some papers. You didn't pull those out of the blue folder, right?
I believe it was empty.
Can you get back 10 seconds? I think we probably didn't get back all the way to it, did we? A couple 10 minutes back, and that's right, we put the folder back. There it is. No, blue folder. But there's white on the inside, you're saying there was nothing in there?
I don't recall.
Okay, fair enough.
It's
It's been a while.
correct, as quickly as I opened and closed it, I would assume that it's because it was empty. Or there was just one paper in there that it wasn't a DNR.
You didn't go through everything in here, in fairness. You didn't go through to see really what was going on. You were looking for DNR.
Correct, I was skimming through for a DNR.
And so you don't know what else might have been in there, way of letters, who they might be to, or anything like that, right?
Correct.
But something came to light. Can we get to it? You said a letter envelope, let's put it that way. You don't know what was in it, correct? But it said Meggan Sundwall on it, right?
I don't recall the name, but it had just this one name on it.
I think that you already testified that it was the fact that it did say it was Meggan Sundwall, and that caused you to say you want me to run this name because you recognize it as a name that Kylie had already given.
Correct, it matched my notes that I talked to Kylie. Yeah.
Just establish, is that it right down there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So there's the letter, a letter that says Meggan, an envelope that says Meggan Sundwall on it. You check, you find out that's a name of interest, right?
It was the name of the person that was in the room with her while that event was going on.
So it was interesting.
Correct.
So it was a name of interest, right?
Correct.
All right. So you actually asked Jorgensen if he wanted you to run this name through databases, right?
Correct.
No, you said no, right?
I don't recall.
You never did it?
Yeah.
And you don't know what was in that envelope, do you?
I don't.
Again, do you recall that, I think you already said, during this time, calls were made to your sergeant, right?
Officer Jorgensen, yes, was in contact with Sergeant.
And a call made to Detective Farney.
I'm unaware of the call to Detective Farney or if she was called at that time.
You weren't in the room?
I wasn't privy to that, no.
He's still of the port syringe. What do you want to show the leading? Let's go to the very end. When you walked out with Jorgensen, right?
Correct.
The last thing that you ever said to Mark and whoever else was present who could hear is, don't let anyone go in that room, right?
Correct.
Lastly, I just want to show you a still photo, off of a body camera. Switch media. Gotta go to switch on. Exhibitions. Do you recall? This shouldn't be published yet. Thank you. See this? You recall standing there? We saw Osborne going through, and Jorgensen to a certain extent, the left-hand closet where it was blocked by the treadmill, right?
Yes.
You recall that this is the closet that is depicted here on what I'm going to call defendant's G.
From that picture?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Do you recall seeing that?
That's a close-up picture of medication. I can't definitively say that was the closet just by that still picture.
There's something in front of it, right? There's a syringe. Is that right?
Yes, there's a syringe on the shelf.
Did you ever collect that syringe as evidence?
I never saw that syringe.
Do you know what that is in time on the video? Look at Detective Farney. Thank you, that's all I have. Any regret?
Sue would move to admit that in Defense Exhibit F,
The video.
the video.
The entire Jorgensen video? That's what they're asking. Can we discuss it at a later time? We can. Thank you. And I guess I'm asking you to reserve.
Officer, just a few questions. As part of your training with Post and through the academy, was writing reports addressed?
Yes.
What are your instructions with regard to writing reports?
Basically, it's who, what, where, why, when, type of situation.
Is it important to note down what you noted about any particular scene?
Yes.
In that video, we saw you holding a little small notebook. What is the purpose of that notebook?
It was just to take name and phone number down, or just to name any notes that can go to later.
All right, and did you write a report in this particular case?
I did.
Did that accurately reflect your recollection of your conversations and what you did and what you saw?
I wrote a general report for a medical call because I didn't know, it was a lot of hearsay, like a third party. So I didn't know, at that point, I wasn't aware of how far this investigation would go.
Well, let me clean up the question then. Did you write a report that reflected what struck you as being relevant at the time?
Yes.
What did Mark tell you that evening?
Mark told me that he had seen Kacee that morning, that she was in great spirits. He had talked to her in the kitchen area. Everything seemed very normal and fine. Then he went off to do some things, and Kacee had a friend come over. Well, at that time, he was unaware who the friend was. And then the friend was with her all day, from I think he said about 9 in the morning until 15 minutes before we arrived on scene.
And that friend was no longer there when you arrived?
Correct.
All right, did he tell you the name of the friend?
I believe he said it was Meggan, because he got her name later on.
All right. And in that video, I think Mr. Williams identified them, that there was an older gentleman in a red hat. Who was that person?
That was Kacee's grandfather, Blue,
And that's the homeowner?
the homeowner,
And with him, and part of it was an older woman. Who was that?
the grandmother.
Okay. Also the homeowner?
I believe so.
Okay, and then Mark was also in that video, obviously.
Yes.
At one point, I noticed Officer Jorgensen held up his phone and it said 2128 on it, which translated to people who aren't military or police to 928.
Correct.
Does that sound right as far as the timing of this whole incident?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Williams asked you about wearing gloves as you were searching that closet, and he mentioned that that is to avoid leaving fingerprints.
That's what he said, yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Did the EMTs also wear gloves?
Yes, they come in wearing gloves.
And in your experience with law enforcement, who else wears gloves typically when interacting with patients?
Any medical personnel.
You were on that video, obviously looking through that box. What specifically were you looking for?
Mark instructed that if Kacee did have a DNR, it would more than likely be in that box. That was where her important papers were to Kacee.
Okay. And you did not find a DNR?
No, ma'am.
Did you find a DNR anywhere in the room?
No, ma'am.
And in that video, it panned around a few times. Did you note any basket or box of snacks, treats, goodies?
I did not see them.
In that last photo, could you put that back up, please? The last photo that you used, Exhibit G. Okay, that plastic item on the shelf in front of the bottles, Mr. Williams referred to that as a syringe. Is that consistent with your recollection of what he just said?
Yes.
In your mind, is that a syringe?
I would say that's a plunging type device. I wouldn't call it a syringe. Usually, in my experience or my brain, I attribute a syringe usually with a needle under it.
Okay, and does this one have a needle?
No.
Did it look like the diabetic syringe you saw on the floor? I'm sorry, the syringe you saw on the floor that the EMTs moved to the table?
No, ma'am. It looks more like a cough medicine type suction device.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
Just real quick with that. When you were there, you knew that Kacee Terry, person they were treating, had a port, didn't you?
I observed a port, yes, on her chest.
And you don't need a needle when you use a syringe to inject something in a port, do you? You know?
I'm unaware. I'm not familiar with ports really.
So you're not aware of whether this syringe can be used to inject fluid into a port.
I'm unaware of that, yeah.
I forgot a little bit, one more thing on the blue box. After the blue box was looked through by you, it was placed by Osborne on the floor in front of the closet, right?
I'm not sure who placed it, Osborne or Jorgensen, but one of them placed it there, yes.
And when you left the room, the blue turquoise box, when you left, was on the floor in front of the closet area. Can we agree with that?
Yes.
Left foot.
Thomas, anything else?
No, thank you, Judge. Can we excuse this witness?
No, Judge.
Thanks for being here, officer. You can sit down.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Yes, the state calls Justin Seitzing.
Please come forward, sir. You're the clerk, and we'll get you sworn in.
You just solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Have a seat. Thank you for being here. Can you keep that mic in front of you at all times?
You bet.
Really helps out. Something.
If you could state your name and spell your last for the record.
Justin Seitsinger, Seitzinger.
Where are you currently employed?
I work for the Utah County Attorney's Office Bureau of Investigations,
What's your title? What's your current title at that office?
Special Agent.
How long has that been your title?
Recent, maybe a couple months.
What was your title before that?
Sergeant.
Do you have a particular role inside of that office?
I do. I conduct the forensic examinations of digital evidence.
And how long has that been your role in the office?
In the office, I guess, just over 8 years.
Did you have that role at in another agency or job before that?
Yes.
Where?
The city of Rome.
How long was that?
I was 3 years approximately, maybe 4 years.
Anything before that as a,
I was a digital examiner. I was a regular police officer before that, and a detective.
okay, I want to go through your training and experience. We'll start with just your police officer training. Briefly describe that for us.
So I attend the academy like every officer does to become a certified officer in the state of Utah. I've went through all the necessary trainings I need to do my job well and effectively. I've been through myriads of trainings from homicide school to forensic courses, multiple certification courses to become certified in the tools and skills that I have.
How long were you before we get into the forensic aspects of your job, how long were you just a police officer?
I was a patrolman. I've been a police officer for almost 20 years now. I began as a patrolman, then I went up to become an investigator, and then I went back from investigations to patrol as a corporal, and then I went from corporal to the Utah County Attorney's Office as a sergeant, and then eventually special agent.
I want to talk about the forensic aspect of your current job and previous jobs. When did you, I guess, would you say that that's a specialty?
Yes.
When did that become your specialty?
It began when I was at one.
How many years ago was that again?
About 12.
All right, and what does that encompass?
So digital forensics, what we do is we conduct forensic examinations of cell phones, laptop computers, regular desktop computers, thumb drives, drones, anything that contains storage, digital storage.
You mentioned a few trainings, I think, that went toward forensics. How do you keep apprised of updates in technology and how to go about analyzing forensics appropriately?
We continually study. We're always going to school and classes. I've never stopped studying since I became a forensic examiner. We go to certification courses for the specific tools that we use. They're very thorough trainings. I'm a Cellbrite certified operator, a Cellbrite certified physical analyst. I've been through their cert repair, which is repair of cell phones and digital evidence that we can extract out if something's been damaged or placed in water or tried to be destroyed. I'm also a certified in chip-off forensics, which allows you to remove the physical memory chip from the phone and extract it directly. I've been through the mobile examiner course through Homeland Security. I've been through their program. I've been through the Secret Services mobile forensics device examiner. I just completed that last year. Went to the FBI Cyber Academy, which is extensive training on cyber, and many other trainings, about 58 or so total.
Do you keep updated on any requirements needed to keep your certifications current?
Every 2 years, we have to retest on our certifications to prove that we still have the skills and ability to be an examiner.
You mentioned the word Cellbrite earlier, and I'm going to get back to that in a second. But first, I want to talk about your role. You said you work at the Utah County Attorney's Office Investigation Bureau. Is that accurate?
Correct.
That's the same office as prosecutors, Utah County Attorney's Office, at least, correct?
Yes.
What's the difference? Or I guess, is there a delineation between the two offices and their roles?
There are. The prosecutors have their own offices, and we're a small, I guess you would call us a police department. We're an investigations bureau, so we have investigators that have been seasoned in police work, and we've been selected to be able to work there. And so we do our investigations, and that could include public corruption. It could include police officers that have been involved in shootings to help assist the county attorney with the investigation on those types of things. And we do anything that is asked of us by the county attorney.
Does that mean that you come to any particular conclusions that, I guess, do prosecutors ask you to come to certain conclusions about your investigations?
They'll ask our opinion, but generally speaking, we just present facts. We present them with the information they need to have the ability to make decisions, and sometimes they'll ask us certain things.
Are you aware if prosecutors in that office even have direct access to your part of the facility?
Most do not. Kind of our own locked-down police department, if you will.
If evidence that you're seeing as part of your investigation, if a prosecutor doesn't, I guess, agree with it, or it doesn't seem to favor the prosecutor's case, do you change your opinion to match the prosecutors, or do you follow the evidence?
We follow the evidence.
All right, I want to get back to what you mentioned, Cellbrite. I believe you said that you were certified in that. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is a forensic tool that can be either installed on a desktop computer, it can be installed, and it also has its own self-contained hardware system that you can take into the field and do examinations in the field if you need to. What it does is it forensically extracts the data from a cell phone, tablet, or a drone, or anything that's mobile. And then it also has another software that decodes that information when it's obtained from the cell phone and raw data. It will decode that information so it's readable for us to be able to look at.
Is Cellbrite your preferred tool?
For mobile devices, yes, it is.
Are there other such programs that do similar things?
Yes, I also like Meggan. It's also a great tool.
So you use others, not just Cellbrite?
Correct.
Are you certified in others?
Yeah.
Is Cellbrite a common tool used by law enforcement investigations?
It's worldwide, yet used by law enforcement professionals, also the private sector.
In your training experience with Cellbrite, is it reliable?
It is reliable.
If you're able to say, and you can give me a ballpark, approximately how many phones have you extracted in your career?
A lot. I honestly don't want to give you a specific number because I never kept count of them. I did a lot of phones in my career.
Thousands?
Likely.
What is a forensic extraction?
It is to preserve the evidence in the most sound manner that it can be and extract that data so there's minimal of any alteration to the data. Cell phones are a little tricky because of their security systems. There has to be some manual input given to the operating system. It does not affect user data, but it will affect changes to the operating system. And I liken that change, like say you have a snowstorm, you have a homicide that occurs, and there's snow all the way up to it, to where the knife is located up, let's say, a homicide. You have to walk in there, so you leave your footprints on the way, so you add some evidence of your own to that scene. But you have to do it because it's necessary to recover the knife and the evidence that was used in the homicide. And so I look at it, put in context with that. It is necessary because of the great security that phones have for us to make some alterations to the operating system to be able to communicate with the phone and to be able to obtain information.
So I guess what alterations, are you able to discern what alterations you yourself make as user, an example, the footprint leading up to the weapon that you're collecting in this hypothetical? Are you able to see if this is the footprints of a forensic examiner, or this is something that was done on the phone beforehand?
Yes.
How is a forensic extraction different from just scrolling through somebody's phone?
Scrolling through a phone manually can make changes to the phone, and that's not something we want to do. We want to preserve it in the most pristine condition that it's in. We don't want to alter user data, and that would certainly alter user data.
Are there some limitations, that there are different types of cell phones, Apple, Android, et cetera. Are there limitations that certain phone, I don't know, what do you call it, software, hardware, presents you when you're doing a forensic extraction?
Yes, they're continually changing and they're continually challenging.
Is one phone type more challenging than another? I guess that varies.
Apple can be a little more painful sometimes.
And why is that?
They're always changing their software to lock us out, specifically lock us out of being able to do what we do.
Nevertheless, are you still able to extract information from Apple phones?
Yes.
How do you ensure that data is not altered during the extraction, other than, like your example, the observable footprints of the forensic examiner?
We make minimal adjustments. We'll place the phone in a Faraday box. That just means that it cuts off all communication to and from the cell phone, so alterations can't be inputted from an outside source. We place the cell phone in airplane mode, so it's not communicating beyond the data that we have been given the phone, so additional data isn't being added to the phone. Also, so it can be remotely wiped by individuals trying to destroy evidence. So there are things that we input, like say airplane mode, we'll often turn that on. We'll remove it from the network. We don't want the potential of it to be wiped remotely.
Do you know what case we're here on today?
What's that?
Do you know what case we're here on today?
Yes.
Fair to say this case involves Kacee Terry's phone to some extent?
Yes.
And Meggan Sundwall's phone?
Yes.
Do you recall when you were first, enlisted to assist on this case?
I believe it was August 15th, 2024, but it may have been a day before that. I think our chief had been starting to discuss it with us maybe the day before, but we got actively involved on August 15th.
Did you come into possession of Kacee's phone?
I did.
Do you know how you obtained that phone? I guess the legal mechanism?
Yes, the investigator on the case and Sergeant Hales, they provided it to me along with the search warrant for the cell phone.
Did you extract that phone?
I did.
Did you follow standard forensic procedures to do that?
Yes.
Were you able to verify the integrity of the extracted data?
Yes.
Did you also extract Meggan Sundwall's phone?
Yes.
Well, first, let me go back. What type of phone did Kacee Terry have, if you remember?
An iPhone 12.
Going back to Meggan's phone, what kind of phone was Meggan's?
It was an iPhone 13 Pro Max, as I recall.
How did you obtain Meggan's phone to extract?
I did Megan's phone on 2 occasions. Megan provided consent for us to be able to do a limited search of her phone. And I believe that was 8/19 of 2024. And so I responded to her home and picked up the cell phone, brought it back to our lab, and then I extracted the data there. We were limited in our capabilities at that time because iOS had just done a new update. And so we were only able to obtain a logical extraction, which is limited on scope of data.
What's a logical extraction?
And basically, it's how the phone interfaces with an API. So an application programming interface is what that is called. And so basically, it's given permission to obtain certain data, but it's only given permission, generally speaking, for native applications. So third-party applications, you wouldn't see that. You would be interacting with the applications installed by the phone's operating system, and that has granted API access.
You said that you did a second search on her phone. Do you recall when that was?
I do. It was, I believe it was 9/19 of 2024. I might need to verify. No, maybe it was 9/9. I might need to verify that. Can I refresh my report?
Do you have your report in
I
front of you? If that would help refresh your recollection, just read it to yourself and then look up when you're done.
Okay, so 9/9 of 2024.
And with that second extraction, were you able to get a more full picture?
I was able to get a full file system extraction.
I'm going to show you, it'll pop up on your screen, what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 14. Sometimes it kind of glitches a few times before it warms up. I guess I don't need to tell you much about technology.
Okay,
You see that?
I do.
What is this?
That is a consent to search form. Basically, it gives us written authorization from the owner of the device to be able to extract information.
And who signed that form?
Meggan Sundwall.
Statements to admit Exhibit 14?
Mr. Williams,
No objection.
will receive states 14, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned that she gave limited consent. What was that limited to?
All communication that occurred between her and Kacee Terry.
Could that be across different apps
Yes, yes, it could.
and certainly text messages?
Yes.
Keeping in mind the limitations that you had there, did you perform the same forensic extraction process on her phone for that material?
Yes.
Was the integrity of that data also verified?
Yes.
This might seem an obvious question, but when 2 people exchange a text message, are those messages stored independently on each phone?
Yes, there.
I'm sorry, we can take that exhibit down. If one person deletes a message on their phone, does it delete it from the other person's phone with whom they're communicating?
No.
Was Megan's phone set to automatically delete messages?
It was not.
Over approximately what time period did Meggan and Kacee exchange text messages?
So I believe they began in 2019 up until August of 2024.
If you can recall approximately how many messages were exchanged between the two of them during that time?
28,000 is what I recall.
Did you compare the message threads between the two phones?
I did.
When you compared them, did you find anything of note to you?
I did. I found that Meggan Sundwall's phone had 1,618 less messages than Kacee's phone did.
Did you look into why that might be?
I did.
What did you discover?
They were deleted.
I'll get back to that in a second, but well, you said 618 total.
Yes.
Did you, I guess, narrow a time frame that you looked at more directly?
Yes.
What time frame was that?
I believe it was in July of that year up until the current date.
Okay, and from July of 2024 up until August, I guess fair to say the last messages on Kacee's phone were August 12th?
Yes.
So from July of 2024 to August 12th of 2024, how many messages were deleted from Meggan's phone?
So I don't know if I want to say it's around 200 and something, but I don't know the exact number.
Okay, but in the 200s?
Mhm.
Why did you select that time frame?
So I was asked to.
Who asked you to do that?
Sergeant Hales did.
Were those items, those messages missing from Meggan's phone random?
No, I don't believe so.
Why? What makes you say that?
Well, they're text messages that talk about suicide. They talk about insulin. They talk about assisting in that process of suicide.
Any that talk about life insurance?
Yes.
Those were some of the ones that were deleted as well?
I don't deleted it specifically. I can't recall if those life insurance ones were deleted because I think they were more of, yes, I believe they were. Let me double check that if I could.
If that would help refresh your recollection.
It would. It appears I've only brought the submission of requests for life insurance. I haven't brought the text messages with me.
Okay, so you don't recall off the top of your head right now?
I wouldn't say they were deleted, but I would want to be sure.
Okay, so you're not quite sure on the life insurance, but other messages related to insulin and suicide were the categories?
Correct.
Were more routine everyday conversations still present on Meggan's phone?
They were.
So the deletion was not a complete wiping of certain conversations?
No.
Did it appear selective to you?
It did.
Absent manual deletion, is there any technological reason those messages would not be on the device?
Not that I can think of.
Is there a way to recover deleted messages on iPhones, or I guess how did you, sorry, this is a confusing question. Were you able to recover those deleted messages from Meggan's phone solely?
Not solely. They were effectively removed from the phone, or at least our access to them. So when a cell phone is deleted, it will go into a temporary storage folder. Maybe you guys, if you have iPhones, you'll understand what it's saying. So when you delete it, you'll have a category that says recent deleted under your menu. If you delete from there as well, it removes the primary encryption key, and our tools cannot access it once that's been done.
Excuse me, is that one of the, I guess, limitations of Apple phones?
Yes.
So to determine what messages were deleted on Meggan's, how did you do that?
Just manually. And you can see some that have been deleted, some we did recover partial of. Like on one conversation, it showed that she removed a heart on 8/17 from a message that was present on Kacee's phone. So you can see just remnants of things that have been deleted.
And we'll get to that heart message in a second, but it sounds like you had to compare it at least to Kacee's phone to see what was present on Kacee's versus what was not, no longer present on Meggan's.
That's correct.
In addition to text messages, can a forensic extraction recover internet search history?
It can.
When someone types a search into their phone's browser, does that create a record?
It does.
Is that information timestamped?
Yes.
Are you able to determine the date and time a search was performed?
Yes.
Other than search history, if somebody is just kind of, I don't know, surfing the internet, is that something that's recorded?
It does. It records the URLs that they're visiting the sites that they're at.
Is that something that you're able to extract?
Yes.
Were you authorized by either warrant or permission to access the search or surfing history from both Kacee and Meggan's phone?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
I want to start with Kacee's search history, and we'll just go from August 11th and August 12th of 2024. Did you identify searches you performed those days?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 17. Let me know when you see that.
You see?
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
That's a search history from, this one's from Kacee's phone.
And if we scroll down all the way to the bottom, you see the time frames that we're looking at here?
I do.
And what are those?
8/11 to 8/12.
Is this a document that you created based on your extraction of Kacee's phone?
Appears to be yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 17.
Mr. Williams,
Foundation, whatever it is,
you may.
special agent site singer. You saw that title, right?
I did, yeah, sounds weird to me
I've been
too.
working with that, so, let me just ask you this, is this the entire search history of Kacee Terry during the dates on Exhibit 17?
It likely is, yes.
Everything that she did in the way of a search history?
From those sources, yes. It looks like that has TikTok, Chrome, yes.
No objection.
The court will receive states 17, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. All right, there aren't too many of these, so I'll go through them with you up at the top. So we see different categories. This timestamp, source is the next one. Kind of briefly explain what that identifies for you.
Are you starting with the first one?
Yes.
Okay, so it just says it was Lululemon launch, and it was search history, is what it's saying.
So the source I see TikTok is, I don't personally have TikTok. Is that something that you can manually type in a search for things you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And then it looks like that happened on August 11th at 10 a.m. We see UTC-6. What does that mean?
So in our time zone, that's what we would reference. So UTC would be where the world generally starts from, right? So then we are 6 hours behind that timestamp.
So is 10 a.m., is that correct for Utah time?
That'd be our time zone, yes.
If we can scroll down to number 2, what is she looking for there?
Standard lunchbox,
And what time and date is that?
August 11th, 2024 at 10:18 a.m. 04 seconds.
If you scroll down to number 3, what is she looking for there?
Voodoo Donuts,
And what's the date and time?
8/11/2024 at 12:27 and 19 seconds.
Number 4, what is she looking for there?
She searched, is it okay to give yourself a shot with just sailing in it?
And the time, sorry, say the date and the time on that one.
That is 8/11/2024 at 9:48 and 13 seconds.
The next couple, number 5 and 6, and I think once we get to the other page, they'll be similar. They all happen at similar times, 9:48.
Yes, approximately.
Is that fair? Number 5, what does she search there?
Is it okay to give yourself a shot with just sailing in it?
What does she search for? Number 6.
Is it okay to give yourself a shot with just sailing in it?
If we go down to number 7, what does she search for there?
Is it okay to give yourself a shot with saline solution?
And what's the time that she searched for that?
9:49 and 40 seconds.
Fair to say she may have been, there's maybe a typo about saline, and then she ends up correcting it to saline.
Appears to me.
Number 8 and 9 are similar. What does she search for there?
Is it okay to give yourself a shot? Is it okay to give yourself a shot with saline solution? And then number 10 is Lehigh's and Sours.
And what time does the number 10 occur?
1:26 and 8 seconds.
Of what day?
8/12/2024.
And according to your forensic extraction, is that the last searches that she did?
Correct.
All right, I want to go to Meggan's phone. And here I want to, what we looked at just barely in exhibit, sorry, was it 17? I think you made this distinction before that there's a difference between typing in a search in a web browser and then just kind of surfing the internet, right?
Yes, there's a difference.
How does surfing the internet appear, I guess without getting too technical for the jury, how does surfing the internet appear differently in an extraction versus like Googling something or searching for something in a browser?
So in a search, you'll see a value entered of what you searched. In just web browsing, you're going to see URLs. You're going to see where they're going to, what sites they're visiting, what they're looking at.
All right, did you do the same, did you look at both affirmative searches and then also internet surfing for Meggan's phone?
Yes.
And I want to focus a little bit broader here on Meggan's phone. Let's look through August 11th through the 13th. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Let me know when you see that.
I can see.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
That is web history for, I believe this is Meggan's phone.
And when you say web history, is that surfing the internet or is that searches?
It will include some searches, but primarily surfing the internet.
Is this a document you created based on your forensic extraction?
Yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 15?
Mr. Williams,
Oh, no objection.
court receives states 15, wish to publish.
Yes. And this has many pages. I won't take you through all of them, but I'll focus on a few. Let's start at the top. So these columns are a little bit different than what we just looked at with Kacee's phone. What do we see here? generally?
So beginning from the left, you'll have the number, and then you'll have the title, caller, search, Google search. You'll have the URL that was navigated to. You'll have last visited time, and you'll have the source of what was used.
So for instance, here we see Chrome.
Yes.
And in number 1, what does it look like she's searching for?
It says and caller.
Okay. I'm going to take you through, like I said, there's many pages. We won't go through all of them with you, but the jury will have the ability to look through those.
Okay.
I want to take you down to number 63. First of all, I want to start with the date and time that this was looked at. Do you see number 63?
I do.
What's the date and time that this was looked at?
August 11th, 2024 at 6:22 and 10 seconds p.m.
And what is being looked at?
Allegiant cheap flights, airline tickets, vacay.
Go down to 64. That's similar.
Yes.
All right, we'll go down to 74. What's the date and time of 74?
August 11th, 2024 at 7:19:08 seconds p.m.
And what is she looking for there?
All jewelry from Brian Anthony's.
I'll take you down to number 78. What's the date and time that she's looking at this?
August 11th, 2024 at 9:42 p.m. and 44 seconds.
And what is she looking at?
Antigua Bay, Anna Marie, Florida, or FL, annamarie.co.com.
All right, I'll show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 16. Let me know when you see that.
I can see,
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is searched items. This is from Meggan Sundwall's phone.
So different from surfing the internet, these are things that she would have actually typed in to search.
Typed or used a vocal search, voice search.
Is this a document that you created based on your extraction?
Yes.
State moves to admit Exhibit 16?
Mr. Williams,
No objection.
court receives state 16, wish to publish.
Yes. And we'll start again, this is multiple pages, I won't go through all of them with you, but we'll start at the, that's right, oh, there we go. I'll start at the top. Similar to the one we saw in Exhibit 15 was number 1, indicate.
If the value is and caller, the date is August 11th, 2024 at 1:52 and 29 seconds p.m. The source is Chrome.
Let's scroll down a few pages. Sorry, let me stop you at number 8. What is being searched here?
Domino's,
And what's the time and date of that?
August 12th, 2024 at 1:09 and 51 seconds p.m.
I'll scroll you down further. I'll stop you at number 13. What was Meggan searching then?
Freestyle White, how low can it go?
And what's the date and time of that?
August 12th, 2024 at 4:23 and 23 seconds p.m.
Scroll down a few more. We'll stop at 13 and 14. Tell us what she's searching then.
Freestyle White, how low can it go? On August 12th, 2024 at 4:23 and 23 seconds p.m.
And number 14, it looks like the same, even the same exact time. Why does that show up twice? If you know.
I would want to look, let me see here. Let's see things here real quick. I would need to look closer enough to give you the defense here.
Okay, we'll scroll down to, let's look at 15 and 16. So 15 seems similar.
Yes.
Style light, how low can it go? And here the time is slightly different, 8/12/2024, 4/23, and 39. We'll go down to 16. Or sorry, this is 15, Bren 1. What does that mean?
It could be a duplicate. It can recover data from 2 different locations and it can give you a duplicate. And it's just saying, hey, this is a duplicate.
Okay, I'll scroll you down further. Keep going. And then I'll stop on 19. What's the date and time of this search of Meggan's?
August 12th, 2024 at 4:25 and 48 seconds p.m.
And what is she searching for?
Freestyle White, how low can it read?
All right, and I'll stop you there. We can take down the exhibit. The jury will be able to look through that in their deliberations. Are you aware what freestyle light is?
Hang on.
What is that?
It is a glucose meter that checks your blood sugar levels.
All right, before you mentioned something about a message with a heart and how you determined when, in your opinion, in your professional opinion, things were deleted. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40. Do you recognize this? Sorry, Chelsea, if you could scroll down.
Yes,
And what is this?
this is text communication.
And this is part of something that you extracted from
Yes, it would have been.
statements to admit Exhibit 40.
Yeah, and I just made a connection with subject we asked for. No objection.
Court received States 40, which was published.
Yes. So here, what do we see in the green? I guess, is this the format that the text messages come in when they're extracted from using Cellbrite?
No,
How do we get this formatting?
it mimics your phone. It gives you a conversation view like you would see on your phone. It's more pleasant to look at than the raw data and the columns or rows.
So the conversion into something that's more pleasant to look at, is that something that you do or that Cellbrite does?
Cellbrite does it, but I put the input in to make it do it.
What do we see in the green bubble here?
A message from Kacee to Meggan Sundwall.
And it says, and fairness, we don't have the full context, right? We only have 2 messages here.
Yes.
But in part, she says, like I said, if anything happens, I wrote that sign in case they change nurses and I'm out of it. So if you don't hear from me, you will hear from someone. Maybe even Matt Steller, he has your number and knows that you're my person to call. What's the date on that message?
The date is 4/5 of 2024 at 12:58 and 38 seconds p.m.
What's the blue message we see below that?
That one is from Meggan.
And it says, loved, and then it starts to quote the message that I just read. Is that fair?
Yes.
What does that loved mean?
So when you click on a message that somebody sent you like and you want to add an emoji to it, it brings that.
So in this format, it won't just show the heart or the thumbs up or whatever emoji. It actually makes it look like there's, it puts it there like it's an additional message.
It would attach a heart to it, yes, so data would be logged about it.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 41. You can scroll down a bit. Let me know when you see that.
You can see it.
Do you recognize this?
Thank you.
What is this?
That is when it was removed on Megan's phone, the heart was removed from that message.
All right. So this is part of the extraction that you performed. Is
Yes.
that fair?
Yes.
Statements to admit Exhibit 41.
No objection.
Court received States 41 and may be published.
So here we're seeing the same conversation that we just looked at in reverse, though. The first message is in blue instead of green. Does that help us determine what phone 41 is versus Exhibit 40? Does that question make sense?
Kind of, but no.
I guess, do you know what phone this is from?
Just from this view, no. I wouldn't want to answer that inclusively.
Okay, fair enough. So if we look up at the top here, we see Meggan Sundwall is listed as the owner, and then Kacee Girl is a number below that. Does that help you determine
That
what
helps me
phone?
much, yes. That's,
And whose phone is this?
it's identified as Megan's phone.
So the blue bubble we're seeing is from Kacee. You see that at the top?
Yes.
And it's fair to say it's the same message we looked at in Exhibit 40.
Yes.
The green bubble below, what do we see here?
The heart was removed from that message.
And do you see, sorry, the original message, let's go back up to the blue bubble. What date was that on?
4/5 of 2024 at 12:58 and 30 seconds p.m.
And then if we go down to the green, it says removed a heart from I will, like I said, if anything happens. What date do we see in that bubble?
August 17th, 2024 at 2:03 and 18 seconds a.m.
What, if anything, does that date and time signify to you?
Modifications were made to messages on that date and time.
What do you mean by modifications?
The heart was removed.
Do you recall if this message in total was present on Megan's phone?
The entire message?
Yes.
I don't believe I saw the entire message. That was on Casey's phone. I saw the entire message.
So that would signify to you that I guess anything more than a heart was deleted? Are you able to tell whether the entire message was, if this was one of the messages that was deleted?
From this view, it's hard to say that.
But fair to say the phone was manipulated, the heart was at least removed on August 17th, 2024.
Yes.
I'm ready to pass the witness.
Thank you. We've been going with the jury for a couple hours now. We're going to take a morning break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for jury.
Please be seated. You can stand. Counsel, as to Exhibit F, the Jorgensen video, defendant defense offered, or using that for illustrative purposes, the state wanted to offer that. Where are we at?
We have some time to contemplate that and review it for anything that was of concern audibly.
Certainly.
We, of course, didn't include the audio because it could have hearsay statements in it.
I don't have any objection to admitting it without the audio.
We don't have a way to do that.
We'll come back and address that. There's got to be a way to
I believe our paralegals indicated
sort
that
that
there
out.
is.
Okay, we'll come back and address
I
that.
don't know why I made any affirmative statement about the ability to do anything.
What about Exhibit G? Exhibit G, photo of the meds in the closet. Did you intend on offering that?
Yes, and I mean, I offer it now, but the state doesn't have an objection, but the witness ultimately said he didn't remember seeing it, so I didn't feel like I could lay the foundation, so I certainly will be able to through Detective Ford.
So we'll hold off on that then. All right. Okay, let's come back at it. 5 after, thereabouts.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We got a witness come back up. Mr. Seitzinger, I will remind you, you're still under oath. All right, sorry, we're doing.
I think that we should have used you to get ready for this. So, I did not. I want to talk a little bit about your job, your role, and your employment. By the way, okay, so excuse me if I go Sergeant Special Agent. I think I'll stick with Special Agent. Isn't that because all of the employees for the Utah County Attorney's Office, his titles got changed from whatever Sergeant, Lieutenant, et cetera, to Special Agents?
I'm not sure on the entire county. I just know for our office. I don't know that the other lieutenants and sergeants were changed to special agent. That doesn't sound right.
When you say our office, you mean the Utah County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Right? Because you work in-house at the Utah County Attorney's Office.
Yes, sir.
For the prosecutors here, what I mean is support for the prosecutor's office.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure, because sometimes we hear about district attorneys and county attorneys. In this Utah County, they're called, the prosecuting entity is called the County Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
Even though there's a civil division as well, right?
Yes.
All right. So make sure, clarify that you work for the prosecuting or the County Attorney's Office, and we're talking about the work you've been doing with the prosecution division, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've heard about Special Agent Richard Hales, right?
Yes.
He also works in this capacity that you work in, right?
Yes.
He's in the courtroom, right? Over here with the,
Yes.
I won't describe him, the handsome guy next to Sergeant, and that's Detective Farney that's next to him, right?
Yes.
These are the people that you worked with through the investigation.
Yes.
And as you indicated, you started that as early as 2 days after, on the 15th, 2 days, or is that 3 anyway, after Kacee Terry was taken from the home, let's put it that way.
Yes. That's the first assessment.
And I'm putting it that way because she ultimately didn't pass for a couple of days, so I'm not saying the day she died.
Yes.
All right. And you were available to Special Agent Hales for anything you would want, right?
Yes.
You were talking about this sort of, I think you said lockdown, but this separate area, but that's where Hales is too, right?
Yeah. She wants to sit down for me.
And you did. He could come in and ask you, for instance, to pull certain Celebrite downloads, right?
Yes.
What's interesting about these is they're called extraction reports, right?
Yes.
An extraction report means you could go in and extract certain data from this bigger download of data, right?
You can compile it into a report. Yes, in smaller forms.
Small forms.
Yes.
I'm going to try not to interrupt you, I'm sorry. And so, because the point is that when you take that phone and you put it, I think it's called a TIFF file.
It can be.
It's this big, huge file that has all the information from the phone, correct?
I'm going to say zip file. I'm going to change it a little bit. Yes. Yes, it is. All the information is available from extraction in that file.
No way I'm going to know the difference between a TIFF file and so use whatever terminology is appropriate.
Okay.
And correct me at will.
Okay.
But the point is all this info on the phone is available to you.
Yes. For the most part.
And it's an extraordinary amount of data these phones have these days. Let's focus on 2024 August, but things haven't changed that much in terms of the data that's on these phones, right?
No.
For instance, I mean, you can get geolocation of where that phone has been at any given time, right?
Generally speaking, yes, if they're given permissions to it.
You can get contacts, a list of the contacts the person had in their phone, right?
Yes.
You could go right and search and find out how many times anyone communicated with that contact.
Yes, you could.
You could get, of course, any recordings that are on the phone, right?
Yes.
You have access to photographs, videos, and those things, correct?
Yes.
This wide variety of information that you have at any time that you can keyword some searches and extract, so that Hales, Special Agent Hales, could come over to you and say, hey, show me all the text messages between Kacee Terry and Meggan Sundwall, right?
Yes.
Then, and these are some examples we've seen. Then he could come say, hey, show me the search history for a Google Chrome browsing events of this day on Casee's phone, right?
Yes.
Same thing for Meggan's. These are these exhibits that the state has admitted, right?
Yes.
Well, you could go back and do searches at other times if Sergeant Hales asked you to do.
Yeah.
And if Detective Farley did, right?
Yes.
So since August 12th, 2024 till today, you are certainly available throughout this investigation to do those sorts of narrower searches through all this sorts of narrower data if you're asked, fair?
Yes.
And it's not just them, is it? It's the prosecutors.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, weren't you asked throughout this investigation at times to do things and asked by a prosecutor?
Yes.
So let's talk about real quick. So these searches that were in there, and you were asked to go through and articulate some of the search information. Let's talk about the search that Meggan did for vacations. All right?
Okay.
Have you ever asked to go further back in the data and see whether that was a regular search that might indicate she had a vacation coming up with family?
I don't recall being that specific, no. To go back further than that, I believe it was August 11th, I think was the day of that.
So but the point is that they didn't, these exhibits that were put into evidence, they never went through and took and asked you in relation to any of the searches that Meggan did to go back and see if those searches occurred prior in time.
No.
Prior in time to the 11th. You were cut off at the 11th, right?
That's what I was asked.
So as far as we know, she had been doing searches on the 10th of August about vacations too, right?
We'd have to look.
And about jewelry.
We'd have to look.
Same goes for the exhibit that you addressed with Kacee Terry's phone in her search history, okay? That date was, you remember what that date that exhibit starts at?
For Kacee, I believe it was 8/11 through 8/12.
Okay, so we've got this essentially 2 days that they asked you to compile a search history for, right?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes. I'm sorry, so not talking to people.
Whichever attorney's up and asking the question has to badger you on an answer out loud. So this time.
Sounds good. Appreciate the reminder.
But then they went down, she had to read through some specific searches on Casee's phone, right?
Yes.
But no one ever took any of those specific entries and asked you to go see if Kacee Terry had searched for that before the 11th, did they?
Correct.
I mean, they never asked, strike that. Now, then we talked about this, the circumstances of deleting. And I just want to address that a little bit. Actually, before I do, I forgot to do this. You also do some other tasks. I mean, you're not just in that office sitting at a desk only doing forensic extractions of phones, right?
Yes, I am.
Really, you interviewed people.
Yes, I did participate in that. Generally speaking, I'm in a lab.
And that's what I want to be clear. You're also available, for instance, in this case, you did interviews for this investigation, right?
Yes, I did.
You interviewed Lee Randall.
Yes, I did.
Detective Farley wasn't there, right?
No.
Special Agent Hales wasn't there, right?
No.
You interviewed Renee Randall, right?
Yes, I did.
Same answers. The detectives and the sergeant were there, or the special agent were there. Hales.
Hales wasn't there for that one. Special Agent Tishner was with me on both those.
Tishner, someone else.
Yes.
You don't. When they sent you out to interview, were you part of the recent interviews that were redone with Renee Randall?
I went out and she declined to be interviewed.
And she ultimately, we know in evidence, you weren't here in fairness of this trial, did get interviewed. She came back and sat down for an interview. You didn't know that?
I think I did hear that.
I take it you were part of it.
No, I wasn't part of it.
So you were a part of this recent interview of Renee and Lee.
Yes, I was not part of it.
All right, so you can be asked to go out and do other traditionally detective-oriented or investigator-oriented tasks, right?
Yes.
So for instance, they could have said, as to some search for a vacation, can you go back out and ask Lee and Renee whether they know about an upcoming vacation plans that might involve Meggan Sundwall, right?
Yes, we could do that.
But you never were.
No, it was never asked.
You also knew that Meggan Randall, throughout this early time especially, Meggan Randall Sundwall, was being spoken to by Detective Farley and Special Agent Hales, right?
Yes, are you talking about that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I mean, this is back and forth in the office with Special Agent Hales and you especially, right?
Yes.
Because you're in the prosecuting office. And you're meeting with the prosecutors at that time too? And let me just focus on Ms. Thomas.
Maybe a couple of times, maybe.
I mean, Ms. Thomas was directly involved in meeting with the agents, right? Let's just ask about you because you might not know.
I think she was primarily talking to Detective Farney, but I was present with her.
There were times when you were looped in, but things were being asked of Ms. Thomas, prosecutor, in this case, in this trial, about ideas about what to do and where to go with your investigative abilities, right?
I believe so.
And if she had asked you to do things, you would have gone and done it, right?
Yeah.
So as you talked about, the way you first learned that there were deleted messages, right?
Yes.
And the way you knew was on the 19th, first of all, you had Kacee's phone, right?
I believe I got her phone on the 19th or 20th.
Okay.
Kacee's phone, I think. I have to look at my report to be specific.
And I don't know if the dates matter that much, but you got, and I'll see, and if so, you can look at a report. Because we, I think, got from one of the exhibits, the consent to search that was signed by Meggan, that's exhibit 14, right?
Yes.
So Meggan consented for you to take her phone and look at it, right?
Yes, for specific things.
And for communication between she and Kacee, right?
Yes, correct.
So when she signs the thing, presumably she knows that you're taking it to compare it to Kacee Terry's text messages on her phone, right?
You can assume that.
Okay. I mean, and it doesn't take a genius to know that when you scroll through them side by side, you're going to see differences at that point, right?
Potentially.
So Meggan's giving you a phone that it doesn't take a genius to know is going to show different and deleted text, right?
Potentially.
I just want to get to it because then you ultimately said you took her phone again. I think it was the 20, you remember when it was?
Let's say
29th.
9/9 of, so September 9th.
Oh.
I think it was the second time I did it.
Okay. And that's when you did the full download, right?
Yes, correct.
Now you knew by 9/9, you knew that police had talked to Meggan Sundwall 3 different times, right?
I don't recall the number, but I knew that they spoken with her.
And had addressed the deleting texts.
Yes, I believe I do recall a conversation about it.
And she admitted it, right?
I don't know, I wasn't there for that.
Have you ever been shown those interview?
I don't believe I have.
To be
I was working
shown.
a couple other homicides, so I'm pretty busy. I don't have a ton of time to spend on their portion.
I get you. I'm pretty busy too. Do you think this is a pretty important case, don't you?
I do.
All right. So I'm going to try to still ask you questions, even though if your answer is you were busy and you don't remember, then feel free to give it. But back to that question, you're not sure. And I had said whether you had seen interviews with Meggan Sundwall, and I want to be fair. Are you aware that only one interview was recorded on body camera?
I was aware that it was recorded on body camera.
I'm wrong about that. One interview was that when Meggan came down to ask questions of the police officers at the county attorney's office, right? You remember that?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. He's already stated that he wasn't present for this and doesn't remember being shown it, hasn't reviewed it. I don't think he's the proper witness to ask these questions.
It's interesting. I think he just said he thought he remembered seeing a video recording.
Overrule it. He can respond.
So I didn't see the video recording. I was told that they used a body cam to record it.
Oh, okay. Tell me about that. Can I have just 1 second to check on that? Okay. All right. I thought we had set this up, so I'm going to apologize to everybody while I swap computers with a person smarter than I am. Not saying that's a very narrow field. I want to ask you to go through some information with me. With regard to, you talked about all this information that's on. Water. Excuse me. You're also not aware of how much I've been clearing my throat. I'll give you a second too, for the benefit of everyone. I'm going to take another try. All right. One category of information. Can you see something on your screen?
Yes.
This is going to probably help. One category of information you can get from these phones is you can see when they move, can't you?
Yes.
There's an accelerometer feature. Is that right?
Yes.
So if I pick up my phone, I move my phone over here, it's storing that data, right?
It's likely.
When I did it, right?
Possibly.
How far I moved it, right?
Very possible.
And that's true even if I didn't even turn it on. I didn't even have a screen display come on. It's still going to record that, right?
Very possible.
So one thing that's interesting is that we get to know how far our phones move. Now, it doesn't tell us to move them, right?
Right.
The other thing you get to know, if you look for it, is there. It came on. My phone just came on, right?
Yes.
Make sure it's on. I show everybody. That's a screen display coming on, right?
Yes.
Because it got in front of my face, right?
Quite possible.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I unlocked my phone. I mean, sorry, that information is displayed on and off when you see the data on an extraction report.
Yes, it can be found.
Then if I actually purposely, so I want to be careful. If my phone came on because I had a notification ping to it, then it would be displayed on and off, right?
I want to research that a little further.
Okay, if you don't know, you don't know. However, then there is information that is also locked and unlocked, right?
Yes,
So that is when I actually open the phone, either by doing something manual or my face, if that's how I turn it on. And I think the only other thing with an iPhone is a thumbprint, right?
Could be.
You're aware that the phone that Kacee Terry had was opened by facial recognition?
it's possible.
Now, obviously, also, I forgot PIN. You can put a PIN in, right?
Yes, you can put it in.
And that's how you would get a lock and unlock notification on the phone, right?
Yes, if it's locked or unlocked.
So we can get a lot of information about whether a phone moved and whether when it did, a person was locking and unlocking it from running through an extraction report, right?
You get a lot of information, yes, and stuff like that.
So did the government ever ask you to find out what Kacee Terry was doing on the 12th? What Kacee Terry's phone was doing on the 12th?
That question specifically, I don't recall that specific. It was more narrow than that.
All right, I'm going to show you, well, you've got it on your screen. Does this look like an extraction report?
It does.
And this is like the report that would have the sort of information that I was talking about on it?
It does.
I've highlighted some on this, plugged in. I didn't cover that. If a phone's plugged in to charge, then it'll even say that, right?
Yes.
So you can learn when it was plugged in and how long it's plugged in for. I suppose you can learn how far it was charged. Not from this report, but you could, right?
It locked a lot of information, potentially, yes.
So I want to do this then with you. I'm going to seek to publish for illustrative purposes the extraction report that begins at 7:00 a.m. on Kacee Terry's phone on August 12th, 2024.
Yes, thank you. Publish.
Let's do some investigation. Again, I'm sorry in advance. It sounds like you were never asked to do this investigation by the government. I'm highlighting it here. I promised I'd start at 7:00. Looks like it was plugged in, and you have that status, right?
Yes, appreciate it.
And I've highlighted things because there's so much information, you really got to cover lots of pages to get to it, right?
Tens of thousands.
I'm going to scroll down. It's not scrolling further. So I'm using your page down. Can I do it here? It ends at the first page. Next page. Page. Okay. Then I can do that to the next page. Not my computer, sorry. So we're going to scroll down here, and it looks like we can see the device gets unlocked and locked, right?
Yes.
Locked and unlocked, locked and unlocked. That's the sort of activity that the user has to make happen.
Yes, it would take input of some type.
Again, scrolling down through here, we see locked and unlocked activity indicating the user is engaging the device, right?
Appears to be.
Still going down. Going to the next page. Going to the next page. All this activity that I've highlighted is locked and unlocked, right?
Yes, in the yellow.
Yeah, the yellow. The reason I want to, maybe I should really quick. This is all the stuff happening in those left-hand columns. Sometimes there'll be a whole string of indications that like Gmail was in action with the phone, right? But they'll all be in the same second, right?
Can be.
That's because it's just happening automatically from the Gmail site, right?
Yes, we're very fast with phones.
There's lots of stuff happening on our phones that we don't even apparently know about necessarily. Going down all through this day. We're still on at the 7:00 hour. Sorry, we had to put this in pages that I'm going through quickly. We're seeing locked and unlocked.
I think that's the same page that we're seeing.
We are?
It looks like it.
How do I go to the next page, Marissa? Thank you, Judge. All right. Thank you, Your Honor, for saving us a long time. All right, so it's back up in a way that I think I can scroll. We had this plugged in device status that we started with at 7 a.m., right?
Yes, that's a tough one.
And this is what I meant, still not doing it. Let's see if I can do it with this.
You can have your investigator come up and help.
It looks like if I go over here, I can click and scroll. Scroll from the desk. So I'm just going to scroll by clicking one at a time. Locked and unlocked. Now we are moving through the day, right?
Yes, appears to be
All
that.
right. This is what I meant to do. Or I promise there's a point. Scroll down through the day. Boom. Right here in purple is the end of the 7 o'clock hour, right?
Yes,
Now the phone automatically tells you how far it traveled, according to the accelerometer, right?
it does.
So according to the accelerometer, how far did this phone travel in the 7 o'clock hour?
In 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock?
Well, this is 8, so it's reporting how far it traveled in the 7 o'clock hour, isn't it? All the time in front of it. It can't know what it's about to do. This is evidence about what in the set from 7 o'clock a.m. to 8 a.m. how far the phone traveled, right?
I would need to see more data to answer that.
Why?
Well, because it says 8 o'clock.
But at every hour, you don't know that at every hour, the phone tells you what it did the previous hour?
With all the data, absolutely, I know. Okay, if there's data, I'm going to say no.
All right. So you are comfortable testifying that the data here in the purple tells us that the phone moved in the 7 o'clock hour.
If you could show where it's showing from 7 o'clock moving that distance, then I could substantiate that maybe, but not just based off this.
Okay. At some point, can we just agree for now that at some point, 8 o'clock, it said the phone traveled that distance?
That's what's indicated.
Okay. Regardless of what it's relating to. So how far did it travel? If that's correct.
It gives us a distance traveled of 369.30.
369. So roughly 1,210 feet. Right?
If that's referencing meters, potentially, but I don't see a reference on it.
Doesn't reference feet, so I had to use my handy app on my phone. Do you have any reason to disagree that it's 1,210 feet in 369 meters?
I wouldn't say either way on it.
All right. And it also says a speed down here. I didn't highlight it, but this thing also tells you the fastest it went at any given time, whatever hour we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you agree as an expert with all the expertise you have in the field and such that that's about a walking speed, 0.85, 0.95?
I'm not an expert in walking speed, so I'm not going to answer that.
All right, I'm not asking if you're an expert in walking speed. I'm going to ask you if you're an expert with all the things you told us about and what the data in a phone suggests about speed equaling about a walking speed.
0.85 would suggest it's a slow moving.
All right. So this phone moved around, locked and unlocked, and continued to travel. May do it for the next hour, 8 o'clock. We've got some unlock activity now at 8:45, right?
Here's the.
Some lock and unlock at 8:50, 10 to 9, right?
Yes.
So now it looks like whoever's got the phone and has the ability to lock and unlock it is doing so. Agreed?
Yes.
All right, 9 o'clock, this phone gives information again about distance traveled, right?
Yes.
With all the same caveats you said before
Yes.
about what hour that was in, how far did it travel?
It appears to be 237.77.
So another 800 feet, right? If my
I would want specifics. Like if it was meters, you could show me it was meters, and I would agree with you. But I just under that measurement, it just has a square box, so I know I'm reluctant to say exact.
So you're not aware, as an expert, as you sit here today, what that distance traveled is recorded in?
With that data, are you? No, that doesn't make.
No, I'm not an expert.
Well, it's a square box. That doesn't indicate anything to me. So
Never
I
seen
don't know an
anything
expert
like
that
that.
would see anything either way than that.
Never ever seen anything like that. Then this is the sort of investigative information. It's just new to you,
No, generally it has feet, meters, and it indicates what it is.
right? Now we're going to scroll down some more and see some unlocked and locked activity. Right, there's 944 locked and unlocked. Same thing for 952, right?
Yes.
And again through here. I think I just maybe missed another health box. There. Now we have what it says 11 o'clock. We have some more information that at 11 o'clock this information is being given again for distance traveled, right?
Yes.
So for whatever hour that's speaking to, the movement of the phone and some activity locking and unlocking it by the phone user. Agreed?
I see the distance traveled. I don't see your highlights though.
You don't see the purple highlights?
On the distance traveled, yeah.
Yeah.
You said unlocked or unlocked.
Well, we had previously walked.
Oh, okay.
I'll just
So my previous page? Okay.
So as we were going up here, see that activity?
Yes, I see that.
Right up this. Now we're back to the 11 o'clock hour. Now I'm going to scroll down and see if you see any more locked and unlocked until this 11 o'clock. Locked and unlocked about noon,
Yes, that's what I see.
right? Locked and unlocked about nearly 1 o'clock p.m. Agreed?
You moved too fast. You want to go back up? I'll agree with you if I see it. Yeah, 112.
There's 112. I think I had you on the 11 o'clock hour, but here's noon. I think we already covered that, right? That distance,
Believe so.
it had moved. Going down through here, there's some lock and unlock at 112. User activity, right?
Yes.
It appears to be paging multiple times. Here's a whole bunch of looking at it and seeing locked and unlocked right around the 134 hour, right?
Yes.
138, locked and unlocked.
Yes.
All right. It seems to want to page down at a speed that I'm not able to do per page. We had already talked, there's like 138, then you've got this is just not gonna work, I really apologize, this was not how we planned it, obviously. No, locked at 138.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. At the end, can you make it go one page at a time, please, instead of waiting? I want to get to the data at the end of that hour. Okay, this one we didn't get highlighted. Right, that's what's more. Reason we didn't highlight it. See the 2 o'clock health measurements again?
Yes, 2 o'clock even.
It looks like that phone did not get moved in that hour, did it?
Does not appear so.
All right, so now we had a little bit more activity up till we saw 138, and then the phone didn't move, even though there was some locking and unlocking, right?
138 was the last I remember the unlock and lock. Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah.
Okay.
But whatever happened in that hour with locking and unlocking, the phone didn't move.
Give me a time frame. That's too broad.
Well, we may have to present this to another expert if you don't know, but moving to the 3 o'clock hour. As we go through here, tell me if you see any locking or unlocking. You're not seeing any locking or unlocking.
That's pretty fast, but it's not standing out to
Okay.
me.
And you would know, we just went through a lot of what it looks like, right?
Yes.
All right, 4 o'clock hour. We're on the health metrics, right?
The application, the activity, yeah.
Right there, and we're talking like we had with the other hours, movement of the phone, right?
Yes.
Didn't move again.
Doesn't appear to.
Didn't unlock or lock either, right?
Doesn't appear to.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there for the benefit of everybody instead of walking you through this. And what I might do is email this to you and you can have a chance to review and check me on anything that I've walked you through. Is that fair?
Okay.
And when all these hours end on the phone to see whether or not it ever was used or ever moved after that 138 unlock, okay?
Is that the question you're asking me?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna ask
Okay,
you.
yeah.
To come back and tell us if it did.
Okay.
So it's fair to characterize what I just arduously went through with complete ineptitude that I tried, thank you, Special Agent. Up until Meggan got there, up until about 10, Kacee's phone is moving around and it's getting used a lot, right?
Appears to be.
Then it's just not moving. Appears to be, right?
Yes.
And then at a certain point, not even being used at all.
Yes.
You're aware that it was sat on the by her bed on the shelf.
I believe somebody told me that.
Thank you for bearing with me, I appreciate it.
Redirect.
Yeah, just very briefly. You were asked about the travel that apparently it looks like it logs every hour, but it doesn't give you a unit of measurement.
No, it can have a reference measurement.
So it could be meters, potentially feet. Could it maybe be inches, or maybe it doesn't even log inches?
Meters or feet would be more likely, or miles, or
So-
maybe kilometers, depending on the other set.
Okay, so if a phone is moving just a few feet away, maybe it might not even be enough to log movement.
It may not be. I mean, I need to do a lot more research on just small movements.
As Mr. Williams was scrolling through kind of a lot of things that were happening on the phone, I saw, pages of Gmail things. Are those, if you had a chance to get a good look at those, are those like emails being received on the phone, or is that somebody affirmatively doing something on the phone?
It potentially could be. I need to look closer.
Okay, but a lot of the activity, fair to say, could be just notifications being received, emails being received,
Very
things
possible.
like that.
Yes.
I think Mr. Williams even said this, even if a phone is being unlocked or locked, we can't tell directly who's doing that.
No.
If someone knows somebody's PIN number, for instance, they can unlock or lock somebody's phone.
Yes.
If Kacee had her phone set up through facial recognition, if it's held up to her face, it could unlock.
Yes.
If Kacee had her like biometric, where your thumbprint unlocks the phone, it could be used that way.
It could.
You asked about search history that's available. If we went through all the search history on both these ladies' phones, we would probably be here all year. Is that fair to say?
We'd be here a while. For sure.
So the prosecution asked you to narrow down on certain dates.
Yes.
All right, I think that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
Just to clarify a few things. Okay, I'm gonna send you what I used in court and invite you to come back and say if anything that was suggested was incorrect. But the point is, I showed you one day, the day of essentially the day that Meggan spent the day with Kacee Terry, just that one day, we just did it. Now, it didn't even take me 20 minutes, did it? Maybe it did,
It might have.
but certainly you could have done it real quick.
Yeah.
And they just asked you, let's learn a little bit about what was going on before Meggan got to the house, right?
Yes, and to clarify, I did do search terms, so it's not like we just stayed on that day. That's what I was asked to produce.
And this kind of evidence just wasn't asked to be reviewed, and I'm kind of catching a cold on it. It sounds like that's, you want to double check because you want to be sure that things are correct.
I think every party here deserves that, yeah.
So if you'll come back and tell us whether that's meters or feet,
Would you be okay if I use more data to substantiate that?
I'm going to leave it to the prosecution to decide if they want to clear anything up with you in that regard.
Okay.
Or we want to call witness, who knows. But let's talk about this last part, because it's true. Someone could hold the phone up to my face and then they'd be unlocking it and locking it, right?
Yes.
And then presumably they could also be moving the phone around because, let's face it, we don't know who's doing the moving, right?
Correct.
Okay, but we just watched. Are you aware that Meggan didn't get to that house until just before 10 a.m.?
I'm not sure when she got there. I didn't establish that point of fact. I would say that's my recall. I was told it was around that time.
Well, at any rate, that movement we were talking about, I specifically went over with you. We can tell from the phone all happened, with the exception of that short 77 period of movement. That all happened before 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay? So you're not suggesting.
If you say so.
You can go over there and check that. Nothing further.
No.
You can step down. It is now noon. We're going to take our lunch break right now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on the subject of trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is initially submitted to you. This includes no individual on the research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Let's get you back here at 1 o'clock, and we'll get started soon thereafter. 1 o'clock. Thank you. Have a good one, jury. Please be seated. Council, we're going to be back here at 1. We'll get going as soon as we can. Anything else we need to cover before we take a break?
Not that I can think of right now.
We good?
I think we're Detective Barney, so we thought that outstanding issue of now we're going to be plugging through a lot of texts that we just haven't had time to voice you in terms of seeing to.
Then we just got to keep moving forward one way or another.
No, I understand. I'm objecting to them using it wasn't used as a preliminary hearing since we didn't get enough prior notice of these specific text message chains to investigate them.
And we've already established that you had them, albeit tens of thousands of them. You had them, you just didn't know what specific ones they were going to use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you wanting a response?
Please.
Yeah, I would say that Mr. Williams has done a great job putting things into context so far. Obviously, the phone extraction data was voluminous, and he had the time to go through and find when and where the phone was moving. Since the preliminary hearing, he knew that texts were a huge pillar of the state's case and that they were heavily relied upon at the preliminary hearing. He did a wonderful job at the prelim, adding in text he thought offered more context or shed more favorable light on his client. I have every faith that he'll be able to do the same here. We're only using texts that have been available to him for just about a year now. There's certainly no restriction that the state has to rely on only the evidence presented at the preliminary hearing. Obviously, the court's aware of the lower burden associated with the preliminary hearing. And certainly the state always expected and I would guess Mr. Williams knew that our case would get larger at trial, and it has, but we're only using texts that have been available to Mr. Williams and whatever expert he wished to engage to go through before trial was set.
Thank you.
Just to make the record clear, sorry, Judge, my basis for this objection is Rule 16 and due process.
Thank you. I'll have an oral ruling when we come back, but I'm anticipating on moving forward accordingly. The discovery's been exchanged, the parties had access to documents. I understand. I feel it may be late in the game. We've had this trial set for some time. We've had these dates set for some time. I'll be back with a more definitive ruling for the record right after lunch. Thank you.
All rise. Maybe we just have my report.
I think we were expecting tomorrow some combination finishing.
Just what all I care about is I don't have the open end. What's next? You look for my coach?
I can't do that without acknowledging my own. Just make sure more distinct.
All right, we've all made our record. Back to point.
We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Counsel, I indicated before the break that I would come back with a more definitive oral ruling as it relates to defendant's motion. I'm prepared to make that ruling right now. You ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
In reviewing this matter, I will note that there is no dispute that the state has complied with Rule 16A-5B, which requires the state to no later than 14 days before trial provide the defense with any exhibits the state intends to introduce at trial. While the court appreciates the difficulty the defense faces to sort out which of the approximate 10,000 odd messages the state will use as exhibits, the rule does not require more specificity than the general disclosure of text messages and or emails between defendant and alleged victim and or witnesses. I would cite to docket number 184, state's notice of trial witnesses and evidence. I'd also cite to docket number 209, state's amended notice of trial witnesses and trial evidence. This court is unaware of any rule or case law that would allow it to restrict the state to using at trial only those exhibits used during the preliminary hearing, so long as the exhibits used at trial meet all other requirements of the rules of criminal procedure and evidence. Consequently, the court denies defense's motion to limit the state to the text message exhibits used at the preliminary hearing. We ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Next witness. Oh,
No, the jury first.
you guys got me so worried about time now that I'm trying to jump ahead. We'll get the jury in here.
Yes. All rise for the jury. Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break. We're ready to get going this afternoon. Next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Melissa Farney.
Thank you. Please come forward. We'll get you sworn in.
You just want to start the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Come on up. You've heard my prior instructions to all witnesses. Appreciate you being here. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Would you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
Melissa Farney, Fahrni.
What do you do for a living?
I am a detective with the Lone Peak Police Department.
How long have you been with the Lone Peak Police Department?
6 years.
Were you involved in law enforcement before that?
Yes, I worked with Utah County Sheriff's Office and Lehigh Police Department.
And so when did you first get your law enforcement certification?
2015.
And you have been engaged in law enforcement activity continuously since that time?
Yes.
Have you also maintained your continuing education requirements to maintain your post license?
Yes.
How have you progressed through the Lone Peak Police Department? Did you come in there as a patrol officer or something else?
Yes, I started as a patrol officer.
And how does that work then in your agency?
How does it work?
How does it work to become a detective?
I guess a position opens and then you have to apply for that position. In my case, I had to put on a presentation to the sergeant and then you get chosen.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
4 years.
How many detectives do you have at Lone Peak?
2.
Is it a big agency?
No, we have 23 from the chief down.
And you cover all of Alpine and Highland?
Alpine and Highland, yes.
Any other additional areas?
No.
As far as types of crimes that you investigate personally, what kinds of things land on your plate on a regular basis?
Currently, I have anything from rape of a child to this aggravated murder case. We have fraud, burglaries, vehicle theft, vehicle burglary, pretty much anything that happens, we did. We don't have different divisions. There's not an SVU and property crimes. It's just us.
Just the two of you cover everything that happens in Alpine and Highland?
Yes.
Have you ever investigated a homicide case before this one?
No.
Has there been one at Lone Peak?
There was one in 1996. The only person on staff at the time was our chief, but he wasn't involved in the case.
Okay, so 1996 was the last time there was any investigation, I'd say of this magnitude at your agency?
Yes.
How did you first become involved in this particular case?
I was the on-call detective, and on August 12th, 2024, I received a call from Sergeant DeLong
What time did you receive that call?
around 10 p.m.
And why did he call you?
He called because normally we get called out for death investigations or like a burglary in progress or a sex offense. But there were some suspicious circumstances around this medical call, and so he wanted to tell me about it.
What kind of information was conveyed to you at that time?
He said that the patient had been found along with a friend and her parents, that there was a diabetic needle in the room, and the patient wasn't diabetic. He said that the owner had said something about the friend being the beneficiary of a life insurance policy.
And so what initially was your understanding of the reason that police were dispatched to that location?
Like full arrest, like it was a medical call. She was in distress.
Why are police dispatched for a medical assist?
We're usually driving around, and in order to get there quickest, we want to run away as soon as possible.
Is that a regular activity of Lone Peak Police Department?
Yes.
And I can't remember already if I already asked you, but what time and day was that call received?
The call I got or the actual call?
The actual call.
I believe it came in dispatch at 9:13 p.m., August 12th, 2024.
And so you got notified of it about 45 minutes later?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the status of the situation when you were notified by Sergeant Bell?
He said that they could transport her, or they were going to transport her.
So as far as you knew, the person that was the subject of the call was no longer at that location?
Yes.
All right. What was your understanding when you received that call of who had responded from your agency?
When I received the call, I didn't know. I found out the next day.
And did you talk to those individuals?
No, I read the reports.
Who were they?
It was Officer Jorgensen, Officer Osborne, and Officer Robinson.
When you say you didn't talk to them, were they off duty by the time you came on duty?
Yeah, usually the people that are working that late at night aren't there in the morning.
Okay, so they had completed their reports and you reviewed those when you came in?
Yes.
Why did you respond that night?
It was still a medical call. To be honest, it all sounded a little sensational.
What do you mean by that?
We don't usually get calls like that, the life insurance and the friend and the syringe, and where she was still alive, I was hoping I'd be able to interview her the next day.
And so when you reviewed the information that had been left by the officers the night before, did you observe whether any items had been collected as evidence by those individuals?
Yes, they had collected a syringe as well as some empty prescription bottles.
How many empty prescription bottles do you recall that?
A lot. I didn't count them. Just a lot.
Were they empty or full or some?
They were empty.
All of them were empty? Did you look at them to determine who they had been prescribed to?
No, they had written in the report that some were prescribed to Kacee and some were prescribed to Newell Farnsworth,
And your understanding now is Newell is who to Kacee?
her grandfather.
Did you bring with you today the syringe that was found in Casee's bedroom by the officers the night before?
Yes.
Can you show us that?
The syringe has been repackaged several times, the latest time by the FBI, so it is in a box. This is item 2, the syringe is in the box.
All right. And do we also have a photo of that would be exhibit 331A? Just for the witness right now, thank you.
Did you say 31A?
31A is what's coming up on the screen. And state would move to admit exhibit 31, which is the syringe itself.
It may be valuable to label it on the list as with additional information than just syringe, since it's multiple syringe and multiple pictures.
Oh, I can clarify that.
That's not the syringe. This one was on the nightstand.
Sorry, let me back up. The reports that you received and reviewed the night, or you reviewed them on August 13th, is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And you saw in the reports the syringe had been collected from the scene?
Yes.
Where was that located? Where was that syringe located when it was taken into evidence?
In the patient's bedroom,
Okay. And where in the patient's bedroom?
on the nightstand.
Okay, and that is exhibit 31?
Yes.
All right. Okay, and so how is that designated on your packaging there?
Item 2,
All right, item 2.
and it says it's a 31 also.
Okay, so item 2 is the syringe that was found in Casee's bedroom on August 12th, 2020.
Yes.
And then if we could see 31A again, please. Julia. Okay, I was wrong, it's exhibit 164. It has already been admitted. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it as?
That was the nightstand or little table that was in Casey's room. The paramedics had picked up that syringe and put it in that spot.
All right, so is it your understanding that that syringe is the one that you have brought with you today and you've marked as exhibit 31?
Yes.
Thank you for correcting me and statements to admit exhibit 31.
No objection. Objection.
Court receive states 31.
I guess we can publish it to the jury, Judge, I guess. It's just passing it along from one to the next. Would that be?
They're going to get it.
Can you see it? Isn't it in the box?
It is.
Okay, I have an objection, but can't see it too.
Okay, we'll just,
It's up to you, Ms. Thomas.
that's why we have the photo, because it's just in the box, so, all right. Can you tell us, Officer Robinson gave us some idea, but can you tell us the process when an item is collected as evidence?
Yeah, so you gather the item on scene, you put it in a bag, and then you write the location where it was found. If there is you write people involved on the bag, and you take it back to the police department, give them an item number and a package number, and you enter it into the Spillman system, and then you fill out a property report and put it into the evidence locker.
All right, and you mentioned that this is item number 2.
Yes.
In your marking procedure, okay. And was that, as far as you could tell, the process that happened in this particular case?
Yes.
When you first got this case, what indicated to you that additional follow-up was recommended or suggested?
In the officer's report, Officer Jorgensen had said that the paramedic had indicated that this was either suicide or foul play. So that was where I started.
Why did that catch your attention?
Because they had noted that a DNR had been mentioned, that life insurance had been mentioned. There was also all that, those empty medicine or prescription containers as well. So at the time, whenever we those reports, it looked like it could go either way.
At the time, did you have any idea what the source of the medical emergency was for Kacee Terry?
He did put the CAD notes in his report. So it described what dispatch had told officers. So it said that it was basically Mark Farnsworth's words that she wasn't breathing very well. It was basically what dispatch was relaying. So it sounded like she was dying, basically, in the CAD notes that I read the next day.
Okay, what are CAD notes?
So in dispatch, when you get dispatched something, it comes up on your computer, and then as they get information from the complainant, it shows up on the computer. So it's not always doesn't always make sense right away. You usually get the full picture, and at the end, you can kind of tell what's happening.
Okay, and did you have any indication from those CAD notes or from the reports that you had received up to that point, what had caused this medical emergency?
That next morning, I did, yes. It said in the case report also that they had received a follow-up call from Mark stating that Kacee's blood sugar was at 14 when she arrived at the hospital.
All right, and given the information you had received up to that point, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I called the hospital, and they advised that she was in the ICU. She was still alive, that she was in the ICU. And I believe officers on scene had told Mark that I would be in contact with him. I attempted to call him to have him come in and talk to me. I think he was taking renewal to a doctor's appointment, and I couldn't reach him at that time. So I started writing a warrant for Kacee's blood.
Why did you want Kacee's blood?
Well, with the blood sugar level being 14 and my very limited medical knowledge, I Googled it, and it said anything under 40 is life-threatening. And
Was it important to you to have a sample of blood that was close in time to when this incident occurred?
yeah, I wanted to get it as quickly as possible.
Over the next few days, what happened to that warrant?
So the warrant took quite a while to get. I don't know why. I don't know if the judge was busy that day, but it did take a while to get. I did speak with the family prior to receiving the warrant.
And once you received the warrant, what did you do?
I responded to Holy Cross Mountain Point Hospital in Lehigh and served the warrant.
What does that mean, serve the warrant?
So I found the director of the ICU. I don't remember his name, but he received the warrant. He actually told me that we would be able to get blood. I met the forensic nurse there. We just happened to get there at the same time, and he told us we were able to get admission blood from Kacee. So we didn't have to get the blood from, what would that have been, 24 hours later-ish. So we were able to get blood from her admins.
All right, so just so I'm understanding, the blood that you obtained from the hospital had been taken when she was admitted the night before?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do with that blood?
The forensic nurse took it to have it tested.
Okay. We've already heard from the medical examiner in this case. Are you aware whether that is the blood that was used in the course of the autopsy and toxicology that was done?
Yes, it was.
And you mentioned before that you got the warrant for the blood or picked up the blood that you spoke to family members.
Yes.
Who did you speak to?
Mark, Kaylin, and Kylie.
Who is Kaylin?
Kaylin is Mark's sister, so Kacee's aunt.
All right. Did you speak to them together or separately?
Together.
Where was that?
At the Long Beach Police Department.
When was that?
It was August 13th. I'm not sure what time. Mid morning, around 11 or 12 maybe.
Do you know what Kacee's status was at that time?
During the meeting, they told me that she wasn't doing well. I think they were doing brain scans at that time, that she was on a ventilator.
And what information did they provide that was important to you in developing the direction of your investigation?
They told me that Kacee was not diabetic. They told me that they relayed the story of Mark coming downstairs, opening the door, or walking in and finding Kacee there, not doing well, not breathing right. And he said he was going to call the ambulance, and her friend Meggan had told him not to do that, saying that she had a DNR. Kylie told me that she received a call from Meggan telling her that Kacee shouldn't go to the hospital because of the DNR.
Let's make sure that we have all of our hers straight. Kylie told you that who called her?
Meggan.
Meggan called Kylie and said what?
That she shouldn't be going to the hospital because she has a DNR.
That Kacee shouldn't be going to the hospital because Kacee has.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. I'm just making sure for the record we have it all straight. Why was that significant to you?
Well, a DNR doesn't really necessarily mean you don't go to the hospital. You can still provide someone comfort care if they are struggling. So I thought that was strange that she wouldn't allow the family to call to get her comfort care when she was struggling to breathe. They also said that they were not notified that she was doing poorly until they walked in on Meggan with Kacee. They mentioned the life insurance and that sort of thing as well. Again.
After you talked to them, what did you decide to do?
What did I decide to do? After that, I went to the hospital to get the blood, I believe.
And after you picked up the blood, what was your next step?
My next step was to search Kacee's room.
How did you go about doing that?
The next morning, I wrote a warrant for her bedroom and for her phone, Kacee's bedroom and Kacee's phone.
Are you aware of anything that had happened to the room in the interim? So between August 13th and the morning of August 14th?
Yeah, so there was a really intense storm the night of the 13th when it was prior to collecting the blood. In fact, the forensic nurse couldn't get there because she was stuck in her overpasses with motorcycles trying to take refuge from the hail. It was really, really bad. So Mark was at the hospital when I collected the blood. I asked him if we could go to the home and secure the room for the warrant to serve it the next day. As I was attempting to put crime scene tape on the window, I noticed that the desk in front of the window was covered in water. That's when we realized her room had flooded from the storm.
Okay, what happened at that point?
I think Mark moved the computer. So he had noticed on the computer, so there was a laptop under the window, the laptop was closed, and he had noticed a blood sugar testing monitor kit, I don't know, their official glucometer kit on the computer, and he said, "That's my mom's, that shouldn't be here." And he told me what it was. And I believe he moved the computer and the monitor over to a different space so it wouldn't be wet.
All right, did you collect that item at that time?
No. We set it aside on the table for me to collect the next day.
When you saw that the room was flooded, what instructions, if any, did you give Mark?
I didn't give him any instructions. I just told him not to go in the room until the next day when we served the warrant. At least I remember.
Why did you want a warrant?
Because Kacee is still alive. So that was still her space.
Were you able to obtain that?
Yes.
And how does a warrant work?
You fill out, basically, you can go into the UCGS program and fill out basically the probable cause for why you feel you have the need to search that space, like what your reasoning is, and the judge decides if that's okay, and they sign it if that's okay.
All right, and once you receive the okay, what do you do?
The next day, well, we got the warrant the next day, I did, and I gathered a few people, and we went to the home to search.
What did you find once you went to the home to search it with your warrant?
What did we find?
What did you find as far as the room, the status of Kacee's bedroom?
So Mark had notified me later that night after we secured the room that after he and I guess I secured the room, he called me and notified me that he left his phone in there. So when he had been moving things, he had set his phone down on the bed and forgot to grab it. And so I told him he could go ahead and grab his phone.
Are you aware of whether he removed other items out of the room?
No.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware. I would assume he did not, but I'm not aware.
Okay, so you had sealed up the room the night before. He went back in to get his phone, and then you and some others came back on August 14th to search the room?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned that you had seen the glucometer the night before on top of the computer when you got back there on the 14th. Was that still where you had left it?
Yes.
The glucometer? What else did you find at that point?
Mark had put Kacee's phone on the table for me next to the glucometer, so I collected those two things first, gave those to my sergeant. And then what? What was the question?
Your sergeant was part of the search team?
Yes.
Who was that?
Sergeant Charlie Thurston.
And who were the other individuals with you for the search?
We had a new kid. What's his? Holden. What is his last name? Sorry. I can't think of Holden's last name right now, but he was there. He was still on FTO, so his sergeant that was training him was there. We also had
FTO stands for?
Field Training Officer.
Okay, and that's what Officer Robinson mentioned earlier, is about 12 weeks of
Yes.
getting your training wheels?
Yes.
Okay.
Officer Williams was there as well.
All right. Okay, so what were you searching for?
We were searching for any paperwork that referred to a DNR, to life insurance. No one had even mentioned it yet, but I was hopeful that there might be a suicide note located. We were looking for basically any information to corroborate either foul play or suicide.
Where in the room did you all search?
We searched the whole room.
What did you locate that was of interest in your search of the room?
We located paperwork. There was a lot of paperwork. We were looking for life insurance paperwork. We found a couple of things. I think we found some Lawrence funeral home paperwork, some old-looking life insurance paperwork. What else did we find? We didn't find a DNR. We didn't find a suicide note.
What did you do with the information that you located that you thought could be useful in the investigation of this matter?
Well, because so many people had already been in the room, we just gathered all the paperwork and put it in a bin. And then I was going to take that paperwork back to the police department and look through it. So basically, there was me, Holden, Officer Williams, and I believe my sergeant came in and searched a little bit as well. So all of us that found something that we thought was relevant would go in the bin, and then we took it back. So it took me a while to go through that.
All right, you didn't go through all that paperwork right then and there in the room?
No.
You all gathered items and put them in this bin?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether the closet was searched? There are two closets, correct?
Yes. Yes, they were.
Okay, and describe those closets for us, if you would.
So the closet that was closest to the window, that was not closest to the bedroom door, was full of medical equipment. It was full of, and there were some, I believe the shelves are pre-made shelves, like that came with the closet, permanent shelves. There were a lot of prescription bottles. There were dozens of syringes in there. There was tubing, like stuff for her IVs, all sorts of stuff. And the closet was stacked. It was very, very full. The other closet seemed like the more personal side. I think it had like a framed picture of her and one of her friends. It had more of like her items that looked like she used every day on a shelf, and then some clothing. It wasn't quite as messy, but it was still pretty full.
Did you empty out those two closets entirely in your search?
No.
Okay. You did your best to move things around and see if there was anything of note?
Yes.
Was there a bathroom associated with that bedroom?
Yes.
Where is that located?
It's right when you get Kacee's room, it's to the right.
Did you search the bathroom as well?
Not that day, no.
Let me show you Exhibit 30. It's already been introduced. and it's staying here with us now. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the documents you found in the search of Kacee's room that day?
Yes,
And did you bring with you the glucose monitor that you found in the search of that room that day?
I did.
Can you show that to us?
Yes. It's right here.
Okay, that has been marked as Exhibit 23. State would move to admit that.
Mr. Williams?
I see 30.
30, sorry, is the insurance policy. That's already been, or insurance page, that's already been admitted.
Sorry. I don't see it.
This is the glucose, the physical.
No, the physical one, I'm sorry. No objection.
Sorry, I didn't make that clear.
Court received states 23.
All right. Did you find, you mentioned that you didn't find a suicide note, and you found this page of insurance. Did you find anything like a written power of attorney or advance directives or anything along those lines?
No.
Did you search any other parts of the basement?
Did we search parts of the basement that day? No.
Okay, why not?
I only wrote the warrant for her bedroom. There were quite a few people living there with different spaces, and I only wrote it for her room.
All right. Now, when you first saw that glucose monitor, Exhibit 23, you mentioned that it was on top of the computer.
Yes.
Can we, and I'm sorry, Chelsea, I'm not sure I know what exhibit number it is, the photo of the room. I think it's 7. Yes. Four. Can you bring that up for us? All right, does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. When you say the glucometer was on the computer, where is that in this photograph?
You can see it right, it's like there's a plant in the window, it's directly under the plant.
The glucometer
Yes.
is directly
Under the plant, there's a water, or like a black, like, what's it, I don't know if that is a candle. Probably. Yeah, right there.
Okay, and so that is where that was located when that photo was taken?
Yes.
Do you have an understanding of when that photo was taken?
That was the night Kacee was taken to the hospital.
All right. And when you saw the room the next day, when you noticed it was wet, is that where the glucometer was?
Yes.
Was the search that you conducted of the room, of Kacee's room, did that include trash cans?
Yes. I don't remember trash can being in there though.
Okay. What did you do with the glucometer once you received it, or once you took it into evidence?
We took it into evidence, the glucometer is quite the backstory. We took it into evidence, and then again on the 19th, when we went back to do a consent search of Kacee's car, Mark had asked for it back. He said that it was his mom's, and so he had come in on the 19th to pick it up. So we gave it back to him, and then I believe he brought it back in for us on January 9th. So after January 9th, we looked into the history of the monitor.
How did you look into the history of the monitor?
We called customer service for Freestyle Light and had them walk us through it.
What kind of information was stored on that monitor, or that glucose monitor?
The readings, when you take a reading, it stores that info.
And were you able to confirm whether the date reflected on the monitor was correct?
The date is correct.
What about the time?
The time was not. The time was an hour and 5 minutes off. And then when we factored in daylight/standard time, it ended up being 2 hours and 5 minutes off.
All right. Did you create a chart that, well, what did you do once you got the information about how to access the information on the glucometer?
So we accessed August 12th. We noticed there were 19 readings in 10 hours. We photographed each reading and made the chart.
Okay. And if I could show you Exhibit 10 then. Do you recognize this chart?
Yes.
And was that the chart that you yourself created once you had obtained the information on the glucometer?
Yes, I made a handwritten version and someone made the actual chart.
Okay, all right. And so it says monitor time and actual time. Tell us about those two columns.
So the monitor time is the time that shows on the glucometer. The actual time would have been 2 hours and 5 minutes after that time.
All right, so you created a column that had the time that would have been correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then what's BG level?
That's blood glucose level.
And that is also stored on the glucometer?
Yes.
Okay, Exhibit 10 I think has already been admitted. Oh, then it has not. The state would move to admit Exhibit 10.
No objection.
Thank you. Court received states 10. Wish to publish?
Yes, please. Thank you, Greg. Why did you believe that this that the glucometer was being used by Kacee or Meggan that particular day?
Well, we did talk to Mark. I asked him how many readings he typically took in a day, and I think he said 3 or 4. So this was quite a few more readings than the typical diabetic would have. Meggan was there, she got there at 9:54 that day, so she was there for all but one of those readings. And she had, in her search history, she had searched Freestyle Light, how low can it go?
And that is the name of this brand of glucometer, Freestyle Light?
Yes.
Okay. And so you mentioned that one of the readings was before you understood her to have arrived. What was that? What time was that reading?
19.
And that's the first one on the chart?
Yes.
How was it that you determined what time Meggan arrived at the home?
The security camera from across the street,
And what did that show you?
that she arrived at 9:54.
Did you see from the security camera across the street where she parked?
I believe she parked in the little circle driveway, the circular driveway.
Did you tell from that surveillance camera where she went after she parked?
No,
Just that her vehicle
I
was
don't
there?
remember. Yeah, just her vehicle was there. I don't remember watching her walk. I remember watching her parents walk, but not her.
I'll come back to that, but back to the glucometer. So you said that she arrived at 9:54, then the next reading was at what time?
10:26.
And that was a pretty close reading to the original one at 9:18, correct?
Yes.
Skipping down to about 12:57. You see that?
Yes.
What was the glucometer reading at that time?
69.
And so that was about 18 points lower than the original level at 9:18.
Yes.
22 minutes later at 1:19 p.m., what was it?
64.
And just in case anybody else is as challenged as I am on military time, what does 13:19 mean?
1:19.
So that would be in the afternoon.
Yes.
And so it's dropped to 64. And then what happens after that?
Then it drops all the way to low.
From 64 at 1:19, then just what, 20?
Oh, 43. Did you want to go, sorry, sequentially? It drops to 43 at 1:43, down to 30 by 2 o'clock.
Okay, was that, so then 43 reading was just 24 minutes after the 69 reading, correct, or 64 reading?
Yes.
All right, and what was the trend from that point on in the afternoon?
Continue downward.
The last reading was at what time?
19:19, so 7:19 p.m.
What time was 911 called again?
911 was called at 9:13.
All right, and from the point that the glucometer was too low to register, well, that is jumping ahead. What did you learn, or did you find out what the designation low means?
I did. When we were speaking with customer service, he advised that low is 19 or less.
Okay.
It will read down to 20.
And so once it goes below 20, the glucometer can no longer register it?
Yes.
And after it started reading low, that would be at 4:17 p.m.?
Yes.
And 911 wasn't called until 9:13, you said?
Correct.
Okay, 5 hours later.
Right. And that was also consistent with what we heard from fire. They said that their equipment could not read her blood sugar. It was too low.
All right. And you learned from the hospital that it was 14 when she arrived?
Yes.
After you did the search of Kacee's room, did you return to the home?
Yes.
We can take that down, Johnson. When did you return and why?
On the 19th, for the consent search of Kacee's car.
And what's a consent search?
Kacee had passed away by then, so she cannot consent to a search. So her next of kin can tell us that we're allowed to search that vehicle.
Why did you want to search the vehicle?
We wanted to see if there was anything related to the incident in the car.
All right, and so you went to the home on the 19th. What happened when you got there? Well, let me back up. Did you hear from anybody from that home in between the search on the 14th and when you returned on the 19th?
Yes,
Who did you hear from?
from Mark Farnsworth.
What did he notify you about?
He had called me on Sunday to let me know, it was Sunday the 18th, that he was going to empty the garbage. He had found a Fanta box in the garbage. And then when he went to smash the box, he realized there was something in there. So he said that there were items wrapped in a towel in the box. He said that it was a vial of insulin. The box that the insulin came in, the instructions, a syringe, and then the orange cap that comes off of insulin. The little, I guess, security seal or whatever.
And he indicated to you that those were wrapped in a towel?
Yes.
What did you tell him to do about what he found?
I asked him to set aside for me to come back for the next day because we were already planning on coming.
When you arrived on the 19th, how did that visit go?
So the first thing we did was ask Mark for those items. So he took us out to the garbage. He showed us the Fanta box where it was in the garbage. And then he gave me the items that had been in the box and he put them in the bag.
We earlier saw body cam footage of Mark showing you the Fanta box and then throwing it back in the trash. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so did you have any objection to him throwing away the Fanta box?
No.
Should you, with hindsight, have collected that?
Probably. At the time, I thought the items in the box were more important than the box, but I probably should have collected the box.
Did you collect the towel that the items had been wrapped in?
No,
Why not?
I didn't see the towel, but probably same reason.
Okay. All right, so he gave you the items, showed you where they had come from. What did you do with the items once you received those?
I looked at the evidence.
All right. And what did you do? Well, let me show Exhibit 7, which has already been introduced. I think I figured out it takes 4 links before it stays on. All right, do you recognize this Exhibit 7?
Yes,
What is it?
that is a picture that Mark sent to me on the 18th to show me what he found.
All right. And once you received that photograph, is that when you told him to collect those items and set them aside?
Yes.
You did not take that photograph?
No.
All right. When you arrived, you said you took those items. You mentioned the syringe, the orange cap, the insulin bottle, the box for the insulin, and the packaging instructions.
Yes.
Is that all reflected in Exhibit 7?
Yes.
All right. Have you brought those items with you here today?
Yes.
Let me have you show those to the jury, if you would, as Exhibits 32 and 33.
These were originally all packaged together. They've since gone to different crime labs for different reasons. The instructions and the box are right here. The box is darkened due to fingerprinting, the fingerprint powder. The vial insulin you see in that picture is in this envelope.
And what number?
These are 32 is the syringe and 33 is the insulin bottle.
And
You were told it was 33.
yes, sir.
Okay.
And this one, item 32, is the syringe that you can see in that picture.
Judge, may I just publish all of those exhibits to the jury this time?
Well, Mr. Williams,
I have no objection, I guess, to boxes.
Yeah.
and you're offering 32 and 33.
No objection.
Yes, thank you.
I call this safe states 32 and 33. Go ahead.
Every time you open those, you have to reseal it and reinitial it so you can see they kind of go through the ringer of testing. That's why they look like that.
Right, since those are in bags, did you also take photographs of those items?
Yes.
If we could look at 33, sorry, I did a 32.
32A.
Oh, sorry, 33A. Okay. And is that a photo of the insulin that was located in that box?
Yes.
State moves to admit 33A.
Mr. Williams.
So I get some foundation as to when it was taken, where it's at.
When was that photograph taken?
I'm not sure.
How are you sure that it's the same item that was retrieved from the Fanta box on August 19th?
I was attempting to research that lot number to find if the insulin had been found within the home or brought into the home. So I had taken it out of evidence to take a picture of that lot number.
All right. And then what did you do once you took the photo?
I repackaged it.
So you're,
Confessing on foundation and date.
do you know the date?
No,
Does the photo accurately represent what you saw at the scene and what you removed from evidence, regardless of the date?
yeah, I simply took it out of the bag to take a picture of the lot number and then put it back.
State moves to admit 33.
No objection.
Court received states, did you say it's 33A?
Yes,
33A.
thank you.
Publish.
Yes, please. All right, so Mr. Farnsworth gave to you the items from the Fanta box that you took into evidence. Did he provide you any other items at that time? on this
Yes, he
night?
did. We,
Hold on just a second. He's got a juror.
Sorry, just need a bathroom break.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, we're going to take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, you are admonished by the court. It is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. All right, the jury. Please be seated. Okay, so let's come back at 10 after. 10 after. Thanks. Thank you. Please be seated. We'll go back on the record on case 251401132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Detective, I'll remind you that you're still under oath. Ms. Thomas.
I was advised that I'm not being loud enough, so let me know if I'm not hearing, if people are hearing me. I need to back up because I forgot to cover something with you, which is early on in your investigation, we had talked about the amount of how many are in your police agency and how many murder investigations your agency has conducted. Did there come a point that you felt that you may need some additional assistance with this case?
yes, as I was writing the warrant for Kacee's blood, so we have a liaison with the county attorney's office that looks through the warrants before we send them to the judge to make sure that everything is there that we need in the warrant. And I called our liaison and she suggested I needed some help.
Oh, okay. Full disclosure, who was your liaison?
You.
Yeah. Okay. So once that suggestion was made, what did you do?
You had suggested, because I wasn't sure where to go for help, so you suggested the Utah County Attorney's Office Investigative Bureau. So I had my chief talk to their chief.
Were there any other suggestions of other investigative agencies you could contact?
If there were, I don't remember. There probably were.
Okay. And once your chief talked to the investigations bureau chief, what happened?
Then we met, so I wrote the warrant for the blood, I believe, on the 13th. So I believe we met on the 14th. Then I checked my timeline.
Would that help you refresh your
Yes,
recollection?
yes, it would.
Timing? Just refresh your recollection and then look up when you're done.
Okay, so I wrote the warrant for the blood on the 14th. Sorry, the 13th. And so on the 14th, it was the 15th that I eventually met with the investigators with the investigative bureau.
So your chief and the investigations bureau chief agreed that to have some assistance to you.
Yes,
And who was that person?
the chief.
Or sorry, who was assigned to help you with this particular?
Well, originally I met with their chief, I believe Steve Adams, met with Sergeant Seitzinger, Sergeant Tishner, and Sergeant Hales. We all met in Chief Adams' office.
And was any representative from the county attorney's office, the attorneys themselves, present at that meeting?
No.
Did anybody from the county attorney's office dictate or direct you the direction of the investigation?
No.
After meeting with those you said 4 individuals, right?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, we kind of made a game plan as far as initial interviews, though we wanted to interview Meggan because we hadn't spoken with her yet. So we had, I believe, Sergeant Seitzinger and Sergeant Tishner were going to go interview her parents while Sergeant Hales and I interviewed Meggan.
And from that date on, has Sergeant Hales, Special Agent Hales, been involved in this investigation with you?
Yes.
And then you had mentioned when you were talking about this search of the closet during the execution of the search warrant at Kacee's room.
Yes.
You said that some syringes were found in the medical closet. Can you, were those diabetic syringes or something else?
Yes, I believe it was, I can't remember who showed me, but they showed me just a huge amount of syringes. There was just a lot of medical equipment in that closet. I honestly don't know the difference between syringes, so I couldn't tell you.
Were the ones that you saw, did they have the orange cap on them?
I believe so.
Just like the photo that we saw of the Fanta box?
Yes. They appeared to be unused syringes.
Okay. All right, back to you had collected from Mark Farnsworth the items that he found in the Fanta box.
Yes.
Did he provide you any other items at that time?
Yeah, so it was at that time that I asked him if I could search the bathroom. So I went in to search Kacee's bathroom, and he, at that time, so he had taken Sergeant Hales into Kacee's bedroom. I believe it was the first time Sergeant Hales had been to the home. So they had ripped the carpet out of the bedroom because of the flood. It had started to smell. They were planning on redoing the damage to the room. And so all that was left in the room was Kacee's bed frame. When I went in there, Mark pointed to the medical closet. There was a syringe on one of those permanent shelves. And he said, I found the syringe when I was taking out the carpet. So I believe we asked him where he found it. He pointed to the middle of the room. And I'm like, you found a syringe in the middle of the room? Like, that doesn't, I mean, I wouldn't have stepped over a syringe. So he said, no, I didn't say it like that. I was like, where did you find it? And he said, in the closet. And so we put it in a bag and took that as evidence. He also provided me with some more paperwork that day.
Okay. Did the syringe that Mark gave you that was found in the closet feel significant to you as far as evidence being collected in this matter?
No, it was in the closet with the rest of the medical equipment.
And you mentioned that you at that time also searched the bathroom associated with Kacee's bedroom.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So we had interviewed Meggan by then, and she had stated that Kacee had gone in the bathroom for an extended amount of time, and that when she came out, she was more loopy and that she needed help back to bed. So I wanted to look in the bathroom to see if there was any medications or anything in there.
Well, what did you find?
Nothing.
Did you look in the trash in the bathroom?
Yes.
Find any pill bottles, any syringes, any insulin?
No.
None of those matters?
No.
Items matters. All right. Then you also mentioned that Mark Farnsworth also gave you some paperwork at that time. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What did he give you?
So he had all of Kacee's belongings in the kitchen area. So in the body cam that was shown a little earlier, there's the kitchen table. And everything was kind of stacked in that area that was Kacee's. And then there were additional items on the bar and on like near the bar. And he had taken that turquoise box and it was sitting near the bar. And he was looking through it because they had found some additional paperwork. He said they found it in the closet. So he gave me a paper, I believe it said Schedule A or Schedule B at the top. It looked like life insurance paperwork. He said he had found it in the closet. He did take it out of the box.
Okay, let me back you up for just a minute. Your understanding was that he had found items in the closet when they were clearing out the closet?
Yes.
That he then put into the box?
Yes.
And he was giving you those documents on
Yes.
August 19th?
Yes, he had compiled some things in the box. And he did give me that. He said he had an additional, actually I believe he gave Sergeant Tishner a mailer from John Hancock. And then when we were searching the car, he brought me that additional document.
All right, let's look at Exhibit 24, please. Okay, do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of what Mark gave you on August 19th?
Yes.
24, statements to admit Exhibit 24.
Mr. Williams,
No objection.
report received states 24 can be published.
Did this exhibit have another page to it?
I had a backside.
All right, and is that,
It folds in half. You can see the adhesive. Yeah, there it is.
all right, is that the flyer you just mentioned?
Yeah, it's like a mailer.
Mailer, it's a mailer, not flyer, okay. All right, that's been admitted. Can we take a look at Exhibit 8, please? And what is this document?
That is the other document given to me by Mark that day,
And
on
is
the
that,
19th.
okay, does that accurately represent what you received from Mark on
Yes.
August 19 statements to admit Exhibit 8?
No objection.
Report received states 8 can be published.
Thank you. Okay, so when you went to the house on August 19th, just to recap, you received from Mark these two insurance documents, the syringe he found in the closet, and the items from the Fanta box.
Yes.
Anything else?
Not from Mark, no. We did find some items in the car.
All right, and so that's the next question, is what did you do after receiving those items?
Well, we did search Kacee's car and found a couple more things in her trunk.
In What did you locate in Casey's car when you searched that?
We found in the interview with Meggan, she had told us that Kacee had given her a basket of treats. In her trunk, she had a box that was full of stuff, and in that box was a shopping list and a receipt to go with it that appeared to have similar items to what Meggan had described.
Okay, could we take a look at Exhibit 35, please?
This is 34 and 35, it looks like.
Sorry, I was waiting for you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you were talking to me, I apologize.
And did you also bring with you Exhibit 36?
Maybe. What is 36? Oh, yes, I did. No, 158. Are you talking about the,
Did you bring with you a copy of the shopping list you found?
it's in that same bag.
Oh, on the backside, gotcha.
So that's
Okay.
2 exhibits in one bag,
Yes.
and
It's
that's
marked,
34 and 35.
yeah,
How are they separated?
one side says 34 and one side says 35.
Which one's 34? Is that the shopping list? or the
34 is the
receipt?
shopping list, 35 is the receipt.
Thank you.
They're all in one bag, but it's pretty creative. I don't have a reason to object. They're marked on either side. It looks like, so that you can see the front of the 2 exhibits in one bag.
And you're offering those?
I am, Judge.
Total receipt states 34 and 35.
And I believe we also have those as a documentary exhibit. And so that's 34, if we could publish that to the jury.
Can do it.
And 35, please. Your Honor, may I provide this as well to the jury, just to
You may.
look at? Thank you. I want to fast forward quite a few months. At some point in this investigation, did additional syringes come to your attention?
Yes,
Do you recall when that was?
that would be 4 months ago in December.
All right, so more than a year and 4 months after the incident that
Yes.
happened here. And what came to your attention?
I received an email from Kylie. She stated that her son was getting married and moving in with their grandparents into that basement apartment. She said that when they went to clean out the refrigerator, they found some syringes.
Did you look into those syringes?
Yes.
What did you learn?
We asked Mark about them. He had since moved out, and he stated that he found those in his brother Kyle's bedroom before he passed away, or after he passed away, in a desk drawer, and he just put them in the fridge.
All right. And so Kyle, to the best of your knowledge, passed away when?
January 2024.
And Mark found those and then put them in the refrigerator, and then Kylie found them and called you.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay, and Kylie called you 4 months ago, would have been
it was December of 2025.
Did you take those into evidence?
Yes.
All right, from the information you had, well, in addition to the search warrant on the vehicle and gathering the other evidence from the home, what else did you do around that time frame?
Prior to that, we interviewed Meggan for the first time.
What was that date?
It was on the 16th, Friday the 16th.
All right, had you received any information about Kacee's status at that point?
Yes, when we had arrived to serve the search warrant on the 14th, Kacee's brother-in-law, Jim, told us that she had been placed on end-of-life care. She ended up passing away on the evening of the 15th, I believe, at 8:22 p.m.
All right. How did you receive that information?
I received a voicemail from the hospital. They had left me a voicemail about an hour after she passed away.
All right. And you received that call, you said at 8:22, or is that when
That's when she passed away.
8:22 p.m. All right. And so with that knowledge, you said you spoke to Meggan Sundwall the next day?
Yes.
August 16th?
Yes, we had actually driven down, that was the day we were planning on interviewing her, was the 15th, when the other two sergeants were interviewing Megan's parents. So we had driven to, Sergeant Hales and I had driven to Santa Quinn to interview Meggan. When we did get a hold of her, she said she was up north, so we had made plans for the next day to speak with her on the 16th.
And before going to speak with her, had you made any efforts to locate DNR advance directives?
Yeah, all throughout the room and through her uncle. And I don't think I think it was after that we spoke with her doctor
All right.
that we inquired there as well.
And in all of those people, were you ever able to locate DNR?
No.
An advance directive?
No.
Okay, you went to speak to Meggan Sundwall on August 16th, you mentioned. Do you
Yes.
recognize her in the courtroom?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe what she's wearing, please?
She's wearing a green dress.
For St. Patrick's Day?
Yes.
Where did you meet her?
At her home in Santa Quinn.
Who else was present?
Her husband Mitch and Sergeant Hales.
What did you do?
What did we do?
Yeah, when you were there, what did you do?
The original goal was to find out how they met and her story about what happened that previous Monday on the 12th.
And before we talk about that interview, did you receive a call from Mark while you were at that interview?
I did, halfway through the interview.
And what did he convey to you?
He told me that they'd been going through, they meaning he and Kayla and his sister, had been going through their parents' finances and that they had found some money missing from, I believe it was the Alta bank account.
What did you tell Mark?
What did they tell Mark?
What did you tell Mark when he gave you that information?
I don't remember.
Did he mention to you how much he thought was missing?
I believe it was $1,700.
Did you take a report at that time?
Take a report.
Take a report about the missing?
Well, I know I discussed with him because I had started looking through that box of paperwork that I told you about, and there was some credit card information in there that I wanted to discuss with him. So I would assume I advised to get in contact with him at a later time. I honestly don't remember.
All right. Are you aware of whether an investigation report was opened by local police on?
Yes, I did. I opened a fraud case, and APS got involved as well.
What is APS?
It's Adult Protective Services.
Why did they get involved?
Anytime they think there is elderly abuse and like financial abuse or physical abuse, they get involved to investigate.
Did you work with them or did they conduct their own investigation?
They conducted their own investigation.
Did you receive a report from them about their investigation?
I did.
Are you aware of who they investigated?
They originally in the report it says Kaylin and Kacee.
And Kaylin is
Yes.
Mark's sister?
Yes.
Kacee's aunt?
Yes.
And what was the conclusion from APS about Kaylin?
It was unsupported. Their findings were unsupported for Kaylin.
What does unsupported mean?
They didn't have enough evidence to support their findings.
What was their conclusion as far as the report went about Kacee?
They closed the case supported against Kacee.
All right. Does supported mean convicted?
No.
Was there ever any formal charge against Kacee as a result of that investigation?
No.
Because she was no longer alive, correct?
Right.
Had APS, as far as you know, had an opportunity to interview Kacee about their suspicions?
No.
In your law enforcement experience, have you investigated cases like that of credit card fraud?
Yes.
And thefts? Was there anything that you felt was missing from this investigation?
Usually you would interview the person being accused of the crime, and you would also talk to the, let's see the words, you would talk to the grandparents, was a card holder, to see if they had given consent for the person to use their card.
All right. Were either of those things done in this particular case from APS?
Not that I know of.
Did you do any of those things yourself?
No.
With the information that you had and that was reflected in the APS report, would you have been comfortable asking for charges to be filed?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, to process. Please don't ask for charges. Prosecutors make that decision. Sustained.
Would you have referred that matter to the county attorney's office for consideration of charges in the state that it was in?
With just that information? No.
And at that stage of that investigation, would Kacee still be entitled to be presumed innocent of that accusation?
Yes.
All right, so we sort of took a detour there with Mark's phone call to you as you were at the interview with Meggan Sundwall. And you said it was you and Sergeant Hales that was there to talk to her?
Yes.
Any other law enforcement?
No.
Can you tell us about the kind of the tone and how you approached the whole situation?
So we, like I said, we just wanted to find out how they met, how long they've known each other, that type of thing, the relationship of their relationship, the nature of their relationship, and what her story of Monday was, or her recollection of what happened Monday.
All right, and that was within a week, or was about no less than a week from the time that this incident had happened, right?
Yes.
August 12th was the date of the incident, August 16th was the date of the interview?
Yes.
All right. Were those interviews recorded?
Yes,
How were they recorded?
with my handheld recorder.
I, Your Honor, would like to admit that entire first interview. Well, let me ask you first, Detective. Have you reviewed that interview?
Yes.
And does it accurately reflect how that interview went, all the questions asked and answers given?
Yes.
The state's going to move to admit but not publish that interview.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Exhibit 165.
No objection.
You're going to play that?
I'm not going to play it, Judge, because it is about an hour long. I did want to admit it, but in the interest of conservation of time, I'd like to just talk to you about some of that interview.
You're offering it, though, is that correct?
I am offering it.
Okay, so for the record, the court will receive states 165.
Thank you. How did that interview start out?
We introduced ourselves and asked her how she knew Kacee.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told us that she met Kacee when they were both working at Chrysalis, a residential adult treatment center, I believe, for disabled adults, I believe is what it is. And they were both working there. Kacee had sought her out as the resident nurse to take her blood pressure.
Did she tell you about when that was?
I think no, I don't remember.
What else did she tell you in the course of that interview about, well, you said that Kacee had asked Meggan to take her blood pressure. Why was that significant to you?
She told us that she was a nurse and that she took her blood pressure and it was high, which showed us that she knows, I guess, basic medical knowledge.
Did she tell you about what had gone on that day, August 12th?
Yes, she prefaced it with Kacee had been sick for a long time. We had heard that she had had cancer, so Meggan was still under the impression that Kacee was a cancer patient. She told us that Kacee had been on hospice at least since April, that she had been conversing with the doctors and nurses and helping with her care.
Can I interrupt you for just a second? You said we had learned that she had cancer. Who's we?
I had learned that she had cancer, but as the case was unfolding, the next day. So as she went to the hospital, her uncle had told dispatch that she was sick and she had cancer. In the reports the officers had written, it stated she had cancer as well.
Did you learn otherwise before you talked to Meggan on
Yes.
this? How did you get that information?
The family told me that they had learned she didn't have cancer while she was in the ICU.
All right, so you knew that when you went to this interview with Meggan on the 16th?
Yes.
Okay. You were talking about that she prefaced or started her explanation of what happened on August 12th by telling you that Kacee
Yeah,
cancer.
Yeah, she was giving us the backstory of Kacee's health. So she was talking about hospice. She had told us that Kacee had broken her femur in 3 places, I believe, a few months prior. And then she told us what happened that day.
Did she tell you what they had intended to be doing that day?
Yeah, she said that she was going over there to watch movies, just to hang out, is what their plan was.
What did she tell you they did after she arrived?
She said that they started watching The Blind Side and Kacee fell asleep.
And what else did she tell you after, what happened after Kacee fell asleep?
She did say that upon her arrival, Kacee was slurring her words. And she said that she fell asleep when they were watching The Blind Side. She said that she had woken up to use the bathroom, that she had gone into the bathroom and that she was there for a long time.
That Kacee had gone to use the bathroom?
Yes.
For a long time?
Yes.
What did Meggan tell you she did when Kacee went up to use the bathroom?
She said she took the dog out.
All right, and what did she say happened after that?
She said that Kacee wasn't coming out of the bathroom and that she was pounding on the door trying to get her to come out of the bathroom. She said Kacee eventually came out of the bathroom at 2 or 2:30, I believe is what she said, and that she was acting even more loopy and that she had to help her back to the bed.
Did she give you any indication during the course of this interview what had caused Kacee's medical condition that day?
She said she didn't know what happened.
Did she mention anything about pills?
I think she said when she got there, Kacee had taken some pills out of a little box, but she didn't know what they were. She had told us prior to, when she was going through the medical knowledge about the hospice and the nurses and doctors, she had said that she spoke with, or that she had been in contact with Dr. Messler in relation to Kacee's care. So during, when she was going through the timeline of the 12th, she did say that she had contacted him.
All right, were you able to confirm or deny whether that happened?
She did send who she thought was Dr. Messler a text, yes.
Can we look at Exhibit 37, please? I know this wasn't that particular day, but did you at some point in your investigation locate this text message on Meggan's phone?
Yes, I did.
And did that line up with what Meggan had told you about contacting Dr. Messler?
She said she had texted him a couple times, I believe, and that she had tried calling him. So it was a text.
Okay, but you did locate this text on Meggan's phone?
Yes.
State moves to admit exhibit 37,
No objection.
Court proceeding states 37 can be published.
please. Do you see in exhibit 37 the phone number that text message went to?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain whose phone number that was?
Yes.
Whose was it?
It actually belonged to Casey's deceased father.
So that was not Dr. Messner's phone
No.
number? Did you also, when looking at the phones in that time frame of what Meggan was describing happened to you, did Meggan also locate, or did you also locate a text that Meggan had sent to her mother?
Yes.
If we could please take a look at, I'm sorry, back on exhibit 37, what was the, I wasn't fast enough, bring that back up. What was the time of that, when that text message went?
12:47.
12:47. And if I could. All right, at 12:47, and I'm referring back so we can look at both things at the same time. This is exhibit 10 that I'm showing you. That you previously discussed was the glucometer readings. At 12:47, can you tell us what Kacey's blood glucose level was?
It looks like it would have been somewhere between 76 and 69.
And then, did you also locate a text that Meggan had sent to her mother, Renee?
Yes.
And that is exhibit 27. If we could take a look at that, it's already been admitted, I believe. No. Yes, thank you. So if we could publish that. All right, and this was, when you were interviewing Meggan, did she mention that she had texted her mother?
She said she had contacted her parents. She said that Kacee wasn't doing well by 4 or 5, and that she had contacted her parents, I think, around 6.
Okay, and what is the time on this particular text message?
1:59.
I'm referring again to exhibit 10. What would Kacey's blood glucose have been at 1:59?
30.
Turning back to the interview summary. What else did she say happened that day after she said that she had helped Kacee back to bed?
She said that she wasn't doing very well by 4 or 5, and then that she had asked her dad to come give Kacee a blessing of release.
And again, at 4 or 5, what would her blood glucose reading have been?
Low. So 19 or less.
Okay. The trick is, I'm going to put it so the defense can see it also. Thank you. Okay, so it was reading low when she said she wasn't doing well. What did she say, do you recall, about watching Kacee as Casey's condition deteriorated?
She had said that it was painful to watch, that Kacee was gasping under her own saliva, something to that effect, and that had always been Casey's biggest fear, that she didn't want to drown in her own fluids.
Meggan told you that she contacted her parents to come to the house?
Yes.
Why did she want her parents there?
She wanted her dad to come give Kacee a blessing of release.
Did she tell you whether that happened?
Yes, they did come.
They did come. Did she indicate what time they arrived?
I don't remember.
Did she mention the telephone call with Kylie?
Yes.
What did
She
she say
did.
about that?
She said that after her father had given Kacee the blessing, that's when Mark had entered the room. That's when he came downstairs. She said that that's when she told him that there was a DNR, that he shouldn't call the ambulance. And at that point, she called Kylie to tell Kylie about the DNR as well.
Did she describe to you how Kylie responded?
I think she told us that she was angry, told her to get out. I don't remember specifics.
What did Meggan tell you about whether she had ever actually seen a DNR?
She said she had not.
What did she tell you about whether she'd actually seen a physical power of attorney?
And she had not seen that either.
During the course of this interview, did she ever tell you what Kacee had in her system?
No.
Did she ever indicate to you what had happened to Kacee that day?
No, she said she didn't know.
Did you ask her why she didn't call 911?
Yeah, she said because of the DNR. Actually, I did remember something. She did bring up that Kylie had threatened her because Mitch asked if we were going to do anything about that. I remember that.
What kind of threat did she say?
She said that she was going to ruin her or something like along those lines.
Okay, just to make sure our pronouns are lining up. Kylie told Meggan that Kylie was going to ruin Meggan?
Yes.
And that's what Meggan told you during this interview?
Yes.
And you asked her why she didn't call 911?
Yes.
And that was?
The DNR.
Okay. Did you inform Meggan during the course of this interview what Kacee's medical condition was?
Yes. We let her know that Kacee had passed away.
How did she respond to that?
She appeared sad.
Okay. In what way did she appear sad?
She sniffled and hung her head for a minute, I guess.
Okay. Did she tell you about you mentioned that she had described to you Kacee being on hospice?
Yes.
What did she tell you about that?
She said that she had been in contact with the doctors and nurses that were taking care of Kacee. She was contacted for Kacee's medical care, and so they were going through her. She said that they were sedating her to help her pass. Like sedation therapy, I believe is what she said.
Did she tell you how she communicated with these people?
Yes, she said that they would contact her through Kacee's phone.
Did that raise any questions in your mind?
Yes, we did try to clarify that several times. Asked her if she had spoken to any of them on the phone or had met any of them in person. She had said no.
In the course of your investigation, did you notice the vitals that these so-called hospice workers had given Meggan over the course of time?
Yes, I believe she gave us some that day or in the second interview. She had read some to us.
And what struck you about those?
They were extremely low. I don't know much about anything medical, but they were extremely low. Like I believe that the temperature was in the 50s, something like that.
Enough to raise your concern that these
Yeah.
are inaccurate?
Yeah.
Before the interview was concluded, did you ask Meggan for anything?
Yes, we explained that it would be important to corroborate her side of the story, to see the text messages that she was telling us about. So we asked her for a consent search of her phone.
Did she agree to that?
Yeah, she said she had nothing to hide.
Did she provide you the phone right then and there?
No.
What did she do?
I can't remember why she wanted to give it to us right then. She said that I thought she was going to bring it in later that day or another day. And then she was coordinating with Sergeant Seitsinger. When we were searching the car, we were notified that he was on his way. So that next Monday, the 19th, he was on his way to pick up her phone. So that's when he received it.
Okay, just for our timeline then, you asked her on the 16th for her phone.
Which was Friday, yes.
And she provided it to Special Agent Seitsinger on the 19th?
Yes.
Do you remember specific language from that interview about what she knew of what Kacee took or what happened to her that day?
It's hard to differentiate the interviews, but she made it clear that she didn't know what she had taken.
That Meggan didn't know what Kacee
So Meggan did not know what Kacee had taken or why she had gone downhill like that.
Was that, in the course of your investigation, did you come across information that she was telling other people that that's not consistent?
Yes.
If we could, we previously discussed Exhibit 22, I'm not offering it this time.
Say 22.
22.
Which one is that?
It's a telephone call.
Mr. Williams?
The telephone call,
The telephone call we've discussed.
phone call evidence of thing.
Right.
Subject to fire protection.
Understood.
What was he?
Before the,
Sorry, what was he saying, 22?
sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Before I publish that to the jury, are you aware of whether Meggan was aware that this call was recorded?
She wasn't.
All right. And let's play Exhibit 22 if we could.
I thought maybe I needed to tell, but they knew what she was doing, they had help her. Yeah, I had help her, I didn't do anything about it.
Okay, so she told you on the 16th that she didn't know what Kacee took or what happened to her, and then you had this phone call where she's saying maybe I should say that I didn't help her.
Yes.
Did you conduct another interview of the defendant after the
Yes.
first one? When was that?
That was on the 21st of August. I believe it was the next Wednesday.
Why did you do another interview?
It was at Meggan's request.
Why did she want to talk to you again?
She had questions about the investigation.
Where was this interview conducted?
She met Sergeant Hales and I at the Utah County Attorney's Office Investigative Bureau office.
Let me ask you about that office real quick. Is that located in the same building as the Utah County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Is it located on the same floor as the Utah County Attorney's Office?
No.
Do the attorneys in the office have access to the Investigations Bureau?
I honestly don't know.
Is it a locked facility?
It is locked. You have to get magic permission to get in.
And does that extend to you? You have to get
Yes.
permission to enter?
Yes.
How do you enter?
You have to have somebody with a key card let you in.
All right. Is there any alternative ways to get in?
Not that I know of.
Is there a buzzer that you can?
Oh, probably.
Sorry. All right. So on the 21st of August, Meggan came to the Investigations Bureau in Provo, and have you reviewed that entire interview?
Yes.
Does that accurately reflect your memory of the questions asked and answered in that particular interview?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall how long the interview was?
No, I don't.
The state would move to admit 166, second interview.
What kind of media is it?
It's an audio, this was a video.
This one has audio and video. I don't know which one it is.
I don't know if it's audio. It's audio.
What's your exhibit number?
166.
Audio only. Go lay some foundation where the audio is coming from, please.
Sure. So where was this interview held?
In their conference room?
And what is in that conference room as far as recording capabilities?
I'm not sure. I believe I had my handheld. Excuse me. I'm not sure how they recorded there.
All right. Are you aware of whether there are any cameras or audio equipment in that conference room?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. The audio that you listened to in preparing or reviewing, that was it from your own
Yes.
interview?
My handheld recorder, yes.
Okay, statements to admit exhibit 166.
No objection.
Court receives states 166.
And again, in the interest of time, Judge, I'm not going to publish it at this time, but would like to ask the detective questions about that interview. What did she first want to know when she came in?
She wanted to know if there would be an autopsy done on Kacee.
What did you tell her?
We told her that the autopsy was already done, but the toxicology was not. We're still waiting on all that.
What else did she want to know?
She told us that Kacee had told her that when she passed away to call her attorney, Derek Marshall, and that
Her?
Casey's attorney, Derek Marshall, and contact him about further steps.
Did you have an opportunity after that interview to get in touch with Derek Marshall?
Yes, we did.
What did you learn from him?
Well, she told us that she spoke with him and that he directed her to the blue box, the turquoise box, and that he told her everything she would need would be in that box.
And that's what Meggan told you, he instructed her?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe sometime after we contacted Derek Marshall, he had never spoken with her.
Okay, so she was interested in the contents of the turquoise box during the course of the second interview?
Yes.
Did she describe it?
She described the box, that it was a wooden turquoise box, and that it should have life insurance, letters for her, and funeral paperwork maybe?
Why was she interested in it?
She said that that was meant for her. The items in the box were for her.
Had you located the box at that time?
Yes. She told us the box was locked. I let her know that the box actually was not locked when officers found it. They just opened it. And that I had, when we searched the room, I did locate an envelope with her name on it, but it was empty. And she was concerned about that because she wanted the letters that Kacee had intended for her. So we told her we would ask the family about those.
All right. And we saw a video, a body cam from Officer Jorgensen earlier where Officer Robinson took the box down from the closet shelf.
Yes.
Recall seeing that?
Yes.
And have you also reviewed that?
Yes.
Was the box locked when he opened it to look into it? Do you recall whether Meggan mentioned to you during the course of this interview the life insurance policy?
I had asked her in the first interview if Kacee had had a will or life insurance, and she said she didn't have anything. So she didn't have a will or life insurance. In the second interview, she told us exactly where the paperwork for the life insurance would be, and that it was John Hancock information.
All right. Did she give you any information about why she thought the life insurance premium had been paid?
Yeah, she told us that Kacee's friend, Mike Dolan, who was in Kacee's phone as my love, had paid the policy.
Was she specific about that information?
Very.
Tell us about that.
Well, she just said if we looked in Kacee's phone and found his name, we'd be able to find the information. I believe she mentioned there was a text as well. I don't remember the information about the text, but I believe she mentioned a text.
Okay. During the course of this interview, did you notify Meggan that Kacee did not in fact have cancer?
Yes, we told her that Kacee did not have cancer, that the autopsy showed that she, besides her one kidney, she was perfectly healthy, that she had not broken her femur, as previously reported, that she had had a knee replacement.
How did Meggan respond to that?
She was shocked. She appeared shocked.
And at that point, did she again describe to you what had happened that day?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said that she just recounted the story, that she'd gone to the bathroom, that she had to help her out of the bathroom and back to bed, and that she was loopy, more loopy.
Did you have any additional discussion during the course of that interview about the insurance policy?
During that interview, I don't recall.
Was it mentioned during the course of that interview that it was unlikely there was an insurance policy?
Yes.
And who said that?
Sergeant Hales told her there was a 0 to none chance that Kacee had life insurance.
How did Meggan respond?
She doubled down on Mike Dolan, saying that he had paid the policy.
All right, did she give you an amount that she believed he had paid for the
I
premium?
think it was $2,000.
Did you talk to Meggan at that time about discussions of suicide?
Yes, she at one point told us that she never thought Kacee was suicidal.
And having been to the house and seen that Fanta box that we've seen a couple of times now, did you ask Meggan about the Fanta box?
We asked her if Kacee's favorite drink was Fanta.
How'd she respond to that?
She said she didn't know.
Did she mention anything about what she liked to drink?
Yes, so I believe Sergeant Hale said that we found Fanta cans all over the room, and it was Fanta Zero. So she said, yeah, well, that's probably Kacee's. I drink Coke. Kacee bought Coke for me and put it in the downstairs refrigerator.
Is the downstairs refrigerator the same place where the insulin that Mark stored
Yes.
was located? It was a terrible sentence. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are you aware of anything that Meggan did about that life insurance policy with John Hancock within a couple of days of your time, or it didn't exist?
Yes.
What did she do?
She signed up for 2 life insurance finder websites, and then she called John Hancock.
I would like to play a copy of that. Well, how did you become aware of the call to John Hancock?
When I was going through Megan's phone, the timeline of the time after Kacee had passed, I noticed that she had placed 3 calls to John Hancock.
And what did you do once you saw that?
I called them and called their customer service to ask if they recorded their phone calls, and they said yes, and they advised me of the legal process to obtain that call.
What was the legal process?
I think I had to send a letter on letterhead. I can't remember. I think it was that. It was either that or a subpoena.
After complying with that process, were you able to get a copy of the phone call made by Meggan to John Hancock?
Yes.
The state would, have you also reviewed that phone call?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of what you received from John Hancock?
Yes.
State would move to admit 147.
Can you get some foundation as to the date of the call?
Thank you. Yes. Were you able to determine when that call was made?
I think it was the day after our interview on the 22nd.
So your interview was the
That's my memory.
21st, and you believe that the phone call was on the 22nd?
I believe so. If you need me to check my report, I can.
Would that help you refresh your
It
recollection?
might take a minute, but yes.
Please, yeah, go ahead and check and look up when you're done.
It was Friday the 23rd.
Okay, Friday the 23rd was the date of the call
Yes.
to John Hancock.
Yes.
State moves to admit exhibit 147.
No objection.
You,
I'll receive exhibit 147. You gonna publish?
I would like to publish that in just a moment. Well, before we do that, I want to ask you, Detective, during the course of this phone call, after you listened to it, was a policy number provided to John Hancock by Meggan Sundwall?
Yes.
When we listen to that phone call, I'd like you to note down the policy number that was given. Do you have a pen or a pencil up there with you? Okay. All right, if we could publish that.
Thank you for calling John Hancock Life Insurance. This is Erica. How can I help? Hi, Erica. My name is Megan, and I got a kind of weird situation. I have a friend who passed away, so basically my sister, and said that she had left me life insurance, but her family is not letting me see any of the documents or anything. So I don't know if it's the actual, I have like a policy number and all our information. I have, what's the policy number? From what she told me, it was 158084954. Like a legit policy number. Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds like that at least. Look it up. We're doing a second. So 158084954. Yes. Nothing did come up with that. Do you know her social? It's her, sorry, give me her name first. It's Kacee, so it's Kacee. And then last name is Terry, Terry. And then just the last 4 of her social. 1540. 1 second. Nothing. Okay. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Take care. Goodbye.
And if we could pull up exhibit 30, please. All right, and looking at, oops. All right, and looking at Exhibit 30, what was the policy number on that?
It says, it looks like a 1-5, so that looks like a B, but 808-49548,
Which is,
the number that she read off.
thank you, can turn that off. Oops. All right, and before this interview, you mentioned that she had provided her cell phone to, directly to Sergeant Hale or Sergeant Seitzinger for examination.
Yes.
And what, as far as you know, did he do with that?
What did he do with the phone?
Yeah.
He extracted messages between Meggan and Kacee.
Did he tell you, or did you see how many texts between them there were?
28,880.
What was the earliest?
I believe it was December 2019.
Do you know why it didn't go any further back than 2019?
I think one of them got a new phone.
Okay. And did you compare the information on Kacee's phone with the information on Megan's phone?
Yes.
What did you learn?
Due to the vast amount of text messages between the two of them, Sergeant Hales had pared it down from July 20th to August 12th. In that time frame, there were 283 texts missing from Megan's phone that were still on Kacee's phone.
All right. And that was in a 3-week period, about
Yes.
July 20 to August 12th. Did you yourself notice anything particular about the messages that were missing from Megan's phone that were on Kacee's phone?
Yes.
What did you know?
They were mostly about life insurance, suicide, and insulin.
After talking to Mrs. Sundwall on the 21st, did you have another interview with her?
We did.
Why?
We wanted to ask her about those missing messages.
What was the date of that interview?
August 29th
Where was it?
at Megan's home in San Juan.
Who was present?
Same as the first interview. It was me, Sergeant Hales, Mitch Sundwall, and Meggan Sundwall.
Was this interview recorded?
Yes.
How was it recorded?
My handheld recorder.
Have you reviewed that interview in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it accurately reflect the conversation you had with Meggan Sundwall on August 29th?
Yes.
And that is Exhibit 167. State would move to admit at this time but not publish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court received, states 167.
How did that interview begin?
I believe we asked her, I know Sergeant Hales had brought kind of a visual prop with us. He had printed out the text messages for those 3 weeks from Kacee's phone, and he had printed out the text messages from Megan's phone. And he set them side by side and told her that there were 283 messages missing from her phone.
How did she respond to that?
She just kind of shrugged it off, I guess.
Did she provide any explanation for why they were not there, or why there was a difference between her phone and Casey's phone?
Yeah, she said that she always deletes texts when she talks about those things.
What did she mean by those things?
I believe Sergeant Hales had told her that they were about life insurance, insulin, and suicide.
All right. What did you say or ask her about why she hadn't mentioned that to you earlier?
We asked her why she hadn't told us she deleted messages, and she said because we didn't ask.
Did you talk to her again about a life insurance policy?
Yes, we had asked her about it, and she said that she never believed that Kacee had a life insurance policy. So, and then we asked her how much it was worth, and she said like $1 million.
What, if anything, did she tell you during the course of that interview about whether Kacee was suicidal?
I think that is when she told us she never believed Kacee was suicidal.
Did you ask for any additional information about what she did during the entire almost 11 hours she was at Kacee's home on August 12th?
Yeah, she said she wasn't doing anything.
Did you ask her what she would have done if Kacee had died while she was there?
Yes, I asked her what her plan was if Mark hadn't come downstairs, and she said, well, Kacee would have passed. And so we said, well, then what? She said I would have called the mortuary. And we asked her about the death certificate, like who's going to sign the death certificate? And she said, I do, or I would. I am a nurse. I do it all the time. She said something to that effect.
Was that consistent with your knowledge of law enforcement
No.
procedures and policies?
No.
Who can sign death certificates as far as you're aware?
There are a few nurses that can, but mostly it's doctors. There's a list. You have to get on the list.
What did she tell you about why she had deleted messages?
About why she had deleted them?
Yeah, did she give an explanation about why she deleted them?
She said that she didn't want to look like what Kylie was accusing her of,
And what was she believing Kylie was accusing her of?
murdering her sister.
Let me switch topics a little bit and ask you, going back to the items that you had collected up till that point, the syringes, the insulin bottle in particular, what did you do with them after you logged them into your evidence?
So we took, Sergeant Hales and I drove to the crime lab to take the 2 syringes that we had, the one from the Phantom box and the one from Kacey's room that was found by the paramedics. We took those syringes along with the other items that, were found in the Phantom box to the crime lab to test for fingerprints.
And when you say the other items that were found in the Phantom box, are you talking
The
about?
insulin, the box, and the instructions that came with the box, and the orange cap.
Where's the crime lab?
It's in Salt Lake.
What were you looking for in particular from the crime lab?
At that point, fingerprints.
And was that done with those items? You mentioned the 2 syringes, one from the Phantom box, one from the bedroom,
Mhm.
and the insulin bottle. Were those analyzed at the crime lab as far as you know for fingerprints?
Item 2, which was the syringe that was found by the paramedics, we took that back with us. The fingerprint analyst told us that the chances of finding fingerprints on that syringe were slim to none. And so we took that one back and put it back into evidence and left item 20, which had the Phantom box items.
All right, so the Phantom box, item 20, included the insulin bottle and the syringe that was found with it?
Correct.
You left both of those items with
And the box and the instructions.
The insulin box?
Yes.
All right, you left all those items with the crime lab?
Yes.
Did you receive a report back about what they found?
Yes. There were no fingerprints found.
Okay, what else did you do after that with those items?
We had both of those items analyzed for touch DNA.
How does that come about? How do you do that?
How do you test for touch DNA?
No, how do you submit items to the crime lab for?
Oh, I usually you just give them to the evidence tech. It works in your office and they take them up.
Do you have to be specific about what it is you're looking for and where?
Yes.
What did you tell them?
I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, you just say, will you test these for touch DNA? And they say, okay.
All right. As far as you know, those items were delivered back to the crime lab, or did they retain them after the fingerprinting?
I believe they retained the item 20 and we took sent item 2 back up.
All right. Did you receive a report about about the DNA testing?
Yes.
And what was the upshot of those tests?
I can look. I have a chart. I don't remember. I know that the 2 syringes had Kacey's DNA on them and 2 other profiles, but it was undetermined who those other 2 were.
All right. And what about the insulin bottle?
The insulin bottle had, I think the orange cap had DNA. I'd have to look. I don't remember.
Would that help you refresh your recollection as to that conclusion?
Yeah.
Can you look at that and look up when you have reviewed it?
So tell me your question again.
What was the DNA, what did the DNA report indicate about DNA on the insulin bottle?
I don't think any DNA was found on the insulin bottle. The reports are hard to read. I apologize. But my recollection is that there was no DNA found on the insulin bottle.
All right. We are going to turn now to the text messages that you located on Meggan's and on Kacey's cell phones. You mentioned that Sergeant Seitzinger had located 28,880 texts between the 2 of them in that 5-year period,
Yes.
roughly. Did you read all of them?
Most. I would say I read most.
Okay. Did you note as you were reading them, the content of them?
Yes, I did. So I searched through, you're able to search with keywords. Like if I looked up Kacee, then it would show me all the texts that referred to Kacee. So if I found a text that seemed like it was either going to refer to suicide or foul play, I would look on either side of the text for context.
All right. What was, I think you already mentioned it, what was the earliest text that you recall taking note of?
And so when were the first texts sent? In December of 2019, I think.
All right. Do you recall a text on December 21st of 2019? Let me just show you.
Okay.
Can you show Detective Farney Exhibit 42, please? Do you recognize that text?
Yes.
Let me see if I can do this. When you received the report from Sergeant or Special Agent Seitzinger, what was the format of that report with the 28,000 plus messages?
So he gave me a thumb drive after we served the warrant for for Meggan's full phone. I received a thumb drive with her phone and a thumb drive with Meggan's phone, or Kacey's phone. And actually I had to get a new computer because the vast amount of information, the computer I had would not open the file, would not open the thumb drive. So when you open it, it gives you there's different tabs across the top and different things that you can click on along the side. And so mostly I worked within timeline, or I believe in the timeline is where you find the text messages. It's been a minute. I apologize.
And were those texts that you received from Sergeant Seitzinger altered in any way after you received them?
No.
There are text strings, is that accurate to say?
Yes.
So conversations between the two of them that go on for many texts, or
Oh, yes.
sometimes several,
Yes.
sometimes hundreds?
Hundreds.
All right. And in your review of them, did you sometimes exclude some that didn't seem relevant to the text that you were focusing on?
Yes, in the interest of space. And I would cut out the stuff in the middle, or if it was just redundant, I guess I would remove some of those, yes.
All right. And what about texts that seem to support, were you excluding texts that would support Meggan's version of what had happened on that particular day?
But no, I was still under the impression it was either suicide or foul play. I was still trying to figure it out.
Okay. And when you selected or went through and found relevant, or things that you found to be relevant to the investigation of the case, did you flag every single one that you found?
Every single one? No, probably not.
Were the ones that you did identify representative of what you saw?
Yes,
And you have reviewed as much as you could of the texts that were provided to you by Sergeant Seitzinger, correct?
yes,
All right. And have you seen this format that you're looking at today?
yes,
All right. Is this format accurate as far as what you saw from the Celebrate extraction done by Sergeant Seitzinger?
yes.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 42.
Thank you. Court received States 42, wish to publish.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And if you want to just read it to us, Detective, sorry.
That's okay. Kacee is the green bubble, and she says, reassure me I'm not dying. Meggan is the blue bubble. She says, unfortunately, I don't know if you're dying or not. I'm sorry. You need to be prepared no matter what happens.
And the date of that was?
December 21st, 2019. Look, I'm yelling. Am I yelling?
You're not yelling. I want to introduce a group. We're not going to publish or talk about all of them, but it exhibits 43 through 53. The state would move to admit.
Did you say 43 through 53?
Yes.
And they're all texts.
They are all texts.
Subject to the presentation.
Thank you. Court received States exhibits 43 through 53.
So those will be available to the jury, but I just want to talk about a few of them. If we could look at Exhibit 44. Could you read to us, please, and publish, yeah. Could you read to us, please, the first couple of texts on that, well, the text on that page?
Yes, again, Kacee is green. She says, yeah, I'm assuming he is because he said we could keep our appointment for Monday as well. I called him to see about meds. I'm having a major panic attack, or it's my heart failure, but I have like tons of pressure on my chest and I can't breathe normally. I can take it, but today I can't. Normally I can take it, but today I can't. It's like the more time goes on, my chest feels heavier. So Meggan says, I'm sure that is only going to get worse, unfortunately.
And if we could skip down to, keep going. All right, and ultimately, what was the text that Meggan sent back?
Meggan says, the process of dying is pretty brutal from what I've observed.
Let me take a look at Exhibit 47. And would you read these to us, please?
Again, Kacee is green, says, I can't do this. This anxiety and pain is too much. I'm stuck between I'm scared to live and I'm scared to die. I can't even breathe. And Meggan responds, Kacee girl, what choice do you have? You have to keep going.
And to scroll up, please.
Meggan continues, but I think you need to really work on replacing your fear of death with more faith. And Kacee says, I agree. I'm more afraid of death by taking my own life. It's so hard sitting here waiting for it to happen. And Meggan says, you aren't going to take your own life.
Exhibit 48. If you could read to us, please, just the first.
Kacee says, I'm so sick, I can't stop throwing up. My legs are jumping so bad. My head is pounding and I can't breathe. It's making me panic.
And this was, sorry, what was the date on that?
That's 8/31/2020.
And then the next two, please.
Meggan responds, sorry, I just got these, but I'm done with Porter. You didn't freak me out, Kacee. You are never going to pass away if you keep freaking yourself out and going into a panic when you start to feel bad. I'm convinced that you are not going to pass until you actually want to completely. You've asked for blessings, taken stuff, and say you want to, but I know you don't. You have to let go. It is past time. The next one says, there is nothing left here for you. Everything's ahead of you in the next life. Move forward and stop only existing.
Okay, let's skip the next three and go to the one after that starts because.
Kacee says, because I feel like I'm frustrating the hell out of you because I'm not dying. I do want to be dying out of pain, but yeah, I'm scared and I don't know how not to be. And now I'm scared to be Bella and you.
Do you recall who Bella is?
Her dog, Kacee's dog.
All right, the next three.
Meggan says, you aren't frustrating the hell out of me. Faith and fear cannot exist in the same place. You're letting fear rule your life. I understand that is the way you have always lived, but it will not work to die that way. I try to help you, Kacee, but I can only do so much when you sabotage. I don't know what more I can do. Kacee says, I didn't think I was sabotaging. I tried 3 different times to die this weekend. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying the best I can. I'm sorry I'm constantly complaining about being sick and asking you for help. She goes on to say, I was grateful that you were there for me this weekend, and I felt like I didn't have to do it alone. It made it so much easier. It makes me sad that you think I'm just sticking around on purpose. Anyway, we don't have to talk about it anymore.
Let's take a look at exhibit 49. What's the date on this one?
This is September 10th, 2020.
And if you would read us this conversation, please.
This is Meggan. She says, all I know, Kacee, is if I was in your shoes, if I had been told that I had done everything I told Heavenly Father I would do, that I would go home and leave all the pain, heartache, and worry of this world behind, I would have been long gone by now. Then she says, I think you are crazy to want to stay here for a dog and a mess of a best friend when you have so much more on the other side.
And number 50.
Kacee says, I know you are having a bad day and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I haven't gone home yet and I'm making your life harder. I am trying. I know you don't think I am, but I'm trying to mentally prepare myself for it.
What was the date of that particular text message?
September 11th, 2020.
Great. We'll look at 51.
And Meggan says to Kacee, what? Kacee, we're not kicking you out. I was just asking if you had made any decisions about what you're going to do, live or die. And Kacee says, I know, but I don't know what I want right now. I want to live and I want to die. It's just going with my head trying to decide. It's a ton of anxiety for me. I just know you had asked if I was going to find somewhere to live. So I know I'm a lot of work and feel bad that I'm here because you have to put your life on hold and it's not fair to you guys. Meggan says, what do you have to live for in this life? I truly believe everything for you is ahead of you, not here. I've felt that way for a long time, more strongly as time goes on.
52.
Meggan tells Kacee, Kacee, I will come over and help you do again. She then says, I'm happy to come over and help you if you are really ready to be done. And that's June 11th, 2021.
53.
Meggan says, I don't think you will. That's why I said that I'd be willing to come over and help you. I really feel like you need to do some deep soul searching and figure out what's holding you back and what you need to let go of. When you're actually ready, you let me know and I'll be there to help you. You won't be able to do it alone.
All right, state next wants to talk about exhibits 54 through 64. And move to admit those at this time.
Objection. Court receives states exhibits 54 through 64.
And I may publish, Judge.
May.
Thank you. And 54. Okay, let's skip these first two and go to the third one.
Meggan says, Kacee, I promised you I would do whatever you need or want me to do. If that means you want or need me to be there, I will. I don't break promises. I will let you decide and tell me what you want and need. Kacee says, I know you don't, but the more I thought about it, I feel selfish for making you watch that. Of course I would love for you to be here with me, but I also don't want to give you PTSD or something. It's hard watching someone you care about die, and it can screw with your mental health. But if you think you can honestly do it and be okay, then yeah, I would love for you to be with me. Obviously, you are a hospice nurse too, so this isn't anything new for you. I just want to make sure you'll be okay.
Let's go down to the next thing Meggan says.
Kacee, I want to be there with you.
And next.
Could we do it on Saturday so Mitch can be home with Porter?
And then the next thing Meggan says.
How are you feeling about tomorrow, Kacee?
How does Kacee respond to that?
Honestly, I'm starting to worry about it. I just don't feel like it's the right thing to do, but I don't want you to be upset with me. I know you just want what is best for me and that you love me and don't want me to suffer anymore. But I'm struggling with it. I'm tired of being sick and in pain and dealing with anxiety. I don't know what my problem is and why I'm so nervous about it.
And how did Meggan respond?
I'm not going to be upset with your case. It's your call, not mine.
What did Kacee say?
I wish I could just find a medication that would make me fall asleep and not wake up. But my biggest fear is like suffering and not being able to breathe and just being in a total panic. And I know that sounds silly, but like when they put a dog to sleep, it's not like they suffer and gasp for air and it takes a while for them to pass. That's why I wish they could just give me that damn medicine they give to people to let them die. Because I heard they don't suffer, they don't struggle to breathe. They just fall asleep and their heart stops and they die.
Okay, let's take a look at Exhibit 55. And what's the date on this one?
This is January 23rd, 2023.
All right, and what is said?
This is from Meggan. It says, truthfully, I really, really want to be there with you when you pass. I know that isn't very realistic, but that is what I wish could happen.
And 56?
Kacee says, nights are rough. I hope you can find a different job soon. I hope I can just die within the next few days because then you can quit your job. And I honestly love that for you. And Meggan says, you are sweet. I love that too.
Exhibit 57. Let's look at the third and fourth text in that one.
From Meggan, I assume you got your meds and went to bed. I hope you can get some peaceful rest and work tonight if you need me. Kacee says, sorry, I didn't see your text. I haven't had them yet. I was waiting on my seller hoping he would let my nurse go home, but he's not going to call. So I guess I'll take my meds and go to bed.
And then down to Megan's next response.
Meggan says, I'd sneak to the bathroom and take extra if you can.
Does Kacee respond to that?
I will.
And what does she tell her next?
She says, I took more meds and did a full bottle of long-acting. Here's my vitals from tonight. BP 30/0, HR 17, O2 21, temp 87, blood sugar 43. I'm noticing the temperature that low. Nurse says it happens near end of life. Last night I had a fever, so I'm not sure how it dropped that low. According to the nurse, that's a sign it's getting close. Anyway, just wanted to give you an update. I'm going to bed. Love ya.
And in the course of your investigation, did you learn whether there was a hospice nurse present?
No, it's not.
And how did Meggan respond to that?
I hope this is your time, Case. Get some rest, sweets.
And what else?
Case, when you need to go with whoever it is that comes to get you, do not look back, do not hesitate, you go. You probably don't remember what you were like after the blessing you got when you first moved in with us, but I do. I believe someone came to take you home, but you wouldn't let go of here. That is why in all of your blessings, you have been told that when you are ready to leave me and Bella and everyone here behind, you can go home. Go, Kacee, don't look back, go. This is your time, Kacee, go home, run home.
All right, let's move on to Exhibit 58.
Meggan says, Case, you have completed what you came here to do. It is time to go home. You know that if you listen to your heart and soul. Kacee says, I know, but there are times I feel so close and then it doesn't happen and I get frustrated. I'm doing everything I can to go home and honestly, I think taking all these meds are helping and speeding up the process. I just wish it would happen faster. I know, sweets, and I'm sorry. Kacee says, thanks. Meggan says, tomorrow is Easter. Won't that be a beautiful day to pass away on? And Kacee says, it sure would be. And Meggan says, should we pray for that? Kacee says, that would be great, thank you.
And 59. I'm sorry, let's skip over to 60. If we could look at the fourth one.
The top.
Starting with, I think.
Meggan says, I think you'd need at least 100 units. It all depends upon how your body metabolizes medications, which I think is super slow. He said it's crazy because if you wrap someone up and keep them warm, the body just continues to metabolize insulin, and an autopsy doesn't even detect an overdose of insulin. It's super crazy.
What was the date of that one?
That was September 2nd, 2020.
All right. And going down a little bit, all right, to the one that starts, I can see.
Meggan says, I can see if maybe we have samples of insulin here.
Let's skip some of these and go down to, I asked. Right. And what does Kacee say at that point?
Kacee says, I asked if it makes you feel weird. She said, I think she's talking about her grandma. I asked if it makes you feel weird. She said, you can't even tell. So at least I know I don't need to panic. I can just take it before I go to sleep. Or maybe you could give it to me after I fall asleep.
What are they talking about? What's the hit?
Insulin. I believe she had told Meggan that she was going to ask her grandma about it.
All right, and how did Meggan respond to that?
She says, oh, you don't even know, Case. Please don't let me give it to you, though.
Okay.
Okay, I won't. I feel like I'm learning that.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 61. Just the second one, please. The second text.
Are you doing insulin tonight?
And the date on that one?
September 2nd, 2020.
Right, 62.
Meggan says, you didn't use the insulin last night. Are you planning on it? September 3rd, 2020.
Okay, so, thank you.
Kacee says, I'm planning on it. I just wasn't ready to use it last night. I took too long with Michelle showing up. You had gone to bed, and I wanted to see and talk to you for a bit before. I know it's probably annoying to you. I want to be out of pain, but yes, I'm still sad about leaving. You are probably thinking, how many goodbyes do you need? I'm just broken. I have attachment issues. I'm scared and I'm going to miss the heck out of you. I just need to do it and get it over with so everyone can get back to living life and not have to worry about me. Meggan says, you are never going to be free from sadness about dying, Kacee. It's normal to feel sad, but I already told you I'm not going to say goodbye. That's a permanent thing and it's not. You don't have to use the insulin. I'm just going to take it back to my work if you don't. No big deal.
All right, and 63. If you could read just the first 4 texts in this series, please.
Meggan says, are you planning on using that insulin or do you want me to take it back? I didn't see it in the footage. Kacee says, I took it with me just in case. It's on ice. You can take it back if you need to. I can get some somewhere else. And Meggan says, just in case of what? And Kacee says, I thought about doing it while I was gone, but of course I didn't.
All right, and let's go up to 64.
Kacee says, I thought I wanted to go and spend time with my family. My stupid anxiety just runs my life, and I don't know how to change that. I'm sure it drives you crazy, because you are the one person that takes it all away. I don't even know why I have anxiety most days. When I'm with you, I feel like I'm okay, like I'm home and safe. I don't know where all this trauma comes from, but it's a really crappy way to live. I'm not worried about what happens after. I'm honestly afraid of dying. What's it going to feel like? I know it's probably so stupid to you. I feel like a little kid that is constantly scared, and I hate it. Meggan says, it's not stupid to me. Remember it. You're in pain all the time, Kacee. Now I'm completely more painful than that. And that's the purpose of just taking the insulin, so you just go to sleep.
And the next group is, we'll say 64 to 65 to 74.
Is it 65 to 74? Mr. Williams?
No objection.
Court received states 65 through 74.
Subject to prior discussion.
Thank you.
All right, 65.
Meggan says, do you want me to take the insulin back so it's not an option for you? And Kacee says, no, I was going to ask you to draw it up tonight, but then I'm worried I won't do it and it will be a waste. I should have never Googled it. Everyone says it's a horrible way to die and it can take hours. Can you just give it to me after I fall asleep? And Meggan says, I'm pretty sure you'd feel me giving you a shot. How in the world would people know it's a horrible way to die if they're alive? It would not take hours. I talked to our nurse educator about it, remember? Kacee says, I remember. That's why I said I shouldn't have Googled it.
Okay. And let's skip down to, whoops. Go back to that one, please. Skip down to the last 3 texts in that series. Starting with I agree.
Kacee says, I agree. I'm sorry. I just have had a fear of dying that way, but you're right. It doesn't matter. Meggan says, the fear of dying that way. And Kacee says, out of it, feeling funny and like I can't breathe. If I could just take it and fall asleep, great. But I need something to get me to sleep or I would freak out. You see me on the gummies and I wasn't even close to dying, but I thought I was.
Okay, 66.
Meggan says, how are you this morning? I didn't come in and check on you because the shots were still in the fridge, so I figured you were okay. Kacee says, I'm okay. I don't know why I didn't just do them last night. I was pretty out of it from all the fentanyl I took to relax. I remember being in so much pain and taking like 4 showers last night because I was so uncomfortable. And Meggan, I don't know why either. I drew them up for you and tried to get you to take them. You were way out of it, which I thought was the point.
68. Oops, sorry, 67.
Meggan says, are you planning on trying insulin again? Yeah, I hope it works. Meggan, when are you planning to do it again? Or do you not want me to ask? Kacee, I was going to do it last night, but fell asleep. I will probably do it tomorrow night because I have to go with my aunt tomorrow morning. Meggan says, for what? I just kind of need to know because of work and such.
And the date of that was,
I believe 2020.
I'm sorry,
10/12/2020.
all right, 68. Let's just read the 3rd and 4th one in the series.
Meggan, you want me to bring you home another bottle of insulin to try the whole thing? I don't know. Kacee, yeah, hopefully it'll work. I totally thought the second dose would have worked because it was such a huge amount. I don't remember much. I was just bugged that I was still here. Didn't you say I was worse the first time? If you're okay getting it, that would be great. I just don't want you to get in trouble.
All right, let's move on to 69.
Meggan, I think there is one more box of insulin in the fridge. Want me to bring it to you? You could try giving it normal, which might be the difference. Kacee says, yeah, thanks. Meggan, I didn't know if you heard me tell you that the insulin is in the fridge, top shelf in the door. That's the last bottle, so hopefully it will help you.
And the date on that one?
December 2nd, 2020.
All right. Exhibit 70.
Meggan says, are you nervous to do it yourself? Kacee, no, just not sure what I'm doing. Meggan says, no, want to know what I do? And Kacee says, yes. Meggan says, if I wanted to make sure it did what it was supposed to do, I'd draw them all up, everything you've got, and give it all at once through report. Kacee says, even the sedation? And Meggan says, I don't think even you could survive that. She goes on to say, do you want me to come over and do it?
And let's go on to 72. Let's take a look at the fifth text.
Meggan says, how many did you do before? Kacee says, I think I only did 1.5 because I didn't want my grandma to know, but I just ordered her more insulin last week, so she has like 9 or 10 bottles in the fridge. So she wouldn't even notice. I just want to make sure it works since I'm doing it alone. Meggan says, I do at least 2 bottles then, maybe 3. Kacee says, okay, should I just do shots or put it through my port? And Meggan says, what did you do last time? I do both.
Okay, let's skip the next 2 and go down to the one after that.
Meggan says, will you keep me updated? When are you going to do it? And Kacee says, yes, I will. I'm thinking probably around 3. Why around 3? And then Kacee says, because I'm going to take Bella outside to play for a bit. My nurse usually comes over around 9:30 to 11. I feel like that's plenty of time. Meggan says, oh, that makes sense. Little Bella girl. And Kacee says, I laid down for a minute after I took Bella outside to play and accidentally fell asleep. I just woke up. I'm going to take that now.
Let's skip the next 2 and go down to, should I?
Kacee says, should I take some long-acting insulin too? And Meggan says, I guess you could, but if it were me, I'd probably just take extra fast-acting.
All right. And that was exhibit 72. Let's look at 73.
Meggan, good morning, Kacee girl. Been thinking about you all night. How are you? Kacee says, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but this isn't working. I feel really sick and out of it, and my blood sugar is 29 right now. Also, I hope this makes sense because I have to use speech text because I can't even see what I'm doing. Meggan says, just keep going. Take some more short acting and long acting. 29 is really low, so just keep going.
And 74.
Kacee says, honestly, I feel like the only way to do it is to shoot myself, but I don't want to make a huge mess, and I have to make somebody clean it up. Meggan says, do you have access to a gun, Kacee? Kacee says, yeah, but I feel like they've been making me comfortable for so long, and it's not working. I do have access to a gun. My Uncle Mark actually bought me one for Christmas so that we could go out and go shooting, so I could use that. I just don't know where I would go and do it because I don't want to do it inside my grandparents' house. Meggan says, I know how tired you are of all of this, Kacee girl, and I am so sorry you have been having to go through all this. I will help you if that is what you want me to do. I won't help you shoot yourself. I can never do that, but I will help you. Kacee says, I guess I could go down the hill behind your grandparents' house, and then maybe somehow you could suggest that we go look around their property. I don't know. I don't want to put you in the middle of it. I'm just trying to figure something out. Meggan says, do you really want to go that way? Kacee says, I would never make you shoot me, Meg. I just wanted to run a few ideas by you to see if that's something I could do. Well, to be honest, no, not really, but obviously nothing else is working. My life insurance does cover suicide because when I signed up for it, it said I had to go at least 2 years without doing that, but it would be covered after that. Or can you think of any medications that would maybe do it? Meggan says, I think we could figure out another way. I still got all those bottles of Benadryl. If you can get some insulin, then you can take all the pills and then I can give you insulin over and over until it works. Kacee says, I do have plenty of insulin. Meggan says, I think the insulin didn't work because your body recovered itself because it didn't continue to get more insulin. Kacee says, I think so too, and maybe we should do 3 or 4 bottles worth at one time. Meggan says, but with that with the Benadryl should do it. If that's what you really want to do, I will come and help you. Thank you, Kacee. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to have to wait a few days though because my grandma's sister and her husband and kids are here for a few more days. They live in Hawaii, but they're in town for a funeral right now, so they've been staying with us. Meggan, you tell me when and I will come. Meggan then says, there's never going to be a good time, Kacee.
Let me just ask you, in that particular series, sorry, I got lost in my questions. So. All right, skip that. I think I was thinking of something else. Let's look at number, state would move at this time to admit exhibit 75 through 85.
Mr. Williams?
No objection.
We'll proceed to get 75 through 85. Let me just ask the jury real quick. We've been going almost 2 hours. Does anybody need a break, or is everybody okay to keep going? Anybody need a break? You can raise your hand. All right, let's keep going. Thank you.
Let's go to exhibit 77, please. What number? 77.
Meggan says, I really think we should try the insulin with your vital signs still being so low. What are your thoughts? Kacee says, yeah, I think Becky was trying to tell me that, but I couldn't stay awake or focus on what the hell she was saying.
Let me stop you for just a second. Who is Becky?
Becky is one of the fake hospice nurses.
All right, that Kacee made up and was telling Meggan about?
Yes.
All right, and after that, what happened?
Meggan says, ha ha ha, I can understand that. Kacee says, yeah, I just hope it will help. But when my body doesn't absorb medication good, I feel like we've tried it so many times and it doesn't work. So I don't know if we should wait and do it after that surgery or just do it. I just hate to waste $900 if it doesn't work.
Let me stop you again. What have you read text referring to a surgery before this mention?
Yes, so one of the narratives between Kacee and Meggan was that Kacee couldn't absorb medications like the average person, and that Dr. Maslow was trying to schedule a surgery that would help Kacee absorb and metabolize medications normally so that she could pass away.
Okay. All right, go ahead and continue with the text messages.
Meggan says, but if we try the insulin, I want to make sure that I come and help you do it. Kacee says, yeah, I appreciate that because then if I'm asleep, you can give me the rest of what I need. Meggan says,
That's okay, we can move from there on to number 79, please.
Kacee says, yes, sorry, it's been a bad day, been crying and in a ton of pain, went to bed early. Meggan says, I'm really worried about it, Kacee. And then she says, do you want to try the insulin?
What was the date of that text exchange?
This is July 26th, 2024.
And are you aware of when Kacee had her knee replacement surgery?
July 23rd.
All right, so this was just 3 days after that?
Yes.
Okay, exhibit 80, please.
Meggan, here's where you and I differ the most. I think, and it's the same with Mitch, you two are actually so alike. Your focus is the now, like you want relief now. Whereas I was focused on doing the insulin because it's a long-term solution, not just for the now. We need a permanent solution, Kacee girl.
As you reviewed all of these text messages between the two of them, did you notice any that appeared to be blatant falsehoods?
Oh yes, a lot.
Right. Let's take a look at exhibit 81, which is a long exhibit, many pages, that takes place between March 31st all the way to, if we could scroll all the way to the end, Chelsea. July 18th, 2024.
So this one looks like she's talking as Kelly. Kacee is being Kelly. So there were probably 5 or 6 hospice nurses that Kacee would pretend to be. There was also Dr. Robinson, who was the hospice doctor who didn't exist. And every now and then they would converse with Dr. Maslow, who you obviously know is real.
And during the course of these conversations from that span of time, is this where a lot of those vital signs that were part of exhibit 11 that we saw earlier?
Yes, I believe they started a few months prior, but this hospice thing started in April. And that's when they really picked up with the vitals.
Okay, there were pages and pages of fake vitals that we talked about with Dr. Mastel, you recall that?
Yes.
And that all came, that came from this exhibit in addition to some of the others over the course of time between these two.
Yes, from the text messages, yes.
All right.
Did you want me to read this one?
No, there's, like I said, there's 50 pages to this exhibit.
Okay.
All right, let's go on to exhibit 82.
Kacee says, but I'm getting 9 bottles, so that should do it, I'm hoping.
All right, let me ask you a question about the bottles of insulin. You saw earlier the text from Meggan that 100 milliliters should do it.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yes.
How many milliliters are in a bottle?
I'm not sure. I think Mark said 100 or 1,000. I don't know. Sorry.
So if 100 milliliters would do it and a bottle holds 1,000 milliliters, what, oh, I'm gonna ask you to do now.
So that would be 10 per bottle, 10 100 milliliters per bottle.
Okay, and 9 bottles,
Would be 9,000 milliliters.
very quick,
Thank
okay.
you.
And that's a lot of insulin.
That is a lot. That is a lot.
Even with Megan's own observation that it would take 100 milliliters to do the job.
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit 83, please.
Kacee, it would appear she's in the role of a hospice nurse. It says, I have no idea how someone's heart rate can be that low and it doesn't just stop. She says again, honestly, when we first started noticing her heart rate and her vitals were so low, we brought in so many different machines and checked her vitals and used a couple of different nurses' blood pressure cuffs and things because we're trying to figure out how somebody can be alive with vitals this low. The doctor is even confused. Meggan says, it's a total mystery.
Exhibit 84.
Kacee, again in the role of a hospice nurse, says, I know she doesn't want to feel like she's drowning when she passes, but maybe this means she's getting close, and taking the oxygen off of her might help speed things up. I'm trying to figure out the best thing to do. Yeah, he's a good doctor. She just responds to medications differently, so it's hard to know what to use because we don't know what's going to happen. Meggan says, she does. She's always been hard to treat because she reacts so differently. Kacee says, yeah, I've never seen someone like this. Poor kid. Obviously, she's not a kid, but she is still so young. It breaks my heart that she's going through all of this. Meggan says, she is so young still. Kacee, as a nurse, says, and it's her birthday in 12 days, and who knows if she'll be here for one last birthday. If she is, she probably won't even be awake or feel well enough to even enjoy it. Just breaks my heart that she's so young and is so sick and hasn't been able to pass away yet, so she can be free from all this pain and suffering. Meggan says, I am praying she'll pass before her birthday. And the nurse says, me too, we don't have much time left on sedation. I is what that's supposed to say. I need to go through all of the hours she has used and how many she has left, because they only approved 30 days. But when we took her off of sedation, there were still times we stayed for 4 or 5 hours giving her meds to make sure she was comfortable. So I will figure all that out while I'm here with her, because I need to know the date, just in case we have to reapply through her insurance company again, to see if they will approve us to stay with her longer or what is going to happen. But I want to make sure we get the paperwork in at least 10 days before, even if she still happens to pass away before, knowing if we need it. And at least that will give them time to decide if they will approve it, and then we don't have to wait like we did last time. The insurance company drives me crazy. They want so much paperwork all the time, and they take forever to make a decision because they don't want to pay for it. Well, guess what? If people pay for insurance, they should get the care they need. Drive me crazy. I hate dealing with insurance companies.
And this group of text messages, you understand to be on Kacee's phone, pretending to be other people.
Yes.
Texting Meggan.
Yes.
Switch the books. The next batch, let's take a move to admit exhibits 86 through 94. Scott? Thank you.
Court received states 86 through 94.
I'm going to skip up to exhibit 89.
Meggan appears to be speaking to one of the fake nurses. She says, hello, how is she doing? Any change in her vitals?
And just to be clear, this text message is going from Meggan to
Yes, this is Meggan to Kacee's phone.
And the date?
July 10th, 2024.
All right. And next?
The fake nurse says, a little, but not much. Heart rate 7026, blood pressure 9/5, temperature 57.4. Meggan says, oh, how I don't want to have to wake that poor girl up again. I wish her heart would just stop. Kacee says, I hope it will too.
Let's go up to exhibit 92, please. And the date on this one is what?
This is July 28th, 2024.
Okay.
And she says, are you okay, Kacee? From Kacee's phone, it says, hi, Meg, this is Dr. Malcolm Masteller. Kacee hasn't been doing well at all today, and I ended up bringing her to American Brook Hospital because I couldn't get a catheter. And she's been retaining so much fluid and can't pee, which is making her leg pain a lot worse. Anyway, I'm trying to convince the doctors to approve her for the spleen and intestine surgery we wanted to do and fix her knee while we're at it. We've been here for 11 hours, and I don't think it's going to happen right away, but I feel like I'm getting pretty close. So we've been running tests. They're doing an ultrasound on her leg right now because it's completely red and purple. I mean, just were checking for a blood clot. Anyway, she told me if you messaged her to respond, so when she gets back from ultrasound, I will have her get a hold of you.
Okay, let's skip the next 3 and go on to the one starting okay.
Meggan says, okay, thank you. Any idea why hospice has just seemed to drop her since she fell and broke her leg? It is so strange. From Casey's phone, it says, I have no idea. I got in an argument with Dr. Robinson about them neglecting her, and he wouldn't say much. So I gave Kacee referrals to other hospice companies, and I hope she will choose a different one. But I told her I would take care of her until she got things figured out. Even when she has a new hospice company, I will still work with her, but I don't want her to be in this much pain. It's not fair to her.
Does Dr. Robinson exist?
No.
All right. Let's skip the next one and go down to, I agree.
I agree. I've tried everything I can without breaking the law. So we need to get the surgery done so that her body will absorb the medications and she can pass.
And this is from the faux mass stiller?
Yes.
Okay, let's skip the next one. Hang on, down all the way to, do you think? Okay.
Meggan says, do you think I should come up and meet with her tonight, or do you think she'll be okay? From Casey's phone. My only concern is wondering how long she has to recover from spleen surgery and intestine surgery, so I wanted her to be comfortable if that was going to take a while before we could give her the medications. But I will do some research and we can talk about options tomorrow. Honestly, I don't think you need to come and meet with her. I think she'll be just fine. She literally falls asleep before I finish giving her the medication. But I put her number in my phone and I will follow up with you tomorrow.
All right. And let's go on to exhibit 93. Let's go to the third one.
Meggan says, does Dr. Aaron know how poorly you are doing?
What's the date on this one?
It was on August 6th, 2024.
All right, let's skip down a bit to maybe emphasize.
Meggan says, maybe emphasize you are getting way worse. I'm sure you probably have already. I will come up and help you with insulin anytime you want me to, Case.
All right, let's take a look at 94.
Meggan, last night you asked me to think about what I thought you should do. Do you remember that? Casey, did you come up with a plan? Amber's here and she's just getting stuff set up, but I'm hoping we came up with a plan so you can tell me before I fall asleep. But who knows, I might not fall asleep because yesterday I didn't.
Who is Amber?
Another fake nurse.
And next,
Meggan says, my thought was give him until Thursday night. And if you still don't have a plan from him, try the insulin over the weekend.
who is him that they're referring to?
Dr. Mastler, he's still trying to arrange that surgery.
Okay,
Casey says, that works for me.
all right. Let's talk about another category of messages. And these are ones in which Meggan is offering to help Kacee. In dying, as you read through them, what seemed to you to be the trend when Kacee asked for or Meggan offered help?
It seems like they would usually come up with a plan to have Meggan come over and help Kacee, and then Kacee would deflect. She would find a reason for Meggan to not come over. That was what it appeared to be when she invented the doctors and the nurses. It was just kind of a big ploy to keep Meggan out.
And we've seen a little bit of that already in some of these exhibits that we just read, for example, where so-called Dr. Masteller said, don't come and see her today.
Yes.
All right. State notes to admit, exhibits 95 through 112.
No objection.
Thank you. Report received, states 95 through 112.
Thank you. What is happening on exhibit 95? Can you read that one to us? And we're going back to 2020 again on this, correct?
Yeah, it looks like June 2020. This is Kacee, and I'm so sick of being sick and feeling like this. I can't stop shaking and throwing up. I hate it. I don't know how to let go. Seriously, tell me what I need to do, please. And Ryan says, I don't know exactly, Case, but I'm sure my dad would be happy to come over and give me another blessing if you'd like. Even a blessing of release. And Kacee says, I don't want to ruin your plans for this weekend. And Ryan says, oh my gosh, are you even kidding me, Case? Stop that. Going to the cabin is just going to be a whole lot of work for me. Our weekend plans are certainly not important in relation to your suffering.
Okay. Let's take a look at 99.
Meggan says, this is April 2024. I know she doesn't want anyone seeing her this way. Maybe she's talking to a fake nurse, but I feel like I need to come and see her. And the fake nurse says, I think I would wait a little while and let her sleep. And then when we do shift change, we can talk to her and have her get a hold of you and see if that would be okay. Would that be okay with you?
Okay. Exhibit 100.
Meggan says, well, this would have been a good day for me to come up and help you with the insulin. It's April 15th, 2024.
Sorry, I got my signals mixed. I'm going to go back to 96.
Meggan says, this is April 26, 2024. Yes, let's do insulin tomorrow. Let the nurse give you the medicine to help you. And Kacee says, you're totally okay with that? I just don't want to ruin any plans. If you have any tomorrow, I know I think way too much into it, but I care about you too. I just want to do what works best for you.
Okay. And up to exhibit 101.
Meggan says, maybe it's time to go and get the insulin. This is in May of 2024. And then she says, do you think you can get it? Kacee says, I'm going to call the pharmacy right now. And then she says a little later, the pharmacy's out of stock on the insulin. They said they could order it for me, but it could take anywhere between 7 and 10 days.
Okay.
So Meggan says, can they transfer to a different pharmacy?
And let's look at 102.
Meggan, this is July 26, 2024. She says, do you want to try the insulin? And Kacee says, I do. I just want to do it until after I see and talk to Master tonight. Meggan says, do you want me to try to come and help you tomorrow? And Kacee says, I'll let you know after I talk to Master tonight.
And 103.
Meggan says, okay, no pressure, just here if you need me. And Kacee says, I appreciate that. I honestly just don't know if it will work. Hell, even an epidural wouldn't help me. And Meggan says, we're not trying to run you, Kacee. We're trying to help you pass.
And that's on July 26, 2024.
Yes.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 104.
Kacee says, thanks. This is August 1st, 2024. Thanks. I was thinking maybe I should start drawing all that insulin up and just freaking do it and get it over with because I have no idea how much longer the surgery is going to take to get approved. I mean, I guess it got approved, but we don't know when it's going to be. Meggan says, seriously, I wish we just knew something. Kacee says, because it's going to take me hours to drop 38 bottles of insulin, maybe more. I need to count them. I know it's at least 38 bottles though. I wish we knew something too. Meggan says, yeah, I think you should let me come and help you do that. We seriously need to get some bigger syringes and needles.
Okay. Let's go up to 105. Sorry, 104. Wait, that was 104. Yes, 105, please.
Meggan, have you decided what you want to do so I know how to plan for the weekend? That was on the 9th of August. Kacee says, I know you said you would help me decide, but that was before we got more information today. So I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do. And Master did send me an email and said if I wanted the surgery sooner, I could fly to Spokane and have it done. Honestly, I don't know if I want to do that. How uncomfortable is it going to be flying home after a major surgery? So anyway, I'm just racking my brain trying to figure out what would be the best thing to try and do, or just say F it and do the insulin and pray God it works. Meggan says, if you wanted to have the surgery sooner, then what? And Kacee says, a week. He said it would probably only be a week before they could do it here. He was waiting to hear back on it, on if they got a surgery run scheduled at the U of U, and then we'll let me know. Or I can fly out there and get it done in a few days. So I'm just trying to figure out what to do. She then says, I just know a dang plane ride with my leg the way it is. It's going to hurt going there, and then being in pain from the other surgeries coming home is going to be worse. Meggan says, but he said it will only be a week last week. I think flying to Washington for the surgery is a crazy idea. Kacee says, that's what he thought, and he only got home Monday, so yeah, I guess he was wrong. Sorry, I'm super grumpy today. I don't have any meds, and I'm sick as hell. I can't sleep, and I can't stop throwing up. I'm trying to figure all this shit out, and my memory sucks. Meggan says, but again, these are just my opinions. Kacee, like I said, I think it is 2. He just said if I wanted it sooner, I could fly out in a day or 2. And Meggan says, Kacee, what do you have to lose trying to insulin? You didn't pay $900 for it, which is a huge blessing.
And 106.
Kacee, this is August 9th, 2024. Maybe I'm overanalyzing this whole situation, but I just know how my body is and that my body doesn't respond to anything anymore. And I've tried insulin so many times that I'm afraid it's not going to do anything. I'm stressed out, sorry. Meggan says, but if it doesn't work and you end up having the surgery, they're going to give you medication after the surgery to help you pass anyway. So you're not going to need the insulin after surgery. You've never tried that much insulin before, Kacee. Kacee says, that's true, but part of me is still worried. What if the surgery doesn't work? That's true, I haven't, but 9 bottles would kill a normal person. Hell, 1 would, and 9 didn't even do it. Like I said, I'll do it. I just hope I don't wake up because I'm just going to be disappointed. Meggan says, I feel like there's something else that's keeping me from doing it, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Kacee says, I promise you there isn't. I'm just stressed out because nothing's working and I'm frustrated. I'm tired of waking up every freaking day feeling like freaking shit and nothing working. Meggan says, so you're out of meds and you're going to have to go the whole weekend without any meds? Kacee says, I called Master and asked him if he would bring me some tonight because I was out, and he said he would drop them off, but it might not be until 11:30. But I did that because if we're going to do the insulin, I wanted to have the medication on hand as well. So don't think I'm planning on not doing the insulin. I'm just trying to figure out what to do. Last we talked, you said, let's wait and see what he says on Thursday. But I couldn't get in to see him until today. Wasn't sure if he wanted to wait and do the surgery or do the insulin. And then you said, well, I told you what I thought, and I honestly don't remember. So I've just been trying to figure everything out and go through our messages, but I delete most of the insulin messages most of the time, just in case anyone goes to my phone. So I feel like you're getting mad at me, and I'm not trying to like make you upset, and I'm not saying I won't do the insulin this weekend. I'm just trying to figure out if it's worth it to wait and do the surgery if it will be soon, or just do the insulin. And if it doesn't work, then I guess we do the surgery. I've just been going through a lot, and I'm stressed, and this has been screwing with me mentally and emotionally. Meggan says, I'm not getting mad at you, Kacee. Kacee says, I guess I just thought we were going to come up with a new plan when we talked to him on Thursday, but because he wouldn't answer me, I had to make an appointment. Meggan says, I said that we give him until Thursday, and if he didn't have a date for surgery scheduled, then we tried insulin. Kacee says, but he said it would be in a week, so I didn't know if that changed anything or if that's too long away. Meggan says, but the way I see it is you have nothing to lose doing insulin, because if it doesn't work, then you'll be having the surgery. After the surgery, you're going to be getting different medications till you pass. So you are just going to have 38 bottles of insulin sitting around. Kacee says, what day and time do you want to do the insulin? We'll just do it and see what happens. Meggan says, I'm not saying you have to do insulin, I'm just trying to help you think it through.
Okay, another category of text messages between the two of them I wanted to talk about is ones that Kacee alluded to having attempted to kill herself by suicide, to die by suicide. Did you notice any of those in the course of your review?
Yes, there were a lot of those.
Okay, did you find any of them to be accurate as far as whether she had ever been treated for a suicide attempt?
I couldn't find any information, no.
All right. I want to move to admit exhibits 107 through 114 at this time.
I think we're on 113. I think your last batch was 95 to 112.
Oh, I went all the way to the bottom of the page. Thank you, Judge. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at exhibit 112 then.
This is from March 29th, 2024. Meggan says, how much short acting did you take? Are you out of it? And then she says, did you take any long acting? Kacee says, I didn't take any long acting, and I was only able to take 2 bottles because I took 4.5 bottles the other day. And then that night, I took the other half of that bottle to bring my blood sugar down from all that glucose stuff they gave me. And then I took like 20 minutes of long lasting that same night. So I still have 6.5 bottles of long lasting, but I'm out of the fast acting now. Meggan says, well, I'd take a few of the long lasting. And Kacee says, okay, I'm drawing it up right now.
All right. Are you aware during any of these text messages between the two of them of any other, we saw one where she talked about suicide by gun, correct? Are you aware of any other messages with any other people that indicated alternative means of suicide?
With any other people?
Yeah, Kacee and any other people other than Meggan.
No.
Did you see any messages to an individual by the name of Kristen Clemens?
Yes, yes, I did.
Can we take a look at exhibit 163, please? Did you notice this text in the course of reviewing Kacee's text messages?
Yes.
And who is it to?
This is to Christian.
Who is Christian?
Christian is her friend that she was trading pills with.
All right. Statements to admit, exhibit 163.
No objection.
Court received states 163. Publish it.
All right. Could you read the conversation between Kacee and Christian, please?
Kacee says, they don't have fentanyl in them, do they? I know you hate me asking that, but I just know a lot of people that sell the 30s, but they're laced with fentanyl. But if they're not, I would love to get some. And then she says, okay, sounds good. Have we gotten stuff from him before? Sorry, you know me, I panic a little bit because I'm so afraid of people lacing stuff with fentanyl. But if you feel like you're safe, I'm totally good. And then she says, I know, don't judge me, but I get noticed because the IR 30s, people lace with fentanyl a lot.
And the date of that one was?
That's August 12, 2023.
In the course of her interviews that you talked about a little bit earlier, do you recall Meggan asking you why she would kill her best friend?
She said, in one of the interviews, she said, what motive would I have to kill my best friend? If that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, and did any text messages between the two of them direct you to a theory about that?
Yes.
Do that?
She thought she was the beneficiary of a life insurance policy.
Let's take a look at exhibit 1. Sorry, I have not yet admitted 13 and 14. 113 and 114. Okay, let me see if I can admit at this time exhibits 113 through 126, please.
126.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Counsel, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to break for the evening. It's almost 5 o'clock. We put in a good day. Before you leave, might I remind you, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. We'll start back up tomorrow at 8:30. You guys are pros at this now. You know the drill. We appreciate your efforts. Please be seated. You can sit down. Counsel, you're going to email that exhibit to the clerk. Is that correct?
I'm sorry,
You're
Judge.
going to email that exhibit to the clerk if you
Yes,
haven't already? Okay.
I'm doing it right now.
All right. Anything else we need to cover before we break for the evening?
I don't believe so. I'll take.
All right, we'll reconvene at 8:30 in the morning. Just so you know, I'm going to have a WebEx pretrial at 8:15. So when you walk in, and that's going to be the next 3 mornings, I'm trying to get them in where I can. They don't take long. So when you walk in, I may be on WebEx handling a pretrial. It's only trying to get dates. You come in and just get whatever you need set up. So they're all civil cases. Yeah.
Has to do
They're
with
really-
the process.
They're really exciting.
I'll try to avoid being too distracted.
No, yeah, so just come in and get set up. They won't take long. But I appreciate everybody's indulgence. All right, we'll be in recess.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield. This is Drop Dead Serious. Thank you so much for being here.